I am the holy son of the Taoist sect, having just descended from the mountains. Upon my return, I was suddenly stopped by a filthy little beggar girl. And the moment I laid eyes on her, I made a decision. I would take her with me and make her my wife. Everyone around was shocked. How could someone so exalted pay attention to a mere beggar? But they do not know the most important thing. I possess a pair of eyes that can see the future, the eyes of insight. And this ragged girl? 1,000 years from now, she will become the one and only Empress of the 9 heavens. But now, she is still wandering, struggling for food and clothing. Worse yet, today she will be slandered, beaten, and crippled, her spiritual power shattered. This will become the only flaw on her path to becoming an empress. That is why, following the guidance of the system, I have arrived at this bustling city market, to find her. Where exactly is the target the system mentioned? In the bustling marketplace, a young man dressed in white, graceful like jade, wandered aimlessly, as if searching for something. His temperament was extraordinary, his looks unparalleled, completely out of place in the mundane world. This attracted many glances. However, although the passers-by marveled at his remarkable aura, none dared to approach. All because of the purple token hanging at Su Yixian's waist, the Taichu token. The Taichu token was only possessed by disciples of the Taichu Holy Land. That was an immortal sect capable of summoning wind and rain at will. It also governed all the towns and cities in this Yunhai prefecture. Cultivators stood above the common folk. Even the lowest servant disciples of the Holy Land were not people ordinary folks could afford to offend. Passers-by around him all avoided him like the plague, not daring to come close, whispering quietly. Look, isn't that the Taichu Holy Land token? That's right. My distant cousin's son was lucky enough to join the Taichu Holy Land as a servant disciple. That's definitely the token. But why does the token on this youth look different from my nephew's? That young and already an immortal from the Taichu Holy Land? Cultivators live long lives. He might look young, but for all you know, he could be old enough to be your grandfather. Shoo, keep it down. Immortals are fickle. You dare gossip about them? The murmurs of the crowd continued to reach Su Yixian's ears. He frowned and quickened his pace, following the system's guidance in his mind. He was a transmigrator who had inexplicably crossed over by soul into this body. He hadn't even fused with the original owner's memories. So now he had no idea what was going on. Thankfully, the system gave him navigation and told him that if he found a specific person, he could unlock the original owner's memories and activate the system's functions. So Su Yixian had searched through this city for a long time, but still hadn't found the person the system mentioned. He wanted to ask around, but everyone avoided him and dared not respond. As Su Yixian walked quickly forward, suddenly, a noisy commotion arose ahead. Where did this stinky beggar come from? How dare you steal food from Gathering Wine Restaurant? A loud scolding came from ahead. Outside the door of the restaurant, a burly man was holding a filthy little beggar, shouting angrily. The little beggar still clutched a bun tightly in her hand, her dirty little face stubbornly holding onto it. The man yanked a few times, but when it didn't work, he violently threw the beggar to the ground and began kicking her while cursing. Get lost, you hear me? If I see you again next time, I'll beat you to death, you stinky beggar. The little beggar curled up, trembling all over, too afraid to move. Still not satisfied, the man grabbed the beggar's skinny, dirty arm and yanked her up. He slapped the bun out of her hand. The bun rolled on the ground and instantly became as dirty as she was. Want to eat a bun, huh? I wouldn't even give it to a dog. The man lifted his foot and viciously stomped the bun, mocking her. Seeing her bun trampled like that, the little beggar froze for a second, her eyes turning red, and she bit down hard on the man's thick arm. The man cried out in pain and took a few steps back, letting go. The beggar quickly picked up the bun, gently blew on it, and despite how dirty it was, began eating in big bites. You damn thing. Are you a dog or what? Furious, the man grabbed a wooden stick from who knows where and swung it at the beggar. The beggar kept eating while being hit. The intense pain made her tears fall like beans, but she didn't make a sound. A passerby couldn't take it anymore and tried to stop him. Wang Er. That's enough. She's just a child. Hitting so hard, aren't you afraid you'll beat her to death? People started to gather around. This is too much. How could anyone beat a child like that? Yeah, Wang Er, you run such a big restaurant and can't spare a single bun? With more and more people condemning him, Wang Er finally stopped. Seeing the growing crowd, he found himself in a dilemma. Why were there so many people all of a sudden? If word got out, it would ruin the restaurant's reputation, the boss would kill him. Just thinking of the boss, who used to be a servant disciple of the Taichu Holy Land, made Wang Er shudder with fear. He glared at the crowd and made up a lie. You people don't know the whole story. This beggar is a thief. She steals from the restaurant every day. A few times is one thing. But this time, she even tried to steal a customer's food. What would you have me do? If the customer gets mad at us, who do we explain to? At this, the previously sympathetic crowd turned on the beggar. So she's a thief? That young and already no good. Serves her right. Just as I thought, a beggar with no mother to teach her. Stealing at her age? Imagine what she'll be like grown up. Beat her. I support you. I didn't steal. A crisp, childish voice rang out. Everyone turned and saw it was the little beggar who had been silent until now, staring intently at Wang Er and protesting. The customer gave it to me. Why did you say I stole? No matter how hard Wang Er had beaten her before, she hadn't said a word. But now she couldn't hold it in. Feeling wronged, she shouted. Wang Er rolled up his sleeves and said, "Oh? Still lying?" He raised his hand to hit again. The little beggar shut her eyes tightly. "Stop right there." Just as the stick was about to strike her head, a voice called out from not far away. A stone flew in and struck the stick. With a crack, Wang Er's stick snapped in two and flew off. A jolt of pain shot through his arm. He glared in the direction of the voice. Who? The little beggar, eyes tightly closed. Didn't feel the pain she expected. She opened her big bright eyes, full of confusion. At this moment, the crowd parted to make way. Sui Xian, dressed in white and with an ethereal aura, walked slowly over. Just then, the system in his mind had activated, and the vast memories of the original body had merged with his own. Sui Xian now clearly understood everything. This was a cultivation world. He was the Tao child of the Taichu holy sect on the Lingxiao continent, a noble identity. That earlier move was an unconscious act of controlling objects with spiritual energy. The little beggar looked at Sui Xian with wide, curious eyes. Wang Er, seeing it was just a young man, angrily said, "You little bastard, got a death wish?" He flexed his thick arms, trying to intimidate him. But as the Tao child of the Holy Land, Sui Xian naturally didn't fear an ordinary mortal. He stepped lightly with his right foot and instantly appeared before Wang Er. Wang Er choked back his curse. Looking at the handsome youth before him, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Even an idiot could tell this wasn't someone to mess with. When he saw the Taichu token at the youth's waist, his pupils shrank, and he stopped breathing. Taichu token. He had seen that token before in the shopkeeper's possession. The shopkeeper often boasted about his past days as a servant disciple in the Taichu Holy Land. Though just a lowly servant disciple, with that status alone, gathering wine restaurant became an untouchable existence in Qing City. The shopkeeper once said that the Taichu tokens were divided into 5 grades: black, purple, gold, yellow, cyan, and white. Servant disciples had the lowest, white. But this youth in front of him was actually a purple Taichu token. What kind of figure was this? Combined with Sui Xian's unpredictable move, Wang Er, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, instantly collapsed in fear. His lips trembled as he stammered. "SP? Spare me. Spare me, my lord." This person in front of him was someone from the Taichu Holy Land. Dealing with someone like him, a mere commoner, even killing him on a whim wouldn't bring any punishment. Suddenly, Sui Xian smelled a foul scent under his nose. Looking down, he saw that Wang Er had actually wet himself out of fear. He couldn't help but wonder. Am I really that scary? Wang Er is doomed. How dare he recklessly offend a cultivator lord? Who is this little beggar? Judging by the lord's reaction, did he come because of her? People around started whispering. Ignoring the kneeling Wang Er, Sui Xian turned to look at the little beggar beside him. She was also staring at him. Their gazes locked. Is this the person the system wants me to find? Sui Xian thought silently. I need to see what makes her special. With a thought, a panel only visible to Sui Xian appeared before him. Name, Qiu Qingli. Status, none. Destiny value, 80,000. Cultivation level, none. Fate traits. Child of Destiny, gold. 9 Flame Empress, gold. Fortune's favorite, gold. Unmatched in the world, purple. Enemy of the world, purple. Empress of all worlds, purple. Fire spirit body, purple. Current luck status. Severely injured. Down and out. Low luck. Wandering. Life script, protagonist of Eternal Empress. Orphaned at a young age, wandered until age 10 when she met the master of Yuqing Palace, then soared to greatness and dominated the worlds. Recent event, severely injured over a single bun, damaging her foundation, which would hinder her future rise as the 9 Flame Empress. This dazzling life script nearly stunned Sui Xian. He looked at the dirty little beggar beside him in disbelief. Having integrated with the original owner and future memories, Sui Xian clearly knew what kind of being an empress was. At minimum, one of the peak figures of Lingxiao continent. An empress? Her? Looking at the beggar's tense, sooty little face, Su Yixuan found it amusing. But since he'd discovered the fallen future Empress, she would surely become a great asset to him later. If the system gave him this task, there must be a reason. With that thought, Su Yixuan walked over to the beggar, crouched down, and asked gently, "Does it hurt?" Unexpectedly, the beggar gave him a guarded look and tightly clutched the remaining half-bun into her filthy clothes. She thought he wanted to take it. Su Yixuan chuckled and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'm not here to steal your bun." Then, as if recalling something, he moved his index finger slightly, and from the storage ring on his hand, a streak of light emerged. A fragrant healing pill floated midair. The scent alone made bystanders feel relaxed and refreshed. As the Tao child of the Holy Land, even a random pill from him was a supreme treasure to mortals. This one was called Sacred Spring Rejuvenation Pill. For cultivators below Condensed Essence Realm, it was a life-saving treasure. Seeing Su Yixuan conjure the pill from thin air, floating in midair, bystanders gasped. Out of nothing, immortal technique. Immortal. A true immortal's technique. Some even knelt down on the spot. On the other side, Wang Er's face turned ashen. It's over. He had still held a sliver of hope, but this youth really was a disciple of the Taichu Holy Land. And it looked like this beggar girl had something to do with him. The beggar tilted her head adorably, looking confused at the floating pill. Su Yixuan's heart softened. He couldn't help but admire her beautiful, expressive eyes. Ignoring her filthy hair, he gently patted her head and softly said, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." The beggar trembled at his touch, instantly retreating like a frightened cat. But her injuries flared up with those steps, causing unbearable pain. Su Yixuan immediately noticed and, without asking, flicked his finger. The Sacred Spring Rejuvenation Pill shot straight into her mouth. The pill melted instantly, spreading a warm flow through her body before she could react. It felt wonderfully soothing. Like lying in a cozy bed, her body radiated a faint green glow. In moments, all her wounds healed and fell away. She was completely restored. The beggar looked at herself in shock, twisting her once numb and aching arm in disbelief. Witnessing this miracle, the crowd was stunned. An immortal's technique. This child's luck is unbelievable, to gain an immortal's favor. My lord, please take me as a disciple. I'll do anything. Su Yixuan ignored the noise and smiled at the beggar. Now do you believe me? The beggar stared at his face for a long moment, then whispered softly, "Thank you." Su Yixuan smiled, stood beside her, shielding her with his body, and calmly asked Wang Er, "What did this child do for you to torment her like that?" The beggar was stunned. She hadn't expected him to speak for her and didn't know how to react. Wang Er, having seen Su Yixuan's divine-like powers, was drenched in sweat and trembling on the ground. "My lord, I truly didn't know she was your person. If I had known, even with 10 lives I wouldn't have dared. Spare me, my lord. I have elderly parents and young children. Please spare this dog's life." Su Yixuan frowned, slightly annoyed. He turned to the beggar and asked softly, "He said you stole their restaurant's bun. Is it true?" "It's true." Before the beggar could speak, Wang Er hastily interrupted. "Umph." Su Yixuan snorted coldly. An invisible pressure instantly bore down on Wang Er. He almost suffocated. Su Yixuan said coldly, "Did I give you permission to speak?" He looked at the little one. She lowered her head, glanced at Wang Er on the ground, hesitating and nervous. Su Yixuan gave her a reassuring look and gently said, "Don't be afraid. If you're wronged, speak up. No one will hit you now. I'll stand up for you. Big brother." Upon hearing this, a faint light flickered in the beggar's big, beautiful eyes. She wasn't sure if it was because Su Yixuan had just healed her, but she felt an inexplicable sense of trust toward him. Like a breeze in spring, warm and comforting. Looking at Su Yixuan's encouraging gaze, the little beggar pulled out the wrinkled bun she had been clutching in her arms. It was already a bit cold. She finally opened her mouth and said, "I didn't. A pretty big sister gave it to me. That big sister had ordered a whole table of food for me, but after she left, he took it all away." As she spoke of the upsetting memory, the little beggar grew more and more aggrieved, and tears began to pour down her face. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd immediately began cursing. Didn't expect this guy to be the real liar. He almost fooled us. Even bullying a child, what shamelessness. Bah! My lord, this guy got what he deserved. Because of Su Yixuan's presence, public opinion instantly turned overwhelmingly against Wang Er. The noisy commotion attracted the attention of the shopkeeper from the restaurant. He came out with a frown and shouted in displeasure, "What's with the noise? What happened here?" But when he saw Su Yixuan, his eyes widened, and his legs gave out. With a loud thud, he knelt straight down. His whole body trembled as he kowtowed with utmost reverence. "My lord Daozi." Huh? Someone in the mortal world recognized his identity? Sui Xian was a bit surprised. He didn't know that the shopkeeper had once been a servant disciple at the Taichu Holy Land and had the fortune to see Sui Xian's true face once, so he naturally recognized him. Sui Xian didn't say much about it and instead looked coldly at Wang Er and said in a deep voice, "Is this true?" Wang Er broke into a cold sweat after hearing the little beggar's words. His sturdy body trembled violently as he knelt on the ground. He kept kowtowing and said, "Spare me, my lord. What that little beggar said is all lies. No customer ever ordered a meal for her. My lord, think about it, even if what she said is true, why would a woman unrelated to her order a whole table of food for a beggar? Is that so?" Sui Xian's gaze darkened slightly, and the pressure he emitted suddenly intensified. Wang Er instantly collapsed to the ground, unable to move. "I'll give you one more chance. If you lie again, you know the consequences." Sui Xian's tone was calm, as if speaking about something unrelated to him. In truth, even if Wang Er had told the truth, Sui Xian would still have made him admit his fault. After all, one was a future empress, and the other was just a regular person. How could the two even compare? Moreover, Sui Xian could tell that the little girl was not lying. The shopkeeper, listening from the side, was terrified. Although he didn't understand what was going on, it was obvious that Wang Er had stirred up massive trouble again. Who was Sui Xian? He was the Tao child of the Taichu Holy Land. A figure whose status was second only to the sect leader. And this wretched fool had the nerve to offend him? He must have a death wish. He pointed at Wang Er and cursed. "Wang Er! You dog, what did you do? Still not confessing?" At this point, Wang Er felt like he was being crushed into a meat patty. Snapping sounds came from his body as several bones broke, and his face contorted in pain. He didn't even have the strength to speak and could only force out a few words with difficulty. "My lord. I was wrong. I lied. Spare me." Only then did Sui Xian withdraw the pressure. He gently turned to the little beggar, whose face was streaked black with tears, and said warmly, "It's okay now, it's over." He even reached out to pat her head. Only then did the little beggar slowly stop crying, her big wet eyes looking pitifully at Sui Xian. Sui Xian's heart softened again, and he simply picked her up. He didn't mind that her dirty little body might stain his white clothes. The little beggar was stunned, too surprised to react. With the pressure gone, Wang Er's tense body relaxed, and he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Sui Xian looked at him coldly and said slowly, "If you can hit a child like that, then doing this to you isn't too much, is it?" Wang Er's expression changed dramatically. He didn't even see how Sui Xian moved, but suddenly his limbs twisted into unnatural angles, and his body took on a grotesque shape. In less than a second, intense pain overwhelmed Wang Er's mind. "Ah!" Wang Er let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted. Sui Xian instinctively covered the little beggar's eyes to stop her from seeing. But he didn't notice that the little beggar pushed away his hand and looked at the miserable Wang Er with a cold, expressionless face. Despite how brutal this act was, the onlookers said nothing. Instead, they nodded in agreement. That's what happens when you offend an immortal. Wang Er had it coming. He's always been a bully with his muscles. "Well done, my lord." The apathy of people was clear, but Sui Xian didn't care. He turned around and left with the dazed little beggar in his arms. Just then, the shopkeeper ran up and said, "Daozi. Lord Daozi, please wait." Sui Xian stopped and looked at him questioningly. "What is it?" The shopkeeper looked at Sui Xian's striking face and felt ashamed. He quickly said, "My lord Daozi, please wait. One of my lowly workers had no eyes and dared offend you. I've already ordered that he be buried alive. My lord Daozi, to be honest, I was once a disciple of the Taichu Holy Land too, though only a servant. I was lucky enough to witness your true form once and have never forgotten it. I feel truly ashamed about what happened today. I have nothing else to offer in apology. May I invite you to dine at my Gathering Wine restaurant instead? We just got a new batch of cold flood dragon meat from the Foundation building realm, cool and tender. Also Ling Mountain chicken, green scale fish, and other rare delicacies. I won't say we're the best, but in Qing City, no one dares claim second place in flavor if we claim first. Would the Daozi honor us with your presence?" Sui Xian was about to refuse when he heard the little one's stomach growl. He froze for a moment. Then saw the string of drool at the corner of her mouth and laughed. "Then let's go take a look." The shopkeeper was overjoyed and said with great honor, "Great, great, great. Right this way, my lord Daozi." Inside the third floor of the Gathering Wine restaurant. All the guests who could dine on the third floor were people of high status, but today, not a single person was present. Because of the arrival of the Tao child from the Holy Land, the restaurant manager specially cleared out the few guests on the third floor. Once the guests learned that someone from the Taichu Holy Land had come, they fully understood and left without complaint, even casting envious glances at the manager on their way out. Who would have thought the usually friendly-looking manager was connected to such an important figure from the Taichu Holy Land? The Taichu Holy Land was not something people of the mortal world could afford to offend. No matter how powerful or prestigious one was among mortals, to cultivators, they were nothing but ants easily crushed with a flick. Though most cultivators disdained dealing with mortals, there were always a few who were extreme. Sui Xian didn't say anything about the manager's actions. After all, he didn't like noisy places either. The manager enthusiastically brought out one exquisite and fragrant dish after another, smiling as he said to Sui Xian, "Lord Daozi, please try it. I used to be the head cook in the Holy Land. I wonder if the flavor still suits your taste." The waiters nearby were stunned to see how eagerly the manager was behaving. Usually, all cooking was handled by the chefs in the back, so what kind of big shot had come today? Look at the manager, he's more eager than the waiters. Sui Xian glanced at the table full of delicacies and nodded lightly. Just leave it here. Thank you." Hearing this, the manager was thrilled. "It is my honor, Lord Daozi. Please enjoy. If you need anything, just call me." He stepped aside, eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Sui Xian gave a slight sound in reply, then looked at the small girl sitting across from him, stiff and nervous. He smiled and said, "Eat." The little beggar clearly felt uneasy. She looked at the elegantly decorated building, seeming to feel out of place. She just stared at the table full of delicious food without making a move. Seeing this, Sui Xian asked in confusion, "Why aren't you eating? Do you not like the food?" This question scared the manager badly. Good heavens! These were all signature dishes of the Gathering Wine restaurant. What's going on with this little ancestor? Anyone with eyes could see, Lord Daozi seemed to care deeply about this little beggar. The little beggar looked at Sui Xian and gently shook her head. Maybe she didn't like it? Sui Xian was puzzled and picked up a piece of translucent cold flood dragon meat. He dipped it in sauce and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, the dragon meat's fresh flavor spread, silky and smooth, melting immediately. It was cold and refreshing. The texture was like top-grade sliced tuna, smooth but not greasy. The dragon meat released waves of spiritual energy into his limbs. Just one bite was a delight, both physically and mentally. Truly worthy of being the restaurant's signature dish. Sui Xian nodded and said, "The taste is quite good. You try it." He picked up a piece of cold flood dragon meat and placed it into the little girl's porcelain bowl. "Bun." At that moment, the little beggar suddenly spoke. Sui Xian was stunned. "What did you say?" The little beggar lowered her head and slowly said again, "Bun. I want to eat buns." "Huh?" This time, not just the manager, Sui Xian himself was dumbfounded. This table was full of rare delicacies, flying, crawling, and swimming creatures of all kinds. And she says she wants to eat buns? He chuckled helplessly. What's so great about buns? Don't these dishes taste better? The little beggar didn't say anything and stayed silent. Seeing her stubborn expression, Sui Xian smiled and had no choice but to call to the manager. "Manager, do you have buns here?" The manager quickly replied, Yes. Of course we do. Buns, right? Lord Daozi, please wait a moment." He then glared at a few waiters behind him and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Didn't you hear the little master wants buns? Go make them quickly. Be sure to bring every filling we have in the restaurant." The waiters nodded repeatedly like pecking chickens. While waiting, Sui Xian casually asked, "By the way, I still don't know your name." "I'm Sui Xian. What about you?" Sui Xian smiled warmly. The little beggar hesitated for a while, seemingly struggling internally. After a long pause, she softly said, "Qiu Qingli. Mother used to call me Lier." Sui Xian squinted slightly and smiled. "That's a nice name. Why are you here? Where's your family?" This seemed to touch a sore spot. Lier didn't speak, and her eyes dimmed. Sui Xian quickly realized his mistake. The life script only shows general information, it can't detail everything. He apologized, and the scene grew awkward. Both were unsure what to say. Finally, Lier broke the silence. "Why did you save me?" That question stumped Sui Xian. He couldn't exactly say, "Because you're destined to become a world-renowned empress." People would think he was crazy. He casually replied, "When I saw you, I thought of my younger sister. Maybe that's why." Across from him, Lier pouted, lowered her head, and muttered softly while swinging her legs. "Liar. Huh?" Sui Xian pretended not to hear and chuckled. Just then, the manager brought over a steaming plate of buns, followed by several waiters. After setting the plate down, the manager beamed and said, "Buns are here." These are red bean paste, pork, flood dragon meat, fish. He listed dozens of fillings. Though the table was large, it now seemed almost too small for them all. Seeing the table full of buns, Suishian said, "Clear away the other dishes." The manager panicked and asked, "What's wrong, Lord Daozi? Are the dishes not to your liking?" Suishian shook his head and smiled. "No. I already tried them. They taste great. Lier and I will just eat buns. It's been a while since I've had any." The manager had no choice but to retreat. With a whole table of buns laid out, Lier's clear eyes sparkled, and she kept swallowing her saliva. Suishian laughed and said gently, "This should be okay now. Go ahead and eat." "I don't get it, why ignore all that good food just for buns?" What Suishian didn't know was that, since becoming a beggar, she struggled just to stay fed. Even getting a steamed bun was a blessing, let alone meat buns. Every time she passed a bun shop, she'd crave them. Her biggest dream was to eat buns every day. Compared to that, the earlier fancy dishes felt like a dream. As soon as Suishian finished speaking, Lier grabbed a bun in each hand and started gobbling them up. Her cheeks puffed out like a hamster as she munched happily. She actually looked kind of cute. "Eat slowly, be careful not to choke." Suishian rested his chin on one hand, smiling as he quietly watched Lier bury her head in the food. No one knew how many buns she had eaten. Her small belly was a bit round. Lier held a bun in one hand and raised her little head. Their eyes met just like that. Maybe she felt a little embarrassed. Lier's small face turned red, but fortunately her face was so dirty that Suishian couldn't see the change. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at him, and softly said, Why aren't you eating?" Suishian smiled and shook his head, looking at several empty plates, his expression thoughtful. If at first he had approached Lier with a purpose, now he truly felt heartache. Thinking about how she was beaten so badly just for a steamed bun. How long had she been hungry? He said gently, "I'm not hungry. Lier, you eat more. Are there enough buns? If not, I'll have the manager bring more." Being watched by Suishian like that, little Lier became much shyer, lowering her head and saying, "Why are you so nice to me?" As she spoke, her little body began to tremble, and she started crying. This really flustered Suishian. As the Tao child of a great holy land, admired by tens of thousands, he was always graceful and confident. When had he ever seen a little girl cry? He was at a complete loss, quickly getting up and moving to Lier's side, asking, "What's wrong, what's wrong? Why are you crying, Lier? Are you feeling unwell?" Suishian didn't know what to do. Could it be the injuries from earlier hurting again? That shouldn't be. Lier was still immortal now, and the sacred spring recovery pill should have healed all her hidden ailments. Seeing the anxious appearance of Lord Daozi, the nearby manager was stunned. Just who was this little beggar? Could she be Lord Daozi's illegitimate daughter? Otherwise, why would he spoil her like this? As Suishian approached, Lier cried even louder. No matter how he comforted her, it didn't work, until a while later. Lier shook her head and looked at Suishian with a bitter little face, saying, "Lier is fine. Lier just doesn't understand why Big Brother is so nice to her." Hearing that, Suishian, feeling distressed, picked her up and patted her back, gently saying, all right, it's okay, don't cry. Didn't I say? You remind me of my little sister." Lier didn't speak, just buried her head into Suishian's chest and softly said in a muffled voice, "Then can Lier call you Big Brother?" Suishian nodded with a light smile and said, "Of course you can." Lier's crying softened. When she lifted her head, Suishian's white robes were all dirty and wet. Suishian didn't mind. Lier looked at Suishian with teary eyes, her eyes bright and clear, softly calling out, "Brother." Suishian nodded and gave her a gentle smile. Brother is here. Brother. I'm here. Brother. Lier didn't speak again, just looked at Suishian with big, watery eyes, full of pitiful emotion. Suishian couldn't help but rub her little head, smiling as he said, "Lier, how about you stay with Big Brother from now on?" As soon as he said that, Suishian's expression turned a little awkward. Wait. Why did this scene feel a bit wrong? Lier tilted her head and asked a strange question. "Can I eat buns every day?" Although confused, Suishian answered without thinking, "Yes. As long as Lier wants, you can eat whatever you like." "Okay. Wherever Big Brother goes, Lier will go," Lier said sweetly and innocently. Suishian was stunned. That easy? He couldn't quite believe it and asked, "Really, Lier?" Lier nodded and looked at Suishian, saying crisply, "Because you're Lier's brother, Lier wants to follow brother. And I want to eat buns every day." When she mentioned buns, Lier's eyes lit up like snow. Suishian smiled bitterly. Looks like this little foodie just wants to eat buns every day. Who would have thought that the future nine-flame empress of the entire heaven domain could be won over by a bun in a restaurant? From his arms, Lier's belly growled again. Sui Xian couldn't help but laugh. Lier's hungry again? Don't worry, take your time eating. When you're done, brother will take you for a bath. Look how dirty you are. About half an hour later, Sui Xian clicked his tongue as he looked at the towering pile of plates. The nearby manager was also dumbfounded. He had never seen someone eat so much. Sui Xian teased, I really don't know how your little belly can hold so many buns. Lier wiped her mouth with her hand and lay contentedly in Sui Xian's arms. Seeing this, Sui Xian took a napkin and wiped her mouth and hands, gently reminding her. Lier, after eating, remember to wipe your mouth, okay? Lier squinted her eyes happily, humming like a little kitten. She hadn't felt this relaxed and satisfied in a long time. Are you full? Sui Xian asked with affection. Lier looked up at Sui Xian's face, feeling like she was dreaming. She softly said, brother. Sui Xian responded. What is it? Lier shook her head, her lips curling into a soft smile, revealing her white little teeth. Her sooty face somehow made Sui Xian feel she was adorable. Seeing how much Lier loved buns, Sui Xian turned to the manager and said, Manager, please pack several portions of buns. The manager responded with great enthusiasm. Of course, Lord Daozi. Earlier, he had been worried the food wouldn't suit the Daozi's taste. But now, seeing the little one eat so much, he was relieved. After all, he used to be the head cook of the Holy Land. Sui Xian then asked, By the way, manager, do you have a place for bathing here? I plan to give Lier a bath. The manager smiled and said, Lord Daozi, you can bathe in the back courtyard. I'll take you there shortly. Sui Xian nodded, and with a flick of his finger, a pure white, spirit-filled pill shot toward the manager. For your warm hospitality to me and Lier, and seeing that your cultivation is close to breaking through to the Qi-gathering realm, this advancement pill will be the payment for today's meal. The manager stared unblinkingly at the floating white pill, trembling all over with excitement. The advancement pill, this was a 6th-grade mortal rank pill. It could directly help someone at the peak of pulse refinement break into the Qi-gathering realm, without any bottlenecks, smooth as flowing water. Its value was extremely high, worth at least several hundred low-grade spirit stones or dozens of sect contribution points. With his identity as a servant disciple of the Taichu Holy Land, he had never even had a chance to get one. Although it meant little to a Daozi, to someone like him, it was a priceless treasure. The manager's lips trembled as he spoke with a shaking voice. Lord Daozi, for just a common meal, how could I possibly accept such a precious pill? Even so, his eyes betrayed him, burning with desire, never leaving the pill. Sui Xian said calmly. It's nothing. We are both disciples of the Holy Land, no need for burden. This. The manager still looked hesitant, struggling inwardly. He had been stuck at the 9th level of pulse refinement for 3 or 4 years. With this pill, he could break through to Qi-gathering realm, and perhaps even become an outer disciple of the Taichu Holy Land. And if he became an outer disciple, his status would be completely different. He would no longer need to run a restaurant in the mortal world. Finally, the manager still couldn't resist the allure of the advancement pill. He received the pill and bowed deeply to Sui Xian with extreme respect, saying excitedly, In that case, thank you very much, Lord Daozi. Your kindness, Lord Daozi, I will never forget for the rest of my life. Sui Xian casually waved his hand. It was just an advancement pill. Perhaps for others, it was a priceless treasure they might never obtain in their lifetime. But to him, it was no different from a single coin. However, after integrating the memories of this world, he also understood that this world was extremely polarized. The strong grow stronger, while the weak only get weaker. Those struggling at the bottom find it hard to climb up. Even someone like the manager, half a cultivator, could only earn less than a few dozen low-grade spirit stones in a year by running a restaurant in the mortal world. After giving the advancement pill, the manager became even more attentive, almost ready to carry Sui Xian in a palanquin. Bowing and scraping, his face full of a silly smile. Sui Xian patted little Lier's head and said, Lier, lit isco. Time to take a bath. In the backyard of Gathering Wine Restaurant, the group arrived at a door. The manager respectfully said, Lord Daozi, this is the bathing area. As he spoke, the manager glanced at Lier, whom Sui Xian was holding by the hand, and said, The bathwater has already been prepared by the servants. Sui Xian nodded, looked at the dirty Lier beside him, and said, Lier, do you want a maid to help you? Lier tugged at Sui Xian's hand and said, Brother. What is it? Sui Xian asked. Lier hesitated, fidgeting as she said, Lier, Lier wants brother to help Lier bathe. Su Yixian was stunned. Looking at the tiny Lier. She's underage. That's a crime. Seeing that Su Yixian didn't respond, Lier lowered her head in disappointment and softly said, "Is that not okay?" Looking at Lier's disappointed expression, Su Yixian took a deep breath. Forget it, she's just a child. Why am I overthinking? With that thought, Su Yixian reluctantly nodded. Seeing this, Lier grinned happily, her joy written all over her face. She bounced along as she followed Su Yixian inside. Behind them, the manager sensibly closed the door. As soon as they entered the bathing room, warm steam filled the room like mist. A round wooden tub was filled with hot water, with a fire burning underneath. The tall and the small figure stood next to the wooden tub, neither making a move. Looking at the tiny Lier beside him, Su Yixian was at a loss and didn't know where to start. He gently picked up Lier, sniffed her, and frowned. Stinky. Her tattered clothes probably hadn't been washed in ages. He glanced over and saw the clean clothes the manager had prepared for the child. Though not luxurious, they showed the manager's care. He's thoughtful. Su Yixian thought to himself. Fumbling awkwardly for a while, he still couldn't get Lier's ragged clothes off. Su Yixian almost resorted to using his spiritual energy. Seeing this, Lier wrinkled her nose and said sweetly, "Brother is so clumsy." After speaking, she took off her top with a few movements by herself. In no time, she was completely undressed. Su Yixian instinctively closed his eyes and used his six senses to perceive the surroundings. Once cultivators reached the pulse-opening realm and broke through 108 acupoints in the body, they could sense everything even with their eyes closed. Su Yixian, holding Lier's soft and boneless body in one hand, reached into the tub with the other to test the water temperature. Once it felt right, he gently placed Lier into the bath. Only then did he open his eyes and breathe a long sigh of relief. Lier seemed to really enjoy the warm water. Her bright eyes narrowed slightly like a kitten. She grabbed the wooden tub with her little hands. Su Yixian stood up and said, "Lier, wash yourself. Call me when you're done." Just as he turned around, he felt his sleeve being tugged. Looking back, Lier was staring at him with misty eyes, pitifully saying, "Is brother abandoning Lier?" Su Yixian felt a pang of guilt under her gaze. He sat down, holding his head, looking like a defeated rooster, and helplessly said, Okay. Brother won't leave. I'll stay here with you." He didn't notice the sly smile on Lier's face in the bath. Su Yixian held Lier's little face, dipped a towel in water, and gently began to wipe. Lier kept one eye closed while watching Su Yixian intently with the other. Su Yixian didn't notice her gaze, continuing to clean her face as he spoke. "Little Lier, how long has it been since you last bathed? Your face is so dirty, like a lump of coal." He wiped for a long time before finally cleaning her sooty face. Only then did Su Yixian really see her face. He began to wonder if he had mistaken her for someone else. Who is this? In the tub, Lier's clean face was pink and delicate, like a beautiful doll. Her skin was soft, cheeks rosy, with a lovely small nose and a pair of clear, bright eyes full of innocence and purity. She looked nothing like the dirty little beggar from before. Even Su Yixian hadn't expected. Lier was actually this pretty and cute. Su Yixian couldn't help but ask, "Lier, did you deliberately smudge your face?" People tend to show their greatest kindness to beautiful things. Su Yixian didn't believe that no kind person would adopt Lier with that face. How did she end up as a beggar? Ahem. She seemed to choke on some water. Lier wrinkled her brows, her little nose red, sniffled, and nodded. If Lier didn't do that, a lot of bad people would try to take me away. Bad people? Could it be? Suddenly, Su Yixian thought of something. With a thought, Lier's life script information appeared before his eyes. Name, Qiu Qingli. Identity, none. Destiny, 80,000. Cultivation, none. Fate traits, Child of Destiny, 9 Flame Empress, Great Fortune, Unmatched, Enemy of the World, Empress of all worlds, Fire Transformation Divine Body. Current luck, Fortune Turning. Life script, Protagonist of Eternal Empress. Orphaned from a young age, wandered homeless until age 10 when she met the palace master of Yuqing Palace, then rose to greatness and ruled the world. More details. Recent event, accidentally encountered and taken in by a Dao child of the Taichu Holy Land at Gathering Wine Restaurant in Qing City, hidden injuries healed, future altered. Lier's severe injuries and low luck had already disappeared. Looking at the recent events, was it all because of me? Su Yixian had changed Lier's current fate. He opened the detailed life script of Lier. And when he noticed one particular line, his pupils slightly contracted. Just as expected. It was true. In Lier's detailed life script, Su Yixian finally found information about her background. Eternal Empress, life script. Daughter of Qiu Xing from the ancient clan in the upper realm. During the rebellion of the ancient clan, she was sent to the lower realm. After a series of events, she discovered the deep blood feud she bore. Once her cultivation was complete, she destroyed the ancient clan, broke through her heart demon, forged a supreme Tao heart, and became a peerless empress. Ancient clan, huh? Sui Xian looked at Li Er in the wooden tub. No wonder Li Er said bad people wanted to take her away. Right now Li Er was still young and didn't understand anything. Once she grew older, she would. Li Er blinked her big, bright eyes, tilting her head at Sui Xian. Seeing Sui Xian dazed, she asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Sui Xian smiled and shook his head, rubbing her wet hair, and said, "Nothing." Li Er looked at him with innocent eyes, while Sui Xian silently compared in his mind. He wondered whether Li Er's ancient clan or his own eternal clan was stronger. After meeting Li Er and activating the system, Sui Xian had also checked his own life script. Name, Sui Xian. Identity, Su clan of the Eternal Family, Tao child of Taichu Holy Land. Destiny, 20,000. Realm, 9th layer of the lawbreaking realm. Fate traits, peerless genius, gold, heavens chosen of the era, gold. Techniques, Taichu sacred art, 9 revolutions body refining manual, white tiger slaughtering divine ability. Artifacts, Taichu sword, demon refining pot, jade gourd. Current luck, smooth sailing, fortune at hand. Life script, martial emperor, antagonist. A descendant of the eternal Su clan in the upper realm, left behind in the lower realm. Born in the upper realm, with stunning talent and great strength, peerless among peers. Offended the future martial emperor in the Taichu sacred sect, later ascended back to the upper realm and rejoined the Su clan. Died in the battle to become emperor at the hands of the martial emperor, causing the destruction of the eternal Su clan. More details? Recent events. Due to Sui Xian's actions, recent events change and no longer follow the original script. But Sui Xian clearly remembered when he first checked his life script in the market. It said, "Offended the martial emperor, sowing the seeds of future enmity." With the system, Sui Xian understood himself even better than the original host. The Tao child identity in the lower realm's Lingxiao continent was just a stepping stone. His true identity was similar to Li Er's. He was the direct descendant of the eternal Su clan from the upper realm, sent to the lower realm to undergo trials. The Su clan had an unspoken rule: at age 14, every child must enter the lower realm to train. Competition in the eternal clan was fierce, only the strong survived. It was a sacred clan of the upper realm. If one passed the trial in the chaotic lower realm, the clan would send someone to retrieve them. If an accident occurred and the trial failed, even the child of the main family would be excluded and could never return. Luckily, his starting point was high. His parents were both powerhouses in the clan and arranged for him to enter a holy land during his trial. His brothers and cousins weren't so lucky. However, according to the script, he would soon offend the future martial emperor. System, can I directly kill a destiny protagonist? Sui Xian asked. Ding. Host, you can. But it is not recommended. Destiny protagonists carry heavenly Tao luck. Killing one forcibly would result in karmic backlash. Host can weaken or influence them to reduce their destiny value, which can then be absorbed. Once host's destiny value is 10 times higher than the protagonist's, killing will incur no karma. 10 times? Sui Xian's gaze darkened as he pondered. Destiny protagonists always had immense fortune. Li Er alone had 80,000 destiny points, 60,000 more than him. But according to the system, action was still possible. If he wanted to, he could kill a destiny protagonist early. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Sui Xian's lips. He calmed his mind, eyes flickering, lost in thought. After bathing Li Er, he changed her into new clothes. Though not luxurious silk, her naturally beautiful features made her look bright and full of spirit even in a simple cyan outfit. Li Er hugged Sui Xian tightly, soft and warm in his arms. Sui Xian gently smiled. He opened the door. The manager, who had been waiting, stepped forward and respectfully said, "Lord Daozi." Sui Xian nodded slightly. Seeing Li Er in his arms, the manager was stunned. His pupils contracted in disbelief. This was the beggar girl the Daozi had taken in earlier? She's actually so beautiful. Clicking his tongue in awe, the manager sincerely said, "Lord Daozi has excellent taste. This child will surely grow into a peerless beauty." Ah? Sui Xian froze. Did this guy misunderstand something? Forget it. He didn't explain and simply said, "I have business to attend to, I won't stay long." Because just then, Sui Xian remembered why he had come here. To attend the Jinling Commerce Guild's auction. Jinling Commerce Guild was a massive organization that operated in both the mortal and cultivator worlds. They sold everything from pills, artifacts, and spirit beasts for cultivators, to salt and rice for commoners. Controlling 20% of Lingxiao continent's resources, it was one of the most famous merchant guilds with branches all over. The headquarters was in the East Sea of Dongzhou, and the Yunhai Prefecture branch was one of its divisions. Sui Xian had heard that this auction would include several treasures. Even he, at the law-breaking realm, was tempted. Just at a breakthrough point, he decided to make the trip. And now, he had really come a long way. The manager nodded without trying to make him stay. After all, to be allowed to dine here with Lord Daozi was already the greatest honor. What surprised him was how gentle and kind the Daozi was. Even as an ordinary servant disciple, he was treated kindly. Other inner disciples of the Holy Land wouldn't even give him a second glance. As a servant disciple of a sacred sect, he might be powerful in the mortal world, but inside the sect, he might not even be as valued as a disciple's spirit pet. But Lord Daozi not only respected him. He had gifted him the advancement pill. As Sui Xian disappeared, the manager clenched the pill tightly. He swore to become an outer disciple of the Holy Land. One day, he would serve Lord Daozi with all his might. Yunqing, Yunhai Prefecture. It was the most prosperous place in Yunhai. Perhaps due to the auction, the city was bustling with crowds. Most people were dressed in luxurious clothes, exuding nobility. Many disciples of great forces rode rare beasts never seen before, strutting proudly through the streets. Outside the city gates, spirit boats landed one after another, full of passengers. A child just disembarked with his parents and looked up at the sky, startled by a huge shadow. "Mom, what is that?" The voice was so loud that people around all looked up. A massive, sky-darkening flood dragon's ferocious head emerged from the clouds, tearing through the air. The guards of the city immediately raised their weapons. The captain of the guard turned pale. "Lingxian flood dragon? That's a true pill realm beast from the primal mountains. How could it appear in human territory?" He shouted. "Alert! Alert! Beast attack!" Someone pointed and shouted. "Look! There's someone on it!" Everyone looked up. Atop the flood dragon's head stood Sui Xian in white robes, ethereal and unmatched, like a banished immortal, gazing down at all. No one below could look away. What a grand display! Which great power sent someone? To tame a true pill realm flood dragon as a mount, this must be a core disciple from one of the four great powers. Everyone began to discuss. Upon recognizing the figure, the guards sighed in relief. The pressure lifted from their hearts. In awe, they wondered. Which sacred expert had come? On the dragon's head, Sui Xian felt the breeze on his face, white robes fluttering, looking down on the tiny people below. He couldn't help but sigh. So this is how cultivators travel? Quite convenient. In his arms, Li Er's eyes sparkled as she curiously looked around, forgetting even her bun. Sui Xian gently patted her head and smiled. "Li Er, we've arrived." Li Er looked around curiously like a little explorer. Sui Xian, holding Li Er, jumped off the Lingxian flood dragon and walked through the air. His white robe billowed in the wind as the crowd outside Yun City stared intently at him. "What a handsome young master, I wonder which great power trained him," someone said. "Probably someone attending the Jinling Commerce Guild auction. I heard they have many treasures for sale this time," another replied. Sui Xian glanced over the crowd and briefly checked their life scripts. Most of them were gray, with only a few other colors. None reached purple, nothing remarkable. Slightly disappointed, he carried Li Er into Yun City. Because of the flood dragon, people moved aside to give space, showing fear. After all, most were ordinary people, and even the few cultivators avoided the sight of the dragon mount. Upon entering the prosperous city, Li Er was immediately captivated by the dazzling stalls. She asked Sui Xian to set her down and hopped about like a little rabbit, bouncing, looking, and exploring. Her playful curiosity was vivid. Li Er pointed at a stall with sugar-coated hawthorn skewers stuck in wooden posts. Her big round eyes stared and she asked, "What is that?" She clicked her lips, drooling in desire. The hawthorn vendor was a youth in coarse clothes. Seeing Li Er's cute and playful demeanor, he thought, "Whose little girl is this?" Seeing her longing expression, he smiled and said, "Little girl, those are sugar-coated hawthorns. They're sweet and tasty. You want a skewer? They're only 3 wen." Sugar-coated hawthorn, Li Er murmured, staring at them and swallowing saliva hard. But when she heard they cost money, she shook her head, disappointed. "I don't have money, let it go." Seeing this, the vendor gave a kind smile. Though she was beautiful, her outfit made him think she probably couldn't afford it. He didn't like seeing her disappointment, so he smiled and picked a skewer, handing it to her. "This doesn't cost much. Since you seem to want it so much, I'll give you one." Upon hearing that, Li Er's bright eyes lit up. She looked at the vendor gratefully and said, "Really?" The youth nodded and bowed slightly as he handed her the skewer. Li Er happily took it and shyly said, "Thank you." She clutched the skewer tightly and tentatively licked it. Her eyes shone brilliantly, pure happiness. Delicious. The vendor smiled and felt his mood lighten from the sight of the girl. Lier, don't run so fast. There are many people here. What if brother loses you? At that moment, Suishian approached slowly. He glanced at the sugar-coated hawthorn in Lier's hand and smiled, saying, "Did you pay for that hawthorn?" The vendor paused slightly upon seeing Suishian. Suishian stepped forward and spoke kindly to the youth. "Sorry, my younger sister troubled you. How much is it?" "I will pay." The youth recovered slightly and said, "It's okay. Is this your sister, young master? She seemed so cute. I just gave it to her, a skewer of hawthorn. It doesn't cost much." Lier ran to Suishian, grabbed his hand, and tugged. "Brother, that nice young man gave Lier the hawthorn. I didn't pay." Seeming worried Suishian would spend money, she said innocently. Suishian squatted down, fondly ruffled her head, and gently said, "Don't run off next time, all right? What if I lose you?" Hearing that, Lier recalled her days drifting alone and felt fear again. She opened her small hands toward Suishian. He smiled knowingly and lifted her up, then looked at the youth with mild surprise. Name, Yan Xiaoming. Identity, country youth. Destiny, 10,000. Cultivation, none. Fate traits, enemy of the world, purple, great devil path figure, purple, heaven-reaching demon cultivator, purple, transformed devil body, purple. Current luck, inheritance chance, disaster and fortune intertwined, fatal blood disaster. Life script, martial emperor, antagonist. Originally a rural youth who made a living by selling sugar-coated hawthorns. By chance he encountered righteous cultivators fighting demons. His family was destroyed, his personality changed. He obtained a demonic cultivation inheritance, walked the path of no return, becoming a villain during the mid-period of the martial emperor's era. More details? Recent turning point, returning home, encountered battle between righteous cultivator and demon cultivator, family perished. Received demonic inheritance, awakened transformed devil body, consumed the demon cultivator's cultivation. Suishian looked at the vendor, who looked his own age, somewhat puzzled. This sugar hawthorn seller had a fully purple fate trait. And according to the original script, he was like Suishian, also an antagonist in the Martial Emperor story, later a demon lord. Although Suishian had not yet located the Martial Emperor protagonist, this person was likewise an antagonist in that world. Then, the enemy's enemy is a friend. Suishian quietly thought. Smiling gently at Yan Xiaoming, he kindly reminded him. "Thank you for the porga hawthorn. The payment for the hawthorn is already on me. But you should go home and check on things." "Ah?" Yan Xiaoming froze, somewhat bewildered. Suishian didn't say much more. With a mysterious smile, he turned and carried Lier away. For a moment, Yan Xiaoming didn't react. He watched them depart and remembered what Suishian had said. "I already paid." He instantly realized the items left behind were dropped by the young master. He felt immense gratitude. He had truly met a noble person today. Looking at the stones in his hand, Yan Xiaoming was excited. Even a single low-grade spirit stone could sustain his family for years. He sold hawthorn for 3 won, even if he sold dozens a day, for decades, it still wouldn't equal 1 spirit stone. And here were 5 of them. Holding the stones tightly, his eyes shone with excitement. He hurriedly packed up his stall and rushed home eager. At that time, he had no idea how important the Devour Demon scripture he found was. Nor did he guess that those spirit stones left by Suishian were far beyond low grade, each worth thousands of spirit stones' value. Suishian had reviewed his life script and understood that Yan Xiaoming returning home would lead to that event. He didn't interfere. After all, if the demon cultivator hadn't died due to his actions, Yan Xiaoming would not follow the script. The butterfly effect was clear to Suishian. These items meant little to him. As fellow antagonists in the Martial Emperor script, Suishian felt some kinship. Plus, Yan Xiaoming gave Lier a free skewer, forging a good fate. In the future, it might help in dealing with the destiny protagonist of the Martial Emperor script. Jinling Commerce Guild is located in the most prosperous area of Yun City. The guild has 5 floors, the first 2 are filled with small stalls and vendors, anyone paying rent can set up shop there. Floors 3, 4, and 5 are occupied by disciples of sects and great powers, as well as official shops run by the Commerce Guild itself. On the first floor, there wasn't anything that interested Suishian. There were many people flowing through the guild. His purpose here was twofold: first, to learn about the auction, second, to check life scripts. He wanted to see if he could find the destiny protagonist from the Martial Emperor script early, or find other opportunities. Yan Xiaoming's inheritance opportunity might count as good fortune for others, but for Su Yixian, a Dao child of the Taichu Holy Land and a descendant of the powerful ancient Su clan, that inheritance from a lower realm demon cultivator was trivial. Only divine treasures or powerful artifacts that could enhance his strength would interest him. Although many pedestrians had life script events signaling recent fortune, none offered much benefit to Su Yixian. Some had obtained rare dragon saliva fruit or thousand-year earth milk, which might improve those below the condensation Xian realm, but for someone at the 8th Dao realm/9th layer lawbreaking realm, they were meaningless. As he checked more scripts, only a few with purple fate traits caught his interest. He skipped all gray scripts entirely. After briefly glancing across the first floor and feeling disappointed, Su Yixian looked at Li Er in his arms. Li Er was busy gnawing on a bun, clearly a little foodie. He wondered why she loved bun so much. He looked at her with helpless affection and said, "Aren't you tired of eating so many? It's not like there won't be more later." Before he finished speaking, Li Er shoved half a bun into Su Yixian's mouth. "MMM. With a big grin, she said. Li Er loves buns most of all. "Big brother, you should try this one, it's delicious." Su Yixian could only excuse himself with an indulgent pinch to her soft pink cheek. Vendors around shouted to attract customers. They sold miscellaneous items for worldly use. Cultivator necessities were only found on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. Su Yixian was somewhat disinterested, while Li Er was very curious about the new things around her. Seeing her wriggling in his arms, he asked, "Do you want to get down and walk around?" Li Er nodded, and he gently put her down. Hand in hand, they walked together. Su Yixian scanned life panels of people around him. Suddenly, one panel glowing with golden brilliance captured his attention. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, he found one. Looking closely. Wow! Name, Long Chen. Identity, illegitimate son of the Long family in Qingshui County. Destiny, 40,000. Realm, 6th layer of Pulse Refinement Realm. Fate traits, Destined Child, Gold, #Heavenly Bloodline, Gold, #Defying Fate, Gold, #Victorious in Battle, Purple, #Rock Like Dao Heart, Purple, Current Luck, Life in a Valley, Turning Point of Fate, Life Script, Protagonist of Heavenly Divine Body. A wastrel from a noble family betrayed by his beloved, expelled from the clan, but activating a jade pendant containing a drop of heavenly blood by chance. He merges it to forge a divine body and rises in rebellion. More details, Recent turning point, after being expelled, he began selling medicine at the guild to earn silver. Betrayed by his lover Shenhaiyu, his jade pendant was shattered, then healed and merged with the heavenly bloodline. All fate values were in gold or purple. Reading the life script, Su Yixian felt a surge of excitement. He had stumbled upon the moment when the destiny protagonist was about to merge with his golden finger, the heavenly bloodline. Finally, he looked at that person, a green-clothed youth running a street stall. Though the youth looked refined and determined, his attire suggested he came from a noble family. Yet he was working a stall. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yixian tugged Li Er's hand and said, "Li Er, let's go over there." "Yes." Li Er nodded gently in response. Long Chen was in a difficult time. His stall in front had cheap herbs laid out. As a dismissed half-clan member, betrayed and exiled, even his father treated him coldly. Now he lived solely by selling herbs he gathered from the mountains with his Pulse Refinement Realm cultivation. He could earn some silver coins from herbs, but cultivators trade in spirit stones. Silver only covered basic survival. If this continued, he would be stuck at the 6th layer indefinitely, never able to achieve revenge. He had nothing but his jade pendant carried by his mother. Long Chen touched the cool pendant on his chest and drifted in thought. Suddenly, he noticed darkness above. He looked up and saw a peerless handsome youth holding a delicate little girl before him. Long Chen was startled. Su Yixian glanced at the humble herbs, smiled faintly, and asked, "How much for these herbs?" As a cultivator himself, Long Chen sensed the gentle Dao essence drifting around Su Yixian. He tried to sense his cultivation, but his divine sense sank like a stone into the sea. He shivered inwardly. He studied Su Yixian carefully. With that appearance, his identity must be extraordinary. Why show interest in common herbs? Though puzzled, he honestly answered. Dragon beard grass, 3 silver, red flame flower, 5, mountain leek, 5. Su Yixian casually noticed Long Chen's subtle gestures and raised an eyebrow with no concern. Oh? Long Chen had told the truth. Though simple herbs, each was worth a fortune to ordinary people. The two stared at each other. Long Chen felt uneasy, as if he had no privacy before this person. Feeling uncomfortable, These herbs are just mundane items. If someone in your family is ill, you may go to the third floor of the guild, Long Chen kindly suggested. Sui Xian kept staring at Long Chen's round jade pendant. With cultivation 6 realms higher, he silently released divine sense into it. The moment his divine sense entered the pendant, he was hit by a mysterious force. It dissipated instantly. Sui Xian's heart leaped. As expected, it truly was the destiny protagonist's golden finger. Sui Xian said, "No matter. I happen to need these herbs. But I notice their quality is 30 to 40% higher than others. I wonder where you harvested them from?" he asked tentatively. Long Chen gave him a strange look after hearing this. Could this person be an alchemist? He grinned and said, These I collected from the Sunset Mountain range. Although their grade is low, their effect is indeed much better than ordinary ones. If you need them, I can give you a discount." Sui Xian squatted down, selecting herbs, and asked, "Do you have red flame flower that's 100 years old?" Long Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I do, but it will cost more." "That's fine, select a few stems for me." Sui Xian smiled. These herbs actually had no effect for him. But his intention was elsewhere. Long Chen didn't consider this strange. He bent down and selected several 100-year red flame flowers. Seeing Long Chen's jade pendant hanging in midair as he bent over, Sui Xian casually said, "This jade pendant is nice. Could I take a look?" Long Chen paused, holding several stems of red flame flower. Then he looked up. His jade pendant? He didn't doubt it and nodded. "This jade pendant was left by my mother. It's not particularly special. If you want to see it, I'll show it." Sui Xian was mildly surprised. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be so straightforward. Then he thought, at this point the destiny protagonist still didn't know how important the pendant was. Sui Xian received the round jade pendant and gently stroked it. His eyes brightened. Holding it, even he couldn't sense a trace of spiritual energy. It seemed no different than an ordinary jade. "All done?" Long Chen said. "All the 100-year red flame flower is here. You can take as many as you like." Sui Xian returned the jade pendant and said, "I'll take all these red flame flowers. I think your pendant is nice too, would you sell it to me?" Li tilted her head at Sui Xian, looking puzzled. Long Chen even more so. Why would this refined, extraordinary youth want his pendant in exchange for low-grade herbs? He looked at Sui Xian oddly. Sui Xian smiled gently and explained, "I like to collect delicate things. Your jade pendant looks quite special. How about selling it to me? As for price, how about 30 low-grade spirit stones?" "What?" Long Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. Was this person insane, or had he misheard? Using spirit stones for his pendant? Spirit stones circulated mainly in cultivator sects and were tightly controlled. They were not only currency, but contained spiritual energy for absorption or operation of spirit boats and high-level artifacts. The Long clan's highest cultivation was Dao Realm 5, Condensation Realm. As an illegitimate son of the Long clan, his resources were extremely limited. He might never earn one low-grade spirit stone a year for cultivation. He mostly absorbed spiritual energy directly from the air. The jade pendant was just a normal heirloom from his mother, nothing special. Long Chen couldn't believe it. He had once been regarded as a promising talent in Yun City. But 3 years ago he was betrayed and expelled by the one he loved, losing all cultivation resources. Falling behind his peers, even with extra effort, he only reached Pulse Refinement Realm 6. That was after spending several times more time absorbing energy than others. Cultivation was very resource-intensive. Collecting mountain herbs could never support cultivation. Now this person said he'd spend 30 spirit stones to buy the pendant? Of course Long Chen was tempted. With that many spirit stones, he could buy refinement pills to cultivate. His eyes burned with excitement. Sui Xian saw Long Chen's reaction and suppressed a quiet laugh, but remained calm and asked, "Have you made a decision?" After intense inner struggle, Long Chen gritted his teeth and said, "I'll pass. This pendant was left by my mother. You don't need to spend so many spirit stones on a useless jade pendant." Though it lacked special value, it had accompanied him for over 10 years. It was the only thing left by his mother. Its meaning couldn't be measured by spirit stones. Sui Xian nodded in understanding. Understood. He needed to raise his offer. Sui Xian looked at Long Chen seriously and said, "In that case, let's add a 300 low-grade spirit stones. How about that?" What a show of wealth, it stunned Long Chen. His breath caught. Did he hear correctly? How much? 300? He looked at Sui Xian in disbelief as his mind raced. This youth, just who was he? 300 spirit stones equaled nearly a full year's income for the Long clan. Not everyone could treat spirit stones so casually. As one of the four great powers of the continent, Taichu Holy Land had vastly more resources than small local clans. Still in shock, Long Chen's breathing grew rapid as he thought. With that many spirit stones, I could break through Gathering Realm and catch up to those clan heirs. As a former prodigy, Long Chen still believed in his talent. He just lacked cultivation resources. With enough resources, he believed he could reach Dispersing Sea Realm before age 18, which was required to apply to join Taichu Holy Land as a disciple. Then those who had betrayed or looked down on him would pay. Long Chen felt the long-dormant fire in his heart ignite. 300 spirit stones could sustain training in a gathering array for a year. Everything seemed so close, within reach. Internally, Long Chen struggled, one side, his mother's pendant, on the other, a bright future. He remained silent. Beside them, Li Er looked at Sui Xian inquisitively and asked, "Brother, why do you want this pendant so much?" Sui Xian picked up Li Er and gently said, "That's something very important to brother." Li Er nodded as if half understanding and turned to Long Chen. "Big brother, why don't you sell the pendant to brother? He really wants it." Long Chen's gaze flickered, hesitating. Sui Xian, seeing Long Chen's hesitation, pretended to abandon the attempt. "If you're unwilling, then I won't take something you cherish. Here's the silver from red flame flowers. Lia, lit isco." He stood and prepared to leave. Li Er nodded and followed Sui Xian's steps. Long Chen continued to struggle internally. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could he let it go for nothing? As Sui Xian walked away, Long Chen's gaze remained fixed on the direction he departed. Then he noticed the Taichu token, the insignia, hanging from Sui Xian's waist. His pupils constricted. He called out, "Brother, wait." Sui Xian stopped in place as if he hadn't heard, a faint smile appearing unconsciously at his lips. But he did not stop walking. Li Er pulled Sui Xian's hand and looked back at Long Chen, who came running up. She said to Sui Xian, "Brother, that big brother is coming." Sui Xian nodded and said, "It's okay, let's go. If this is part of the act, then play it well. Friend, wait." Long Chen approached Sui Xian and looked at the Taichu token hanging at his waist. He asked, "Friend, are you really a disciple of the Taichu Holy Land?" Sui Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "Why do you ask that?" Seeing Sui Xian did not deny it, Long Chen's heart leapt with excitement. This person spent spirit stones so freely, had extraordinary bearing, and carried a Taichu token. Outside the four great powers, Long Chen couldn't think of anyone else who would be so generous. His greatest wish was to join Taichu Holy Land. Long Chen's eyes flickered. Sui Xian shrugged slightly and said calmly, "If there's nothing else, I'll go first." "Wait a moment." Long Chen hesitated. Sui Xian did not respond and walked past him. As though making a firm decision, Long Chen inhaled deeply and said, "Please wait. Since you want it, I can gift this jade pendant to you." Sui Xian was surprised. This time he didn't know what to do. He stopped and looked at Long Chen with a strange expression. He asked, "What do you mean by that?" Long Chen said nothing, then tore the jade pendant from his neck and handed it to Sui Xian. "This jade pendant is just an ordinary object. If you like it, you may take it. But, could you give me a referral letter to Taichu Holy Land?" At that, Long Chen paused as if he felt his request too bold, then added, "I know a pendant is no match for a recommendation letter. If you don't wish to, that's fine." If this person truly was a disciple of a major power, forging a connection with him might help greatly once Long Chen entered Taichu Holy Land. Long Chen did not expect much hope, but perhaps the youth was the child of some high-ranking figure in the Holy Land. Sui Xian took the pendant. Now he hadn't responded. Given freely? For free? He hadn't expected to so effortlessly receive the Destiny protagonist's golden finger, without even giving spirit stones. Long Chen didn't notice Sui Xian's odd expression. Sui Xian's mood lifted. He knew well the significance of a recommendation letter in the Holy Land. Taichu Holy Land recruits disciples every 3 years. To apply, unless one is already recognized by the sect, one must provide at least a steward-level disciple recommendation. A letter is just a letter. For him, that was no issue. If he wanted, he could immediately make Long Chen an outer disciple of Taichu Holy Land. As a Dao child, he held such authority. Looking at the jade pendant in hand, Sui Xian looked up and asked, "Are you truly willing?" Long Chen's eyes showed reluctance, but he still nodded. The pendant was his mother's. But in the end, it was just a worldly object. If this allowed him to connect with a young talent from Taichu Holy Land, its meaning would be entirely different. "Let's just be friends." Long Chen forced a smile. Sui Xian smiled too, his was a genuine laugh, unlike Long Chen's strained one. "This friend is worthwhile," he said. "All right. I am Sui Xian. May I know your name?" "My name is Long Chen." Long Chen said. Brother Su, this pendant means a great deal to me, please cherish it. Of course. Su Yixian said, removing the Taichu token from his waist and handing it to Long Chen. Since Brother Long is kind enough to give it, I can't be stingy. Although I don't have a recommendation letter on hand, with this token, you can directly become an outer disciple of Taichu Holy Land. When Long Chen heard this, he looked at Su Yixian doubtfully and said, You're not lying to me, are you? Su Yixian let out a soft laugh and said, If Brother Long doesn't believe me, then so be it. Long Chen stared into Su Yixian's eyes for a while. Seeing nothing amiss, his expression shifted to astonishment. Could it be real? Directly become a disciple of Taichu Holy Land? Brother Su must be the son of a powerful figure in the Holy Land. Seeing Su Yixian's extraordinary bearing, handsome presence, and jade-like face, Long Chen became more convinced. He became immensely excited, discarding thoughts of the pendant's value. He said, This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Su Yixian shook his head and replied with meaning. I am the one who should thank Brother Long. After some polite exchanges, Long Chen finally accepted the Taichu token. The moment he received it, his hands trembled slightly. Everything had happened so dreamily. He had painstakingly tried to enter Taichu Holy Land. Now, simply for a jade pendant, he could become an outer disciple. He silently rejoiced in his decision. They exchanged looks, both in joyous spirits. Unspoken, Brother Su is a good person. Brother Long is a good person. Only Li Er looked on in confusion, tilting her head at both of them. She felt her own brother's smile looked somewhat mischievous. Long Chen looked at the Taichu token in his hand. With it, he could directly become an outer disciple of Taichu Holy Land, no examination required. It seemed he truly made the right choice. Brother Su really is my benefactor. Suppressing his eagerness to return to his clan for dignity, he knew, once he entered Taichu Holy Land and proved the truth, all would be revealed. Long Chen looked at Su Yixian with fiery eyes and said, Brother Su, it is Long Chen's honor to meet you. Su Yixian chuckled and ruffled Long Chen's shoulder, saying, I still have urgent matters. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. If Brother Long ever faces trouble in Taichu Holy Land, you may come to me. Of course. Long Chen clutched the Taichu token tightly and nodded fervently. Watching Long Chen's departing figure, Su Yixian thought to himself, what a naive innocent fellow, doesn't he worry that the token I gave might be fake? But Su Yixian hadn't done that. He hoped Long Chen would continue serving as a source of advantage for him. If several Destiny protagonists like him arose, Su Yixian believed he could quickly pass family trials and return to the upper realm. Li Er watched her brother's frequent smiles and asked, puzzled, Brother, you seem really happy. Why are you so happy? Su Yixian smiled and gently rubbed Li Er's head, without replying. Indeed, receiving the jade pendant lifted his spirits greatly. He had so easily intercepted the protagonist's golden finger, and had gained it without even losing a single low-grade spirit stone. To avoid complications, Su Yixian decided to first find a place to refine and fuse the heavenly blood inside the jade pendant. Turning to leave, he headed toward the second and third floors of the Jinling Commerce Guild, where there were arrays for gathering spiritual energy prepared for cultivators. Meanwhile, shortly after Su Yixian departed, Long Chen excitedly packed up his herbs, ready to head to the Taichu Holy Land. The Holy Land lay in a distant ethereal region beyond Yun City. The journey was long, and one needed a spirit boat or flying mount to travel there. Fortunately, over the years, he had saved a decent amount of silver by selling herbs. He never thought Su Yixian would deceive him. He was just an anonymous nobody. How could he be worthy of deception by such a peerless genius? Long Chen's joy overflowed, his hands worked even faster arranging the herbs. He thought to himself, I should go say farewell to Shi'er. I'm going to the Taichu Holy Land to cultivate. And I should tell those two, the dog couple, my plan. They should live in fear every day. When I cultivate successfully, I will personally kill them. Just at that moment, a derisive voice sounded. Oh, isn't this Long Chen, the Long family's waste? Long Chen paused. A flamboyant man in fine clothing and a cold, beautiful woman approached. That pair were the dog couple. Sun Xiaochuan and Shen Haiyu. They had schemed against him, causing his exile. Long Chen glared at them, teeth clenched, and said, It's you two dog couple. Sun Xiaochuan sneered, stepping forward and stomping on Long Chen's herbs, crushing them, and said, Almost forgot, you waste was expelled from the Long family long ago. So? Now you're surviving in Yun City. Life's full of surprises, big intestine over small intestine. By Shen Haiyu's side, she looked at Long Chen in simple clothes, no longer handsome, and showed disappointment. Long Chen, have you really degraded so far? Sun Xiaochuan laughed and said, Hayu, since we used to be friends, why not buy some of his herbs? Repeated humiliation filled Long Chen's heart with rage. Coldly he said, "That's enough. You adulterous couple. If you hadn't plotted against me, would your two-star mediocre son Xiaochuan even enter Wuji sect?" He then pointed at Shen Hayu. "And you slut, I sacrificed so much for you, yet you schemed with him against me." Shen Hayu furrowed her pretty brows, expression cold. Sun Xiaochuan ignored Long Chen's words, seeing them as the rage of the weak. He mocked. "So what? I'm a disciple of Wuji sect now. You, a pulse refinement realm waste, do you really think you can fight me?" The Wuji sect was affiliated with Taichu Holy Land and was among the leading powers on Yun continent. Long Chen snorted coldly, full of disdain. He pulled out the Taichu token from Sui Xian, and said coldly, "Open your dog eyes and look closely, what is this?" Sun Xiaochuan glanced once, then his eyes widened in disbelief. "Taichu token? How is that possible?" His eyes nearly popped out as he stared at the token in Long Chen's hand. Shen Hayu froze beside him. "How is this possible? Someone like you could have such a thing? It must be fake." Fake. He thought perhaps that waste had gotten a fake token somewhere. Sun Xiaochuan realized Sui Xian's token gave Long Chen confidence. Long Chen, now confident, said, 40 years east, 40 west, don't underestimate a young man because he was once poor. You call me waste, but you're worse than trash." Seeing Long Chen's confidence, sweat poured down Sun Xiaochuan's back. He hesitated. If Long Chen truly entered the Taichu Holy Land, then endless retribution awaited him. Sun Xiaochuan, terrified, muttered, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you, a waste at Pulse Refinement Realm, be a Taichu Holy Land disciple?" He recalled that Taichu admission required at least dispersing Sea Realm. Long Chen was only Pulse Refinement Realm. So he must be just tricking him. He regained some composure and sneered. "Do you know forging a Taichu token is a capital offense? And besides, I have a friend who is a registered Taichu disciple. I've seen the real token. Real tokens are white, never purple." Sun Xiaochuan said with full certainty. Long Chen saw him so confident, and began to doubt himself briefly. He looked at the purple token in his hand and wondered, "Is this truly a Taichu Holy Land token? Brother Sun, why are you here too?" While Long Chen hesitated, a freckled youth approached. Sun Xiaochuan turned and said with a laugh, "Speak of the devil, Brother Huang, I didn't expect you to be here." Huang Wen smiled and said, "I came early to see what treasures Jinling Commerce Guild's auction will have in a few days." Sun Xiaochuan realized and mocked Long Chen. This one is a true Taichu Holy Land disciple. Do you really think your fake token can fool him? Long Chen did not speak. Sun Xiaochuan walked next to Huang Wen, and abruptly asked, "Brother Huang, do you know what the punishment is for forging a Taichu token?" Huang Wen frowned and said, "Oh? Someone dares to forge my Taichu Holy Land's token? That's really brave." Sun Xiaochuan laughed, then pointed at Long Chen. "This waste, don't know where he got a fake token and flaunts it everywhere. If word gets out, it would harm Taichu Holy Land's reputation." Huang Wen stared at Long Chen, eyes cold. "Is that you? A Pulse Refinement Realm ant dares impersonate my Taichu Holy Land's disciple? You are asking for death. You must know that anyone entering the Holy Land must be at least 4th rank of Heavenly Realm, the Dispersing Sea Realm. A mere Pulse Refinement Realm cultivator cannot even cross the threshold of Taichu." In an instant, the pressure of Dispersing Sea Realm swept over Long Chen. His cultivation realm was 2 great realms above Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly felt his legs go weak. He nearly knelt but forced himself to stay upright. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The purple Taichu token in his hand slowly slipped and fell to the ground. When Huang Wen saw the purely purple Taichu token lying there, he froze. In that moment, the suppressive pressure vanishing from Long Chen vanished completely. "How is it, Brother Huang?" Sun Xiaochuan asked. Huang Wen stared fixedly at the token on the ground. Through his continued perception, he realized it was real. And a purple Taichu token can only be owned by one person in the entire sect. The Tao Child of the Holy Land, Sui Xian. Huang Wen stared at Long Chen in disbelief and asked loudly, "Tao Child token? Who are you? What is your relationship with the Tao Child?" Sun Xiaochuan, shocked, said, "How could this be, Brother Huang? Are you mistaken? What Tao Child token?" Shen Haiyu's gaze flickered. She didn't know what to think. As outsiders, naturally they did not know the token of Taichu Holy Land's Tao Child. Huang Wen did not explain, but looked at Long Chen and asked, "What relation are you with the Tao Child?" The Tao Child is the most powerful prodigy Taichu Holy Land has ever produced. By 17 he reached Breaking Law Realm, with cultivation close to the sect elders. With his cultivation, no mere pulse refinement cultivator could possibly seize the Daochild token. There is only one possible explanation. This Daochild token must have been personally bestowed by the Daochild himself. Meanwhile, Longchen paused, then felt overwhelming joy. He hurriedly picked up the token. At the words of the Taichu Holy Land disciple, the Taichu token in his hand was real. Brother Su is indeed the Daochild of Taichu Holy Land, he did not deceive him. After the disciple confirmed it, Longchen almost laughed aloud. He could not expect that because of an ordinary jade pendant he would meet such a great person, and even enter Taichu Holy Land. But due to the earlier pressure from Huang Wen, Longchen gave him no courtesy, instead speaking coldly. Whether true or not, what business is that of yours? This Taichu token was given to me by my friend Su Yixian, any problem with that? Longchen decided to borrow Brother Su's authority. Su Yixian? Indeed the Daochild. On hearing that name, Huang Wen stared at Longchen in disbelief. How could a small cultivator of pulse refinement realm be friends with the Daochild? But he said no more. The Daochild's actions must have reason. With that thought, Huang Wen instantly changed demeanor and apologized to Longchen. Sir, I was reckless. I didn't expect you to be the friend of the Daochild. I was discourteous. Seeing Huang Wen behave like that, Sun Xiaochuan's jaw dropped in disbelief, and he shouted. How could that be? He's just a rural ruffian, how could he know the Daochild of Taichu Holy Land? Brother Huang, are you mistaken? His token must be fake. Shut up. Huang Wen slapped Sun Xiaochuan hard. I'm giving you a little courtesy, don't think yourself important. Huang Wen frowned. When did matters of Taichu Holy Land need an outsider to butt in? Shen Haiyu watched speechless. Weren't these two normally very close friends? Looking over at Longchen, his eyes alight, Shen Haiyu thought. Maybe I chose wrong? At the time I thought someone from a small town didn't fit me, even if he was the clan direct son. Only someone like Sun Xiaochuan, powerful family, brilliant future, deserved me. Unexpectedly, in just a short time Longchen transformed into a disciple of Taichu Holy Land. Shen Haiyu watched Longchen, not knowing what she was thinking. Huang Wen coldly looked at Sun Xiaochuan and said, do you really think that as a disciple of Taichu Holy Land I can't tell a real Taichu token from a fake one? There's no room here for your words. Sun Xiaochuan, hearing that, glared resentfully at Longchen, then lowered his head and fell silent. Huang Wen stepped forward. Because of the Daochild token, he instantly became polite and smeely air, as if greeting a long-lost friend. He said to Longchen, I am Huang Wen, a registered disciple of Taichu Holy Land. May I know your name? Longchen replied calmly. Sun Xiaochuan's eyes turned red, his teeth nearly shattered. He had spent countless resources to build a connection with Huang Wen, only for Longchen to immediately replace him. Seeing that even Taichu Holy Land disciple treated him politely due to Su Yixian's influence, Longchen felt even more grateful. He turned to Sun Xiaochuan and Shen Haiyu, who kept their heads bowed, and said indifferently, do you now believe that the Taichu token in my hand is real? Sun Xiaochuan's expression turned as ugly as if he had eaten excrement, but he dared not speak. He felt Huang Wen's warmth toward Longchen, distinct from how he treated him. Longchen saw the humbled expression on the once arrogant Sun Xiaochuan and felt secretly delighted. Holding the Daochild token from Su Yixian tightly, he felt immense gratitude. On the third-floor spirit gathering pavilion of the Jinli Air Commerce Guild, Su Yixian still had no idea what had happened on the first floor with Longchen. Having just paid a high-grade spirit stone fee, he was guided by the attendant maid to the divine-grade spirit gathering array. Honored guest, your cultivation slot is for 1 day. If you need to renew, just call Xiang'er. Su Yixian nodded, holding Li Er's hand, and entered the array. The gathering array is a spacious dark cavern, lit with bright lanterns and incense for calming the spirit. The moment he entered, he felt a strong, abundant spiritual aura envelop him. It was as if immersed in an ocean of spiritual energy. Countless pores opened, continuously absorbing vast energy. This is the terrifying power of sufficient cultivation resources. In the gathering pavilion, even the lowest array costs 1 low-grade spirit stone per day. Only a few can enter, mostly the wealthy, or cultivators with resources. But few can rent a divine-grade array straight away, like Su Yixian did. There, in 1 day, the speed of absorption is 10 times that of outside. That is why those with resources grow quickly, while those without, like Longchen, progress slowly. They sat on straw mats. Li Er sat obediently nearby, her big eyes turning curiously. Su Yixian watched her, surprised to see her whole body absorbing spiritual energy like a vortex. The divine array's energy was being depleted at a terrifying rate. Even he could not match Li Er's absorption speed. Seeing Li Er absorb so fiercely, Su Yixian's eyes tightened in focus. The speed at which the spiritual energy is absorbed is a bit too terrifying. Little Li Er, wrapped in the ample spiritual energy inside the convergence array, gives off a faint streaming glow over her body. Although Li Er shows no signs of actively absorbing the energy, Su Yixian can clearly feel that her aura has now entered the ranks of practitioners. Body refinement realm, first rank. This is unbelievable. Su Yixian held Li Er's hand and crouched down to ask. Li Er, do you want to cultivate like brother? Since Li Er is part of the Empress storyline, he certainly cannot waste her terrifying talent. Li Er tilted her head and looked at Su Yixian in confusion, then said. Cultivate? Yes, cultivate. Su Yixian nodded. If Li Er cultivates, you will become very powerful. You can definitely drive away any bad people who want to take you. Li Er shook her head and said. I don't want to cultivate. Su Yixian seemed surprised by her response and asked. Why not? Li Er looked at Su Yixian with her pretty eyes and then smiled as she said. Because now I have brother. Brother is so strong and will protect Li Er, right? Su Yixian slightly froze, then smiled and said. But what if one day brother is no longer here? Upon hearing that, Li Er panicked, holding onto Su Yixian's arm tightly, her big eyes misty. Brother doesn't want Li Er anymore? Su Yixian gently stroked Li Er's head and said softly. Brother will always stay with Li Er. Li Er stood obediently, thinking in her little head. Suddenly she said. Brother, Li Er also wants to be like brother. Why? Su Yixian asked. Li Er's clear eyes sparkled as she said. When Li Er is bigger, I want to protect brother too. Su Yixian smiled and nodded, tapping lightly at Li Er's brow and saying. This method is called the Taichu scripture. Li Er, learn it well. The Taichu scripture is a cultivation method only true disciples of the Taichu Holy Land can train in. Given Li Er's own energy absorption speed, it becomes vast. Its quality may not be the highest, it is a divine-grade superior method, but it is more than enough for Li Er now. In the future, if a more suitable method is found, he will teach it to her then. Su Yixian thought, if outsiders were here, they would be furious to hear that a divine method is considered low quality, even though on the entire Li Erxiao continent, divine methods are only found in top sects, learned by the greatest geniuses. The Taichu scripture is one of the signature methods of the Taichu Holy Land. In a small clan like the Dragon Clan, the highest cultivation they reach is only mystical level. This is extremely showing off. The vast information of the Taichu scripture entered Li Er's mind. Watching this quietly, Su Yixian flipped his palm, and a high-grade earth-level body-forming pill appeared in his hand. This pill will strengthen Li Er's body at her realm. Su Yixian plans to train her into the strongest Empress with no weakness. In Li Er's life script, after becoming the Eternal Empress, her foundation was damaged by Wang Er in childhood, making her physical body a weakness later on. Su Yixian absolutely will not let that happen again. Li Er, eat this. Li Er's eyes blinked brightly. Obediently, she ate the body-forming pill. Su Yixian smiled and asked. Li Er, do you understand everything? Cultivation has a long road, heavy responsibilities, it doesn't happen overnight. This method I teach is somewhat obscure and hard to understand. I will explain it to you slowly. Considering Li Er is still young, she might not grasp all the cultivation principles in the method, so Su Yixian decided to explain it himself. Unexpectedly, Li Er looked at him cutely and said. Is it hard, brother? It seems easy to me. Su Yixian was slightly stunned. Huh? Li Er murmured. The myriad things evolve, return to the origin as one, that is Taichu. As Li Er spoke, the aura of the Taichu scripture naturally emerged from her body. Spiritual energy around surged into her. In just a moment, Li Er broke through to body refinement realm second rank. Su Yixian felt slightly embarrassed. If the elders in the Holy Land knew of this, they would surely fight to take Li Er as a disciple. Watching Li Er, eyes closed and in a state of enlightenment, Su Yixian couldn't help but reflect, Li Er's comprehension is extraordinary, this level of talent is at least a 9-star prodigy, no less than himself. On the Li Erxiao continent, 9-star talent appears once in a millennium. He, as a descendant of the eternal Su family from the upper realm, himself became the youngest Dao child of Taichu Holy Land because of his 9-star prodigy talent. In this lower realm, even a 6-star talent is enough to be a Dao child genius of a major sect. Clearly, Li Er matches the genius plot type. Is that so, brother? Li Er tugged at Su Yixian's sleeve like a little kitten, looking for praise. Su Yixian appreciatively patted Li Er's head, smiled, lifted her, and couldn't help but give her a kiss on her soft rosy face. Yes. Who knew our Li Er is a little genius too? Amazing. Surprised by the sudden compliment, Li Er's face instantly blushed like a small apple, shyly not daring to look at Su Yixian. She was extremely happy from her brother's praise, arms wrapping around his neck. Brother, Li'er still wants to keep cultivating. Suishian nodded, put her down, and said, All right, Li'er. If you don't understand anything, you can always ask brother. Brother just had a realization recently too, we can cultivate together. Li'er's eyes brightened as she said, Li'er knows. I once heard mother say this is called dual cultivation. What the? Suishian widened his eyes, astonished at Li'er's innocent face. His heart surged alarmingly. Ahem, ahem. He coughed awkwardly twice and said, Don't mention that casually in the future. Go cultivate. He then found a spot, sat down, and began to cultivate using his method. Li'er also sat down obediently, imitating cultivation quietly. Suishian opened one eye and took out Long Chen's golden talisman, the round pendant. His eyes flickered. Inside that pendant was Long Chen's greatest opportunity, the Sangtian blood. If absorbed, it would forge the supreme Sangtian physique. Even he, a scion of the upper realm Su family, had never heard of such a physique before. His heart stirred. With a squeeze of his palm, he instantly crushed the pendant. Immediately, golden light filled the array, and an ancient, desolate aura spread throughout. The aura was vast and overwhelming, clearly not mortal. Before Suishian, a drop of golden blood quietly floated. He sensed the power within that drop, ancient, wild, supreme. Such suffocating power revealed it was no ordinary item. This is the Sangtian blood? Suishian murmured. This is the first supreme opportunity one encountered. Suishian, claim it. His eyes shone with captivating radiance. With a thought, the Sangtian blood instantly merged into his chest. He transformed into a blazing sun. At that moment, spiritual energy from countless realms poured into his body, forming a massive energy vortex. The entire energy of the Convergence Pavilion rushed into this room. All practitioners in Jinli Air Commerce Guild felt the oppressive ancient aura. Seated there, Suishian looked like a golden deity. Golden divine light intensified, on the verge of bursting. His brow tightened as the violent supreme power of Sangtian blood scoured his body. A golden beam shot into the sky, breaking through layers of clouds into starry space. Instantly, centered on Yunhai Prefecture, land and rivers stirred. Overflowing spiritual energy surged uncontrollably like a whale swallowing water, rushing into the guild. Far beyond, in various holy lands, ancient beings who had slept for thousands of years opened their eyes, staring in one direction. Heaven-Earth anomaly. A supreme treasure has emerged on Li Erxiao continent. Unexpectedly, Li Erxiao harbors a divine object. Send people east to fetch the divine object. Meanwhile, in the upper realm Eternal Su family, a mysterious and terrifyingly powerful being opened his eyes, looking at a spirit lamp bearing Suishian's name in the Soul Hall. In the first row of lamps, the lamp with Suishian's name blazed outrageously, making the entire Soul Hall tremble violently. Air? The Soul Guardian slave stared fixedly at the heir's spirit lamp. The strength of the lamp indicates a clan disciple's lower realm experience status. If the lamp extinguishes, the disciple dies and loses Tao. In such a case, the guardian struck the ancient bell, its hoarse sound echoing across every member of the Eternal Su family. Today, the clan head's son, heir Suishian, after 3 years, became the fastest in Su family history to pass the lower realm test. He may return to Su family and be surnamed Family Divine Son, recognized and ancestral. Bring the heir back to the clan. Across the upper realm, powerful Su family members looked through layers of heavenly seals toward the lower realm. Youngest generation family members, still children of 7 or 8, not yet of testing age, fist clenched with excitement. Brother Su passed the test? Coming home? 3 years only. Brother Su is the fastest in the clan. Brother Su became the divine son. Where is the clan head? And servants of the Eternal Su family shouted loudly. Bring the heir back to the clan. Bring the heir home. The Sangtian blood was only a single drop. After entering Su Ishian's body, the vast vital energy continuously washed and integrated with Su Ishian's original bloodline. Ding! The drama script Sangtian Divine Body's destined protagonist Long Chen has lost the anti-heaven golden-fingered Sangtian Divine Body. The script is undergoing major changes. The Sangtian Divine Body script is rewritten and merges with the Martial Emperor script? Because the destined protagonist Long Chen lost more than half of his destiny value, he has lost the fate slot destined person. Destiny value minus 30,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sangtian Divine Body. Destiny value plus 10,000. The system voice continuously rings in Su Ishian's ears, but at this point he no longer cares. The dominative force of Sangtian blood far exceeds his imagination. The feely air of his flesh being torn piece by piece makes Su Ishian truly understand. The golden finger of a destined protagonist is not something easily handled. As time passes, Suishien's aura becomes more condensed. A domineering, disdainful aura radiates from inside his body outward. The golden light gradually fades and merges into his body, and his aura becomes increasingly stable. The room is silent, one can only hear the roaring blood in Suishien's body and the strong heartbeat's muffled groan. Merely sitting there, he is fearsome to gaze upon. Suishien slowly opens his eyes and exhales a long breath. Feeling the changes in his body, a slight smile appears at the corner of his mouth. It is complete. Sangtian divine body. Moreover, even his realm advanced from the 9th rank of the lawbroken realm to the 1st rank of the deathlife realm. System, open the panel. Suishien says. Name, Suishien. Identity, Su clan of the Eternal Family, Tao child of the Taichu Holy Land. Destiny value, 30,000. Realm, Deathlife realm 1st rank. Fate slots, Sangtian divine body gold, peerless prodigy gold, great era genius gold. Cultivation methods, Taichu Saint art, 9-turn body refinement technique, white tiger slaughter divine skill. Treasures, Taichu sword, monster refining pot, jade gourd. Current fortune, great luck head, heaven-defying opportunity. Life script, villain of martial emperor. Su Qingtian of the upper realm eternal Su clan left a son in the lower realm. Born from the upper realm, with stunning talent and strong power, he was peerless among peers. He offended the future martial emperor in the Taichu Holy Land, later ascended back to the upper realm into the eternal Su clan, later died at the hands of the martial emperor in the Ascension Emperor battle, and the eternal Su clan was destroyed. Details. Recent events. Because he forged the Sangtian divine body, an additional golden fate slot belonging to Longchen appeared in his fate record. Also, his destiny value increased by 10,000 points. While successfully integrating the Sangtian blood, Suishien vaguely heard the system voice. Longchen's destiny value indeed lost 30,000. This surprised Suishien. He firmly remembered that Longchen's destiny value was only 40,000, fully half less than Lier. So even destiny protagonists differ in rank? Suishien could not help but smile. But after thinking a while, he understood, since he intercepted Longchen's greatest golden finger, Sangtian divine body, it greatly affected Longchen's script progression. As long as matters concern the Sangtian divine body, Longchen cannot continue. Therefore the Sangtian divine body script merges with the martial emperor script? Suishien's eyes flicker, thinking about something. Slowly he looks up. Lier, who somehow has appeared before him, is staring at him with big curious eyes. Suishien slightly freezes. Lier is watching him curiously and says, "Brother, I feel like you've changed somehow?" "What changed?" Suishien composed himself, rose, and casually shrugged a shoulder. A loud crackly air of bones echoes through his body. His entire person is controlled, the previous invincible domineering aura disappears. Now Suishien looks like a gentler refined gentleman. But beneath this handsome shell, the Suishien with Sangtian divine body has flooding internal vigor. That undying blood feels like countless ancient beasts roaring. After perfectly absorbing Sangtian blood, he senses his own power surpasses the Deathlife realm, spanning 9 microranks and closing in on the Calamity Surge realm. So this is Longchen's golden finger. Feeling the changes from his body, Suishien roughly understood that Sangtian divine body is peerless in combat, its flesh is unbearably brutal. Fighting levels above oneself is as easy as eating. Moreover, the most terrifying trait, within the bloodline of Sangtian divine body, there is an invisible seal, 5 total seals. Each seal unlocked activates a terrifying trait. Suishien has only unlocked the first seal, but even so, it is terrifyingly powerful. The primordial soul unextinguished, flesh unbroken. With Sangtian divine body, his recovery becomes greatly enhanced. Unless destroyed by an extremely powerful strike, his soul remains, and the body will auto-repair damage without leaving any weakness until it is whole again. Lier keeps staring at Suishien and says. Lier can't quite say. I just feel. Brother became even stronger. Suishien can't help but smile at Lier's cute expression. Having fused with Sangtian blood, his mood is excellent. Holding Lier's hand, he says. Lier is not bad either. Unexpected that in just one day, you've already reached body refinement realm 3rd rank. This cultivation speed is astonishing. Lier laughs happily and says. Brother, Lier's Taichu scripture has already reached 2nd rank. It feels like it won't be long before I reach 3rd rank. Suishien slightly nods. It seems Taichu scripture is too easy for Lier. With her talent and comprehension, even a divine method is not difficult. Well done, Lier. He praises. Suddenly, Suishien seems to think of something and asks Lier. When I was cultivating, did it make a big sound? Li Er looks at him cutely and thinks, then says. Li Er saw a golden beam emerge from brother. That beam somehow felt very powerful. It was just like the beam of aura from your body. Su Yixian nods. The power of Tsangtian blood is too great, he cannot control the leakage of his aura. If someone with intent sensed it, it might be harmful. But he does not mind. Instead, holding Li Er's hand, he asks. Li Er, are you hungry? Let's go eat buns. At the mention of buns, Li Er's eyes light up. She jumps with joy. Yay! We can eat buns again. Buns, buns. Su Yixian smiles helplessly but indulgently. He already plans to leave Yunhai Prefecture and return to the Taichu Holy Land. Although his purpose here was the Jin Li Er auction, he unexpectedly gained Tsangtian blood and forged the Tsangtian divine body. He must return to the Holy Land and properly temper and digest it. Compared to that, items in the auction are now trivial. Moreover, his life script says that in Taichu Holy Land he offended the destined antagonist of the martial emperor script, planting a seed for his future death and the destruction of the eternal Su clan. Now that his realm has reached the Deathlife realm, someone from his clan should arrive soon to fetch him back. If he can resolve the protagonist of the martial emperor script here in the lower realm, that will be ideal, to avoid raising a tiger that later harms. Then after returning to the upper realm eternal Su clan, he'll see if there's a suitable cultivation method for Li Er. Li Er was holding a steaming hot meat bun with a blissful expression on her face. Su Yixian was also eating with great enjoyment. Many passers-by looked in surprise at the extraordinarily handsome Su Yixian and couldn't help but think to themselves. Such a noble young master actually eats meat buns? The tall and short pair drew quite a bit of attention. Walking on the third floor of Jinling Commerce Guild, the people around were all discussing the strange phenomenon that had just occurred. Did you all feel that terrifying aura just now? I thought it was an illusion. I heard people outside say that a golden light had just shot up from our Jinling Commerce Guild, so miraculous. Truly worthy of the name Jinling Commerce Guild. Do you think it might be because of that supreme treasure in the auction? I heard that the dragon flame true fruit is formed from the essence blood of a real dragon. Maybe it even contains a trace of dragon soul. As the one involved, Su Yixian was still chewing his bun, listening to the noisy discussions around him. Dragon flame true fruit, huh? Su Yixian couldn't help thinking silently. While walking slowly with Li Er, Su Yixian's gaze was suddenly attracted by a beautiful figure. A stunningly beautiful, cold-tempered woman was picking out ancient stones at a stone stall. Behind her, a plainly dressed young man was staring at the woman in a daze. Su Yixian observed the woman's figure and felt she looked familiar. He frowned slightly, lowered his head, and pondered. Finally, he found in his memory a girl with a similar face. The two faces overlapped in his mind. Countless memories surged, and Su Yixian's eyes lit up. Dao Heaven Sacred Sect, Chen Shuer? The Dao Heaven Sacred Sect was one of the four major forces on par with the primordial sacred land. And Chen Shuer was the daughter of the sect master. When they were children, the two major forces often visited each other, and Su Yixian remembered having some interaction with her. But why is she here? Could she also be here for the Jinling auction? To confirm her identity, Su Yixian took Li Er's hand and walked over. At that ancient stone stall, Lin Feng was looking bitterly at the beautiful woman before him. Looking at Chen Shuer's stunning and refined face, he couldn't help recalling the romantic happenings in the secret realm. He said softly, "Shuer, can't you talk to me? After all, what happened wasn't our fault. We went through life and death together." Chen Shuer gripped the stone in her hand and shouted coldly with disgust. "Enough. I already told you, you were under the illusion in the secret realm. That place reveals a person's true desires. What you said never happened. Don't you feel ashamed?" Lin Feng was slightly stunned and said bitterly, "Then how can I not remember it? That event felt so real, like it happened just yesterday. How could it be fake?" Chen Shuer's frown deepened. Lin Feng might not know, but she certainly did. She didn't even want to explain anymore. A person full of wicked thoughts, under an illusion, believed something disgraceful happened between them. Did he really think he was someone she would take a liking to? She didn't expect him to keep pestering her. If not for him saving her life when her cold poison flared up in the secret realm, she would have killed him already for staining her purity. But Lin Feng mistook Chen Shuer's behavior as a girl's shyness and stuck to her like a fly, hard to get rid of. At this moment, Su Yixian walked over slowly with Li Er and spoke. "Shuer." Hearing the gentle voice, Chen Shuer, who was picking stones, was slightly startled. This voice. So familiar? She couldn't help recalling her childhood. Lin Feng paused, and upon seeing the extremely handsome and refined young man, he became alert. Lin Feng instinctively stood in front of Shuer and said harshly, Who are you? What do you want? Sui Xian couldn't help but find it funny seeing Lin Feng like this. He glanced at the ordinary-looking young man, habitually checked his life script. Suddenly stunned, then showed a look of surprised delight. Another destined protagonist? When did protagonists become so common? Name, Lin Feng. Identity, disciple of Yao Chen, disciple of Li Qinyan, heir of the Lin family in Wuda City. Destiny, 70,000. Realm, 7th level of foundation building realm. Fate attributes, child of destiny, gold flame emperor, gold old grandpa, gold lover, purple alchemy skill, purple unyielding spirit, purple. Current fortunes, secret realm cave under illusion romantic luck. Life script, protagonist of flame emperor, waste to hero type. Bullied in youth, sister taken by a great power. Found an ancient ring containing an old grandpa, learned the red lotus flame technique, mastered alchemy through collecting rare flames, rose up from adversity. Details. Recent plot twist, wins the dragon flame true fruit at the auction, gets attacked afterward, sacrifices himself to save Chen Shuer, which moves her heart. Sui Xian was overjoyed. He examined Lin Feng's panel and showed a hint of amusement at the corner of his lips. Looks like a classic old grandpa script. Unlike Long Chen, who hadn't activated his golden finger yet, this was a protagonist already using his cheat. Who would have thought that such a small Jinling Commerce Guild could have two Destiny protagonists? He had to thank this auction. Where there's an auction, there are always protagonists. He sized up Lin Feng, nothing special, very ordinary. But that recent twist was interesting. Lin Feng, seeing Sui Xian say nothing, secretly rejoiced. This guy must be eyeing Shuer's beauty. He'd seen many like that. Now was the time to show his charm. He shielded Chen Shuer behind him. Shuer, be careful. This person doesn't look like he has good intentions. Lin Feng glared at Sui Xian. Just then, Chen Shuer's surprised voice came from behind. Brother Su? Hearing this, Lin Feng froze. He slowly turned to look at Chen Shuer and asked stiffly. You two know each other? Chen Shuer ignored Lin Feng and stepped forward to look at Sui Xian. Looking at the dazzlingly handsome man before her, Chen Shuer's eyes sparkled even brighter. She looked at Sui Xian joyfully and said in a sweet voice. I didn't expect it to be you. Why are you here too? Weren't you cultivating at the primordial sacred land? Her eyes were full of affection. Lin Feng had never seen Chen Shuer like this. Watching from the side, his face turned green. It was as if Lin Feng had become an outsider. Sui Xian directly ignored Lin Feng. He smiled at Chen Shuer and said, It really is you. I didn't expect that after all these years, you've become so beautiful I almost didn't recognize you. Upon hearing this, a rare blush appeared on Chen Shuer's usually cold face. She showed a bit of girlish shyness. Next to them, Li Er watched the woman warily. She gripped her brother's hand even tighter. Lin Feng looked at the shy Chen Shuer, then at the radiant and elegant Sui Xian. They looked like a perfect match. A strong sense of crisis welled up inside him. He couldn't help but shout jealously. Shuer, who is he? Chen Shuer looked at Lin Feng coldly and said. What does it have to do with you? And stop calling me that. You're disgusting. Lin Feng stood dumbfounded as if struck by lightning. After Chen Shuer spoke, she seemed afraid that Sui Xian might misunderstand, so she quickly explained. Brother Su, don't get the wrong idea. I have nothing to do with him. Lin Feng's face immediately turned the color of pig liver, extremely unsightly. That sentence was like a heavy hammer slamming into Lin Feng's chest. Sui Xian smiled without speaking. As if he had just noticed Lin Feng, he raised an eyebrow. He glanced casually at Lin Feng, with a look like one would give to an ant. Lin Feng felt extremely uncomfortable under that gaze and met it without backing down. Sui Xian turned to look at Chen Shuer, changed his expression, and asked warmly. Shuer, this person is. Chen Shuer said coldly. He is a new disciple of the primordial sacred land. His name is Lin Feng. He's a recent disciple taken in by elder Li Qinyan. Sui Xian thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Li Qinyan was the youngest elder in the sect. This protagonist didn't look very impressive. Really fits the waste to hero type? Sui Xian smiled at Lin Feng and said. So that's how it is. Hello, my name is Sui Xian. Lin Feng stood still without reacting. He had only recently joined the primordial sacred land and hadn't even formally entered the sect, so naturally he didn't know Sui Xian's true identity as a Dao child of the sacred land. He snorted coldly and said with displeasure. And who do you think you are? I'm here with Shuer, and you suddenly show up. Were you following us? Sui Xian wasn't angry after hearing that. This waste-type protagonist didn't quite match what he had imagined. Chen Shuer immediately glared at Lin Feng upon hearing this, her face turning cold. Lin Feng. And who do you think you are? Do you even know who Brother Su is? He's the Tao child of the primordial sacred land. What? Tao child? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the smiling Sui Xian. His expression changed drastically. His gaze flickered uncertainly. He thought to himself, Elder Yao, what's this person's cultivation level? Elder Yao's voice came to his ear. Little Feng, I don't know what kind of treasure this person is carrying, but I can't see through him. But his bloodline is surging with power, he must have a special physique. Little Feng, with your current cultivation, it's best not to provoke him. Even Elder Yao said that. Sui Xian noticed a slight fluctuation from the ring on Lin Feng's hand but didn't expose it. Lin Feng saw that the usually cold Chen Shuer was defending that man like this. She had never treated him like that. He was full of anger. The two of them had gone through life and death together in a secret realm. After seeing Chen Shuer's beauty and strength, Lin Feng had already seen her as his forbidden treasure. Not to mention the Tao Heaven Sacred sect behind her. If he could cling to that backing, combined with his stunning master being an elder of the primordial sacred land, his path of cultivation would be smooth. Is there any way to kill this man? Lin Feng asked viciously in his heart. Elder Yao's voice soon followed, seemingly surprised by Lin Feng's words. Little Feng, calm down. You were affected by an illusion in the secret realm. You must refine the enlightenment pill as soon as possible. A trace of demonic intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Could it be that everything that happened with Chen Shuer in the secret realm was fake? No rush, I'll wait until after the auction ends. Lin Feng questioned Chen Shuer. Shuer, what's your relationship with him? Why didn't you ever tell me? His voice was so loud that it drew strange looks and whispers from the people around. Chen Shuer frowned, clearly impatient, and asked back. What does it have to do with you? Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. Seeing Chen Shuer seemed about to get angry, he didn't dare say more and could only retreat to the side, glaring venomously at Sui Xian. Sui Xian pretended not to see it, but couldn't help being a little puzzled. Someone with a temperament like this could be a protagonist? How strange. This generation of protagonists needs better emotional control. At this moment, Lear looked up innocently at Sui Xian and said, Brother, that big brother looks really angry. Sui Xian smiled at Lear and shook his head. When Chen Shuer saw the delicate and pretty Lear standing next to Sui Xian, she was momentarily stunned. Her expression darkened and she asked, Brother Su, is this your child? Sui Xian was stunned, then explained. No, this is my younger sister. Lear stared at Chen Shuer for a while before saying, Sister, you're really pretty. Chen Shuer's mood immediately brightened. She smiled at Lear, squatted down, patted her head, and said, Your sister? What a cute little girl. But the next second, Lear's words froze Chen Shuer's hand in place. Pretty sister, do you like my brother? My brother is mine. No one's allowed to take him. After speaking, Lear hugged Sui Xian's leg tightly, as if declaring ownership. Chen Shuer's smile froze, looking a little flustered. Sui Xian laughed helplessly. At that moment, Lin Feng's jealous voice sounded from the side. Who knows if she's really his sister? After all, being a Tao child from a great power, how could he not be involved with other women? Lin Feng didn't believe that. Chen Shuer's face darkened and she finally couldn't take it anymore. Shut up. I'm talking to Brother Su. Who said you could speak? You're still just a crude man with no manners. If he thought that just because he saved her once he could do as he pleased, then he was sorely mistaken. He followed her like a sticky bandage all the way, and Chen Shuer had long had enough. Being scolded like that by the one he loved, Lin Feng's face turned extremely ugly. But he still tried to save face and said with a forced smile, Shuer, that guy clearly isn't a good person. Let's go. At this moment, Chen Shuer looked at Lin Feng like he was something disgusting. Her face was covered in frost. Rage boiled inside Lin Feng. He looked at Sui Xian like he wanted to devour him. He looked at Chen Shuer in confusion, feeling extremely frustrated. I've been so attentive to you, even saved your life, and you just ignore it? And now you're scolding me because of Sui Xian? Slut. Bitch. Lin Feng cursed her viciously in his heart, but on the surface, he still wore a bitter smile and said, Shuer, what's wrong with you? Sui Xian keenly caught the flash of malice in Lin Feng's eyes. He thought for a moment. Thinking back to the previous script, Sui Xian suddenly understood. If he hadn't shown up, Lin Feng would probably have kept pestering Chen Shuer because of the illusion in the secret realm. Although Chen Shuer despised him now, perhaps something would have happened later that made her his confidant. What a pity, he had shown up. Sui Xian quietly looked at the furious Lin Feng and said to Chen Shuer, Shuer, did you come here for the auction too? Chen Shuer nodded and said, Brother Su, did you come too? Seeing how affectionately Su Yixian called her Schwer, while he got scolded just for calling her that once, Lin Feng's hatred deepened. His teeth were clenched tight, and his body trembled with rage. If not for this man showing up, he believed he could have won her over soon. Even his stunning, cold master had been moved by his care and finally accepted him as her disciple. Li'er blinked her big eyes at Lin Feng, not knowing what she was thinking. Su Yixian smiled and nodded at Chen Shuer, then said, "But I'm leaving now." Chen Shuer asked in confusion. "Why? The auction hasn't started yet." Su Yixian glanced meaningfully at Lin Feng, then smiled playfully and said, "Because I've already found what I want." "Didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance today, what a pleasant surprise," Su Yixian said, speaking with a double meaning. Although Chen Shuer didn't fully understand, she had finally seen the Su Yixian she had been thinking about, so she said, "Where are you going?" "I'll go with you." When Lin Feng heard this, he panicked and quickly said, "Miss Shui, didn't we come to attend the auction? Aren't you going? There's something very important for you there." Chen Shuer looked at Su Yixian with emotion and said, "Wherever Brother Su goes, I'll go." Li'er, startled, tightened her grip on Su Yixian's hand and stared at Chen Shuer with wide, wary eyes. Su Yixian laughed and patted Li'er's head, then asked Chen Shuer, "Is there something you need from the auction?" Chen Shuer shook her head and said, "It's nothing important." Lin Feng looked at Chen Shuer in disbelief and shouted, "Those things are crucial for you. Once obtained, I can refine Yang Flame Pill, which can temporarily suppress the cold poison in your body." Chen Shuer smiled at Su Yixian as if it was nothing and said, "It's no big deal, Brother Su, just a small problem." Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He stared at Su Yixian with displeasure and said, "You don't even know this? Don't you know about Shuer's cold poison? Only the purest and most powerful force of heaven and earth can neutralize it. This auction's dragon flame yang fruit is extremely important for Shuer. If we can refine the yang flame pill, there's hope for a cure." "Enough, Lin Feng." Chen Shuer scolded unhappily. Lin Feng's words were cut off, and his face turned the color of pig liver. Su Yixian glanced at Chen Shuer. Name, Chen Shuer. Identity, daughter of Tao Heaven Sacred Sect Master. Destiny, 10,000. Realm, 9th layer of True Pill Realm. Fate attributes, 9 spiritual body, purple, young miss of a great sect, purple, fated female supporting character, purple. Current fortunes, secret realm cave, cold poison in body. Life script, flame emperor female supporting character. As the daughter of the Tao Heaven Sacred Sect Master, she grew up in luxury and was once saved by the protagonist in a secret realm. Details. Recent development, entered the secret realm cave, cold poison flared up, happened to be saved by Lin Feng. 9 spiritual body? Su Yixian had heard of this in the upper realm, it was a famously valuable furnace-type physique. Dual cultivation with such a person could bring tremendous benefits to the male. Looking at Lin Feng, Su Yixian even suspected the old man in the ring had told him about her physique, which was why he saved her. Otherwise, who would be so eager after saving someone only to be treated like this? Now that he had Chen Shuer's life script, he could pretty much guess Lin Feng's plot. Lin Feng looked deeply at Chen Shuer and said seriously, "Shuer, you must understand, without the dragon flame yang fruit, your cold poison can't be cured. Your 9 no, your cold poison might even threaten your life." As he said this, Lin Feng proudly glanced at Su Yixian, as if saying, "Only I, Lin Feng, can solve this problem. So what if you're a Dao child?" This kind of physique was only known to Elder Yao from the upper realm. Even Chen Shuer's father, the sect master, was helpless. But Su Yixian smiled and said, "Cold poison physique? I know a bit about it. Let me take a look." Lin Feng sneered on the side. "Keep acting. Cold poison physique? I just made that up and you actually believed it? What a faker." Lin Feng mocked. Even the Tao Heaven Sacred Sect couldn't solve Shuer's cold poison. "If you can do it, I, Lin Feng, will crawl out of this Jinling Commerce Guild." Even if Su Yixian guessed it was the 9 spiritual body, so what? Without the purest power like my heavenly fire, you can't dissolve it at all. Su Yixian looked at Lin Feng in mock surprise and asked, "Oh? Could it be that brother Lin has a way?" Lin Feng enjoyed that look very much. Now that's better. He couldn't help but smile smugly. This petty joy made Chen Shuer quite disgusted. In contrast, Brother Su was noble yet gentle, treating everyone equally. "Brother Su, it's fine. I've had this condition since childhood, I'm used to it," Chen Shuer said. The cold from the 9 spiritual body was extremely painful, nearly unbearable during flare-ups. Her father, the sect master, had tried everything but could only relieve it, not cure it. Over the years, only Lin Feng had been able to significantly ease her symptoms. But his twisted heart and petty nature. She'd rather suffer than accept his help. Who knows what kind of demands he'd make. It's okay. Let me check. Su Yixuan grabbed Chen Shuer's soft, delicate hand. It was ice cold, without a trace of warmth. Chen Shuer blushed. Lin Feng, watching from the side, itched with rage and glared. You're not even resisting? Chen Shuer stood shyly, letting Su Yixuan hold her hand. Su Yixuan closed his eyes and carefully sensed. There truly was a terrifying cold force in her body. As his divine sense entered, it was immediately engulfed like a maggot gnawing on bones. So this is the Ninein spiritual body? But the moment it entered Su Yixuan, it was overwhelmed by his surging golden blood from the heavenly body. The heavenly body was a taboo divine body, its burning divine blood could repel all poisons and made the flesh invincible. A mere thread of Ninein force, even all of it combined, would be melted by the heavenly blood. Su Yixuan slowly opened his eyes. This force might be difficult for others to handle and even backfire. No wonder even a great sect like Tao Heaven Sacred Sect was helpless. But it wasn't impossible to solve. The easiest way was using extreme fire elemental objects to balance it. Brother Su. Chen Shuer looked at Su Yixuan emotionally and said, don't force yourself. I know my own body best. Brother Su, please withdraw your energy. It wouldn't be good if you got harmed. Lin Feng wanted to say, what about me? Su Yixuan smiled and shook his head. I think I have a way. Impossible. Lin Feng shouted decisively. Chen Shuer frowned and asked coldly. What? Don't you want me to get better? Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Chen Shuer turned to Su Yixuan, eyes full of trust, and said, Brother Su, Shuer believes you. Su Yixuan nodded. It might feel a bit uncomfortable. Bear with it. He then sent a bit of his heavenly body's true essence into her. Chen Shuer instantly felt a terrifying, forceful power surge through her body. She couldn't help but gasp, her face flushed. Crack. A sound of something breaking. Lin Feng's eyes burned with anger, and he roared. What are you doing? Under the influence of previous dark thoughts, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly struck at Su Yixuan. Su Yixuan was completely unprepared. If the strike landed, he'd be seriously injured. Then he'd just say it was to protect Shuer. Lin Feng thought. With a fierce look, he increased his power. Mountain-crushing palm. All his foundation realm power, viciously targeting Su Yixuan's Qi-Si. Even at true pill realm, his Qi-Si would be shattered and cultivation ruined. Su Yixuan frowned, sensing danger. He smiled faintly. And didn't dodge. Seeing that smile, Lin Feng had a bad feeling, but too late. Brother! Li Er cried out pale-faced. Bang! The palm hit Su Yixuan's Qi-Si squarely. But the scene of Su Yixuan flying away didn't happen. Instead, Lin Feng's hand felt searing pain. Su Yixuan slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Lin Feng. His eyes were full of ridicule. Not good. A majestic, ancient aura radiated from Su Yixuan's body. It entered Lin Feng's hand and spread. Lin Feng's face changed drastically. Meanwhile, Chen Shuer felt much of her cold energy had vanished, and her body even warmed slightly. Opening her eyes, she saw Lin Feng's palm hitting Su Yixuan. Her eyes widened in disbelief and panic. Then turned to rage and bone-chilling killing intent. The surging Ninein force burst out, and the entire third floor of Jinling Commerce Guild became freezing cold. Lin Feng. What are you doing? Did you guys feel like it suddenly got a lot colder? On the third floor of Jinling Commerce Guild, someone said. Hiss, now that you mention it, it really does feel like that. Ding. Fate protagonist Lin Feng has severed ties with the Fate female supporting character. Lost 5,000 Fate points. Ding. Fate protagonist Lin Feng has developed inner demons, unstable Dao heart. Lost 1,000 Fate points. The sound of the system echoed in his mind. Su Yixuan looked coldly at Lin Feng. You brought this on yourself. Lin Feng stood in place, momentarily at a loss. What happened to me? What exactly did I just do? At this moment, Elder Yao Sai came from within his mind. Little Feng, you've truly disappointed me. I warned you long ago that your Dao heart was unstable after coming out of the secret realm and that you needed to take the clarity pill to stabilize it. But you wouldn't listen. Sai? Su Yixuan saw Chen Shuer regain consciousness, and immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale. Chen Shuer quickly supported Su Yixuan, urgently saying, Brother. Next to them, Li Er began crying hard, tightly hugging Su Yixuan, sobbing. Brother. Are you okay? Brother Su. It was as if they were parting forever. Su Yixuan weakly shook his head. It was obvious he wasn't feeling well after taking that hit. He said, I'm fine. Pfft. Before he could finish, he spat out another large mouthful of blood. Lin Feng was stunned. Impossible? Just now, it felt like hitting solid steel. He himself had suffered internal turbulence from the rebound. How could Sui Xian look like this? Chen Shuer supported Sui Xian, staring at Lin Feng in fury. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Brother Su kindly helped me expel my cold poison, and you tried to destroy his cultivation? I thought you were just a lecherous man, but it turns out you're truly wicked and impure. Lin Feng looked blankly at Sui Xian, his right hand still aching faintly, and suddenly came to his senses. Seeing the mocking smile at the corner of Sui Xian's mouth, his face looked as if he'd seen a ghost. He slowly stepped back, trembling as he said, "No. Shuer, I didn't. It was him. He's pretending. He's not hurt at all." Chen Shuer's expression turned as cold as ice, and without another word, chilling killing intent along with her true pill realm aura swept toward Lin Feng. The pressure was immense. "I'll kill you." She gathered cold energy into her hand, forming icicles, and thrust them toward Lin Feng. The cold was piercing, clearly intending to take his life. Lin Feng's face turned pale, and he stumbled aside, barely dodging. He looked at the icy gaze of Chen Shuer, filled with lingering fear. That attack held real killing intent. She truly wanted to kill him. "Let me explain, Shuer. He's faking it. He's not hurt at all." "Shut up. Shameless scoundrel." More icicles shot out. At this moment, Sui Xian, nestled in the warm embrace, was enjoying the softness. It felt quite pleasant. So soft. Just like Lin Feng said, he wasn't injured at all. But after all, he was a fate protagonist. Lin Feng's previous strike could have killed someone in the true pill realm. However, to his heavenly body, it was nothing but a tickle. Not only was his cultivation far superior, but his physical body was immensely powerful. Even if he stood still and let Lin Feng hit him, Lin Feng couldn't break through. Moreover, Sui Xian had taken the opportunity to inject a trace of heavenly body power into Lin Feng. That energy was violently different from the one he used earlier to dispel Chen Shuer's 9-yin force. Pure rage, it must have felt terrible. Sui Xian looked at Lin Feng and thought to himself. To think a fate protagonist could be this low and despicable. I just wanted to borrow a little resource. Since that's how you are, you can't blame me. So then, what will you do now? Just then, a scolding voice rang out from nearby. "Stop! No fighting inside Jinling Commerce Guild." Guards patrolling the guild sensed the surge of spiritual energy and rushed over. As the crowd began gathering, Lin Feng looked flustered. "What are you doing?" Dozens of guards surrounded them, the leader said coldly. Chen Shuer said irritably. "Are your Jinling Commerce Guild guards blind?" He attacked first. As the daughter of Dao Heaven Sacred Sect Master, Chen Shuer only acted sweet to Sui Xian. And a mere guard dared to question her? Is that true? The head guard glared at Lin Feng with hostility, snorting. He released his true pill realm aura. It was worthy of being one of the largest guilds. Even the guard leader was at the true pill realm. Clearly, it couldn't be explained now. Lin Feng looked grim, and his ancient ring glowed. A mist-dissolving pill appeared in his hand. He slammed it to the ground. Immediately, thick smoke filled the area. The guard captain's expression changed. "Not good. He's trying to escape. Stop him." Sui Xian opened one eye and quietly shot a sword-shaped energy from his finger. A scream echoed in the fog. "Ah!" When the smoke cleared, Lin Feng was gone. Jinling Commerce Guild can't even catch a mere Foundation Realm cultivator? What a bunch of trash. Chen Shuer said coldly, clearly displeased. "Don't know what use you people are." The guard captain's face darkened, staring at the spot where Lin Feng had vanished. He couldn't sense where Lin Feng had gone. Seeing the two were from powerful backgrounds, he said in a deep voice. "This incident is our responsibility at Jinling Commerce Guild. Rest assured, young lady, we won't let such a scoundrel escape." Chen Shuer threatened. "If anything happens to Brother Su, I'll have my father mobilize the entire Dao Heaven Sacred Sect. None of your guild will get away." "Dao Heaven Sacred Sect?" The guard captain's face turned pale. After scolding the guards, Chen Shuer finally calmed down a little. Li Er hugged Sui Xian, looked up with her tear-streaked face like a little weeping kitten. Big tears rolled down. "Brother, are you okay?" Seeing her fragile appearance, Sui Xian felt a little guilty. "Sorry to make you worry," he said gently. "It's nothing, just a small injury." Li Er looked at Sui Xian with tearful eyes, biting her lip and said firmly. "Brother, from now on, I'll train hard. I won't let any bad guys hurt you again, not even a little." Sui Xian fondly patted her little head and smiled with a nod. Chen Shuer felt a pang of bitterness in her heart watching this scene. Her face filled with guilt. She said, "It's all my fault. If not for me, Brother Su, you wouldn't have gotten hurt." She then took out countless precious pills from her storage ring. Even the lowest among them were earth grade, very valuable. Brother Su, hurry and take these. This is a blood coagulation pill, this is a rejuvenation pill. Su Yixian waved his hand, signaling he was fine. He said, I just don't understand why he attacked. I have no grudge with him. Chen Shuer shook her head and said, I don't know either. But that strike just now, he really wanted to kill you. We can't let him off. Her little face frosty, she said coldly. Once we return to Dao Heaven Sacred Sect, I'll have Uncle Li kill him. As long as he's in this Lingxiao continent, he won't escape our sect's pursuit. At this moment, a scruffy middle-aged man nearby trembled upon hearing this. After what had happened, Chen Shuer no longer had the mood to search for any dragon flame yang fruit, and instead said to Su Yixian, that person is a disciple of Li Qingyan from the primordial sacred land. He'll definitely escape there. Brother Su, I'll go back to the primordial sacred land with you and ask that Li Qingyan clearly. Su Yixian was just about to speak, when he suddenly felt a venomous gaze and looked over thoughtfully. A scruffy middle-aged man, seemingly afraid of being discovered, hurriedly left in panic, heading toward the 4th floor of Jinling Commerce Guild. Su Yixian, who could read life scripts, saw the man's identity at a glance. It was Lin Feng. Face changing? Interesting. Su Yixian's gaze turned deep. Judging by his look, he seemed to be heading to the auction. Su Yixian looked at Chen Shuer and changed his words. It's fine. After adjusting my breath just now, I feel much better. Naturally, I won't let him go. Since the dragon flame yang fruit can help you, Shuer, let's go together and take a look. Su Yixian said. Chen Shuer was deeply moved upon hearing this. Lin Feng, now wearing a human skin mask, was filled with anger inside. He looked hatefully at Su Yixian not far away. If not for him, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Even Shuer misunderstood him. Luckily, he had the human skin mask refined by Elder Yao. Not even a tribulation-level expert could see through it. But what he didn't know was that Su Yixian could read life scripts. His destiny and golden fate mark were too eye-catching. Elder Yao's voice came from his ear. Little Feng, you were too impulsive this time. Now your strength is still weak. Of the heavenly fires, you've only obtained one. Yet you've provoked such a strong enemy, though he's only a lower world Dao child, he still belongs to a major power and can't be underestimated. Even Elder Yao couldn't figure out whether Lin Feng's irrationality came from the illusion or was his true nature. For now, take the clarity pill quickly to stabilize your cultivation. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy and ugly. He said, I must get that dragon flame yang fruit. Elder Yao, didn't you say that this item would help in subduing the next heavenly fire? Although he didn't know how Su Yixian had bewitched Shuer, from what just happened, that man was definitely not simple. Once he got the dragon flame yang fruit and refined it into yang flame pill for Shuer, then she would understand who truly cared for her. Elder Yao could tell what Lin Feng was thinking inside slightly. It's just a woman. Little Feng, once your cultivation is great in the future, you'll have all kinds of women. Lin Feng himself wasn't sure what he felt now. Maybe this is love? Elder Yao gave one last piece of advice. Little Feng, your best move now is to return to the primordial sacred land and report this to your master. You don't know Chen Shuer's background. Now you've offended 2 major forces in a row. Best to lay low for a while. Lin Feng said indifferently. With Master's human skin mask, even after 100 years he won't find me. I know what I'm doing, Master. On the other side? After a short rest and adjustment, Su Yixian, holding Lier, arrived with Chen Shuer on the 5th floor of the guild. It just happened to be the day the auction began. Chen Shuer looked worriedly at Su Yixian and repeatedly asked, Are you really okay, Brother Su? Su Yixian shook his head, waved his arm, and smiled. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine now. Lier, concerned, rubbed Su Yixian's chest and asked, Brother, does it hurt? Being fussed over by 2 girls made Su Yixian a bit embarrassed. The 5th floor of Jinling Commerce Guild was completely different from the lower floors. Lavishly decorated, extravagantly luxurious, surrounded by shops from major forces, selling all kinds of rare items needed by cultivators. Only those with status could enter the 5th floor. Looking around, everyone was dressed in fine clothes, clearly people of high status. Officials and nobles were everywhere. At this time, the 5th floor was already packed with people. They were all here for the auction. In the crowd, someone exclaimed, Isn't that Sun Sheng from the Giant Elephant sect? Why is he here too? That's Mu Bai from the Alchemy Alliance. I didn't expect even they would come. Even Chu Kong, true disciple of the Soul Heaven Demon sect, is here. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Su Yixian casually glanced at their life scripts. Most had purple fate marks. But he didn't see a 3rd fate protagonist. Suishian thought to himself. But that made sense, this was just a Jinling branch in Yunhai State. Having two fate protagonists appear here was already impressive. Might as well check the auction for a suitable cultivation technique for Lier. With that thought, Suishian paused. Wait a minute. Wasn't Lin Feng's cultivation technique fire attribute? Wouldn't that be perfect for Lier? Thinking this, Suishian smiled and a plan formed in his mind. Looking around, he finally spotted Lin Feng in the crowd outside the auction hall, wearing a human skin mask. Eyes locked. Lin Feng, just about to enter, suddenly shuddered. He looked in that direction, Suishian. Lin Feng panicked. Did he find me? Impossible. I'm wearing a human skin mask. Even someone at life and death realm can't see through this mask. But Lin Feng still instinctively lowered his head and quickened his pace. Suishian grinned with amusement. As long as the fate protagonist was here, everything would be easy. After all, the wool must come from the sheep. With the arrival of Suishian and Chen Shuer, the beautiful pair drew many eyes. Among them were many young elites who recognized them. When they saw Suishian and Chen Shuer together, they were all shocked and exchanged glances. Even the Dao child of primordial sacred land came? Isn't the one with him the little princess of Dao heaven sacred sect? They're actually together? They must be here for the dragon flame yang fruit too. I heard it contains a trace of dragon soul, increasing the chance of awakening the flame dragon yang body. As Suishian walked in, many people greeted him. Young Master Su, didn't expect to see you here. Brother Su, long time no see. Suishian smiled and exchanged a few words. Just then, a steward walked up respectfully and said, didn't expect two nobles from the primordial sacred land and Dao heaven sacred sect to attend. Truly an honor. Please follow me, this auction has quite a few rare treasures. Chen Shuer softly responded, everything feeling completely natural. The steward led the three of them into a luxuriously elegant redwood room with incense and drifting mist. The private room was located at the upper center of the auction hall, with an excellent view. Several qipao-clad maids entered in order, carrying trays of juicy, vibrant spirit fruits. Tea was also served. Suishian, holding Lier, casually peeled a translucent purple grape and handed it to her. Lier, try this. It tastes good, sweet. Chen Shuer looked on enviously. Lier obediently opened her mouth and ate a grape. Her little face instantly scrunched up and she said cutely, so sour. Brazalit. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Suishian laughed heartily. He seemed in a very good mood and said, these are spirit fruits. Eating more helps your cultivation. Upon hearing that, Lier immediately picked up another grape and started peeling it. After a while, the auction hall was already full. No empty seats. With the sound of an ancient bell striking, the deep red curtain slowly lifted, and a voluptuous, seductive woman appeared center stage. She wore a sheer blue qipao, her legs alluringly exposed. She smiled charmingly, her eyes brimming with flirtation. She walked to the stage in graceful catwalk style. Her seductive, curvy figure made many people's blood boil. Don't look. Lier used her small hands to cover Suishian's eyes and said crisply. Suishian couldn't help but laugh. On stage, the seductive auctioneer spoke in a soft, charming voice. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Jinling Commerce Guild auction. You can call me Mayor. Surely you've all been waiting long. This auction is different from before. It is the highest quality one ever held, with 3 highly anticipated treasures at the end. The most well-known one is, of course, the dragon flame yang fruit. As Mayor spoke, she paused, her red lips slightly parted. Miss Mayor, could it be that you yourself are one of the auction items this time? Someone teased. Mayor blinked her phoenix-like eyes, a wave of charm in her gaze, and replied sweetly with a laugh. If this young master wishes so, then perhaps it's not impossible. Ha 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 ha. A round of laughter that only men would understand burst out from the crowd. In the luxurious private room, Chen Shuer frowned slightly. As expected, all men are the same. She glanced at Suishian beside her, who had a calm expression, and couldn't help thinking to herself. Brother Su is still the best, gentle as jade, and elegant beyond compare. Suishian was currently thinking about how to get Lin Feng's red lotus burning heaven technique. Although he didn't know its exact grade, since it belonged to a fate protagonist, it definitely wouldn't disappoint. Seeing that the atmosphere had livened up, Mayor decided it was time. Her voice rose slightly as she said, now then, the auction officially begins. The first treasure is a mid-tier earth rank pill. As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in sighs. Many people frowned and expressed their dissatisfaction. An earth rank pill? Though earth rank isn't low, is it really qualified to be auctioned at Jinling Commerce Guild? Yeah, there's a pill shop run by the Alchemy Alliance on the 4th floor. Why wouldn't we just buy it there if it's only Earth rank? The crowd in the lower seating area became noisy, all speaking in disappointment. If this was the opening item of the auction, then it could only mean this auction was mediocre at best. Mayor smiled lightly and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Naturally, our Jinling Commerce Guild wouldn't use this kind of item to brush you off. All present here are people of status, our guild would never tarnish our own reputation." After speaking, Mayor clapped her hands, and a few pretty maids walked forward with elegant steps, each carrying a finely crafted white jade bottle. With a light tap of Mayor's slender finger, a round, lustrous white pill slowly floated out of the jade bottle. Instantly, a fragrant scent spread through the room, with wisps of mist curling in the air. Someone below frowned and said unhappily, "Isn't that just a mid-tier Earth-rank essence replenishing pill? What's so special about it? Could it be that Jinling Commerce Guild really has nothing else worth auctioning besides the Dragon Flame Yang fruit, and is just using this to stall us? Ha ha ha. This fellow is absolutely right. If the rest are all things like this, I say just bring out the Dragon Flame Yang fruit now so we can head back early." Mayor remained smiling despite the complaints. Down below, Lin Feng, wearing his human skin mask, sneered in disdain. And these are supposed to be people from major powers? A bunch of bumpkins. They don't even recognize pill patterns. In alchemy, if a pill is refined with pill patterns, its efficacy greatly increases. These 3 essence replenishing pills were consigned by him for auction and were personally refined by Elder Yao. Elder Yao's pill refining was extraordinary. This particular pill was refined to perfection, not only with perfect medicinal effect but also with 3 pill patterns. In the private room, Chen Shuer stared at the essence replenishing pill, observing it closely, and said with some confusion, "This essence replenishing pill seems different somehow." "Pill patterns," Su Yixian said calmly beside her. "This pill was refined perfectly, and it has 3 pill patterns. Its effect is enhanced by 30%. A single pill pattern increases a pill's effect by 10%. For low-rank pills, that may not mean much, but for heaven-rank pills, 2 or 3 patterns can make a huge difference." Chen Shuer suddenly understood. She had heard of pill patterns before. But she still said with confusion, "If it were a heaven-rank pill, I could understand, but essence-replenishing pills aren't rare. They're just used to increase cultivation and stabilize the Qi Si. Even with 30% more effectiveness, it doesn't seem that remarkable." Su Yixian smiled and shook his head, looking at the pill with its pure white markings, and slowly said, "This essence-replenishing pill may not be useful to us, but to alchemists, what does a patterned pill mean?" At those words, Chen Shuer's eyes lit up with sudden realization. "You mean, since ancient times, the techniques of the ancient alchemists had been lost. No one in Lingxiao continent could refine pill patterns anymore. Countless alchemists have spent their entire lives trying to refine a single pill with a pattern. That's the dream and pursuit of all alchemists. And all ancient pattern pills were stored in the Alchemy Alliance. They studied them day and night in hopes of recovering the ancient techniques. The Alchemy Alliance was only a top second-tier power. If they could refine a pill with a pattern, they would surely rise to become a top-tier power. However, even within the Alchemy Alliance, the highest they had achieved was a pill with a mystic rank pattern. There were no earth rank pattern pills at all. Now, Chen Shuer instantly understood the true value of this essence replenishing pill. It might not be useful to ordinary cultivators, but to the Alchemy Alliance, it was no less important than a priceless treasure. This was a treasure that would make any alchemist green with envy. Where on earth did Jinling Commerce Guild find an earth rank pill with a pattern? Chen Shuer said. Su Yixian didn't reply, only smiled and looked down at Lin Feng in the regular seating area. At that moment, someone below noticed the pill patterns on the essence replenishing pill and shouted, "Wait, did you all take a close look at that essence replenishing pill? Isn't that a pill pattern?" The hall fell silent. Everyone looked carefully. "Hiss, looks like it really is? How is that possible? An earth rank pill with patterns? I've never even heard of such a thing. Even the Alchemy Alliance doesn't have that, right?" On stage, Mayor smiled and said in a charming voice, "You're all sharp-eyed indeed. This is indeed a pill pattern, and I don't need to explain its value, do I? This essence replenishing pill starts at 3,000 high-grade spirit stones." In the heaven-class private room number 2, reserved for the Alchemy Alliance, the disciples had already spotted the pill pattern at first glance. Their eyes were burning with excitement as they said to the handsome young man seated at the head, "Senior Brother Mu Bai. Jinling Commerce Guild wasn't lying. They really have an earth rank pill with a pattern. Senior Brother, Master said we must obtain this essence replenishing pill for the Alchemy Alliance. If we have this as a reference, we can surely discover the ancient alchemy method of creating pill patterns." The last time an Earth-rank pattern pill appeared was 100 years ago in an ancient alchemist's secret realm. But it was stolen by a devil cultivator, and even after the Alchemy Alliance sent several guest elders, they still couldn't catch him. Now with this ready-made Earth-rank pattern pill appearing, the Alchemy Alliance absolutely had to get it. At the head seat, Mubai stared fixedly at the pill, his heart secretly filled with excitement, and he nodded slightly. The Jinling trading house had already revealed the news of the pill pattern, Dan Tattoo, to the Dan Alliance. Although the tattoo is precious, to ordinary cultivators it was merely a slightly enhanced Buyuan pill. But to the Dan Alliance, it was priceless treasure. When the ancient bell rang, the venue instantly grew silent. Everyone looked at one another. Though valuable, no one was willing to spend so much money on a single Earth-rank Buyuan pill. For them, a Buyuan pill costs at most 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones, even with a pill pattern, maybe 2,000 at most. They absolutely would not pay so many upper-grade spirit stones. At that moment, from heavenly room number 2 came the voice of Mu Bai of the Dan Alliance. This Buyuan pill, our Dan Alliance takes it. I offer 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. At that statement, everyone present was stunned. My goodness! 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. After all, members of the Dan Alliance are wealthy. Below, Lin Feng was even more excited, trembling all over, his eyes full of surprised joy. He hadn't expected to sell it for 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. He was totally unprepared for that. He could produce practically unlimited pills, yet it turned out to be so valuable. Lin Feng felt giddy for a while. This Buyuan pill isn't much use to us either. If the Dan Alliance takes it, they might find ancient pill forging methods to benefit all cultivators of Lingxiao continent. Well said. Only in the hands of the Dan Alliance can this item reach maximal effect. The Dan Alliance's bidding shows they absolutely intend to win. Everyone present had high status and ample cultivation resources. Even if they wanted to buy it, they were mostly curious or saw it as a collectible. Many didn't want to offend the massive Dan Alliance, and said, Mayor's eyes smiling, the Dan Alliance offering such a price was certainly sincere. After all, this Buyuan pill was originally prepared for the Dan Alliance. She lifted her hand slightly, about to finalize. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded. Wait a moment. That voice came from heavenly room number 1. Mayor froze, and even Mu Bai was stunned. Everyone turned to look at that room. Chen Shuer looked at Sui Xian in great confusion and asked, Brother Su? What is it? I thought you weren't interested in this. Sui Xian smiled. Indeed, he originally wasn't interested. But just seeing Lin Feng's joyful expression, then the meaning changed entirely. Mayor had been about to hammer the gavel, but hearing the voice she paused. Seeing the speaker came from a top-tier heavenly room, especially room number 1, such a high figure spoke, so Mayor had to ask. What is it? Mu Bai also looked at Sui Xian in confusion. The Daozi of Taichu Holy Land speaking? What for? Could it be he wants the pill too? That shouldn't be. Mu Bai looked utterly confused. Although the Dan Alliance is composed of alchemists, they are not powerful. They remain a second-tier force at peak. The Taichu Holy Land is the foremost of the 4 major forces of Lingxiao. If the Daozi truly needed pills, he would have access to any. Mu Bai clasped his fist and addressed room number 1. Daozi, might you also need this Buyuan pill? This pill pattern is extremely important to my Dan Alliance. I hope the Daozi can show us face. Lin Feng looked at Sui Xian's smiling expression in the room and suddenly felt a bad premonition. All present turned to look. Sui Xian rose and said in a low voice. Apologies for disturbing everyone's enthusiasm. But I truly cannot tolerate petty people using falsities to deceive others. His tone was gentle and calm, like spring breeze on one's face. As Daozi of the Taichu Holy Land, everyone recognized Sui Xian. Handsome, unfathomably accomplished, unmatched aura, but not arrogant. In an instant, everyone's regard softened, even warm. Daozi, you flatter us. Not at all disruptive. What's the matter, Daozi? Could there be an issue with this Buyuan pill? Though puzzled, many still responded kindly. Mu Bai paused, not understanding Sui Xian's point, and said, Please speak, Daozi. Sui Xian nodded lightly, looked at the pill on the table, eyes bright as torches, and slowly said, If I'm not mistaken, this Buyuan pill is nothing more than a worthless pill enhanced by some secret technique. And that tattoo is completely forged by human hands. What? Everyone present widened their eyes. Shocked turmoil rose. It's fake? Below, Lin Feng stared at Sui Xian in total disbelief. He felt like on a roller coaster, nearly furious enough to curse. Are you kidding me? A pill refined by Elder Yao could actually be fake. Mu Bai was stunned and examined the Buyuan pill again. How did even his Dan Alliance disciples miss this? He couldn't help but ask. Daozi, why do you say that? Su Yixian smiled faintly and asked Mayor at the center of the table. Miss Mayor, could you hand me that pill? Mayor hadn't reacted yet and nodded automatically. Su Yixian activated intent, the Buyuan pill flew straight into the room. Everyone stared in astonishment. When did Daozi make that move? Su Yixian held the Buyuan pill, and Chen Shuer came beside him and said, Brother Su, I feel nothing wrong with it. If anything, there's more spirit energy than a typical Buyuan pill. Of course it seemed fine. Su Yixian looked at the pill with a mysterious smile. The auction paused. All present quietly watched Su Yixian. He gazed thoughtfully at the pill, eyes shining brighter, and said, as expected. He lifted his head and spoke in a solemn voice. Brother Mu, your Dan alliance nearly got fooled. This pill may appear full of spirit energy, but internally its medicinal structure is already chaos. Not even on par with average pills, let alone Earth rank. How could that be? Mu Bai said in shock. Mayor turned pale and tried to explain. Surely Daozi must have misunderstood? Every treasure here was examined by our chief appraiser. Jinling Trading House would never auction a worthless pill. Lin Feng gaped furiously at Su Yixian. What the heck are you doing? Su Yixian quietly smiled inside the room. Just now, he had infused a trace of Tsangtian True Qi into the Buyuan pill. Tsangtian True Qi is supremely pure and fierce, its power continuously corrupted the pill's internal structure. Under his subtle True Qi manipulation, the pill's external appearance remained intact. It looked glossy and unchanged, but underneath, it had long become worthless. Lin Feng stared at Su Yixian, clenching his fists, so furious that his True Qi reversed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boo! This startled the onlookers nearby, who said, Fellow Taoist, are you alright? TSK, I didn't expect the Jinling Trading House would dare sell a fake pill. Though it's indeed infuriating, fellow Taoist, you don't have to be this angry, right? This comment made things worse. Lin Feng nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with hatred, red with rage, teeth clenched tightly. Su Yixian. What exactly did this guy do? Lin Feng's aura grew increasingly unstable, with faint demonic energy stirring. Elder Yao's voice sounded. Xiaofeng, calm down. How can I calm down? Lin Feng said in deep hatred. How did he do it? Elder Yao replied faintly. This. Clearly, he wasn't sure either. Mu Bai and the Dan Alliance disciples descended from the air and coldly spoke to Mayor. This matter must be explained to our Dan Alliance. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Since even the Dan Alliance, the most authoritative in alchemy, said so, it meant this pill was definitely a fake. The crowd below also began shouting. Who would have thought that such a huge Jinling trading house would sell fake pills and deceive us? Who would dare buy anything here again? You must explain this today. Could the 1,000-armed Buddha I just bought also be fake? This trading house has held many auctions, who knows how many cultivators have been scammed? Public opinion is powerful. Seeing Mu Bai so aggressive, and surrounded by voices of dissatisfaction, Mayor's charming face turned pale, clearly panicked. Everyone present was of high status. If this news spread, it would severely damage the reputation of Jinling Trading House. Even she was confused. How could a fake pill end up in the auction? Helpless, she sent a voice transmission to the president of the Chamber of Commerce. This matter was beyond what a lowly auctioneer could handle. Soon, a middle-aged man in luxurious robes entered from outside. Seeing him, Mayor's eyes lit up like she had found her savior. The man was the president of Jinling Trading House, named Chen Guan. Chen Guan calmed the crowd with a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone, please calm down. Our Jinling Trading House absolutely does not sell counterfeit goods. Mu Bai frowned, looking at him. Even facing the president, he didn't back down. President Chen, do you think the Dan Alliance is wrongly accusing you? Chen Guan approached, quite sincere and apologetic. Young Master Mu, of course not. Mu Bai snorted coldly and threw the pill heavily toward Chen Guan. Chen Guan didn't get angry and held it, carefully inspecting it. His expression grew darker. In a flash, the pill turned to powder in his hand, not even residue remained. It really was fake. Mu Bai sneered. What now? Trying to destroy the evidence. Chen Guan's face darkened. The pill indeed had no outward abnormalities, but inside there was a strange violent energy. Not just a fake, if consumed, it could make someone's body explode instantly. Were the appraisers just eating for nothing? How could they miss this kind of pill? And still dare to auction it? If the headquarters found out about this scandal, even his position as president could be at risk. Chen Guan composed himself. The urgent matter was to contain the situation. He spoke politely to Mu Bai. Young Master Mu, this incident is indeed our mistake. We deeply apologize. So you finally admit it? Mu Bai said coldly. One apology and you expect to settle this? With this happening, how can Jinling Trading House face cultivators in the future? Who would still dare buy from you? The crowd below also added. Exactly. Is Jinling Trading House trying to brush this off? If that's the case, I'll never come again. Spending so much on a fake, with no justice. Exactly. Chen Guan forced a stiff smile. This auction had been widely publicized. Almost all major powers in the eastern continent were aware of it. He said with a bitter smile. Everyone, rest assured, Jinling Trading House will definitely provide an explanation. We absolutely will not sit idly by. To all guests attending this auction, our trading house will provide compensation afterward. Saying this, Chen Guan looked at Mu Bai. Knowing he was at fault, he seriously said. Young Master Mu, we still have a few Xian-rank tattooed pills in our treasure vault. Consider them as compensation for this mistake. What do you think? Hearing this, Mu Bai's expression slightly eased. Though he didn't get the Earth-rank pill, the Xian-rank pills were at least enough to report back with. It showed some sincerity. He snorted lightly without speaking. Inside Heavenly Room Number 1. Chen Shuer looked at Sui Xian, surprised, and asked. Brother Su, how did you find out? I didn't expect the pill was really fake. Little Li Er, not quite understanding, also looked at Sui Xian with sparkling eyes. Brother Su is amazing. Sui Xian smiled lightly and patted Li Er's head. Looking down at Chen Guan. Despite the promise of compensation, the crowd below still didn't let up. Chen Guan was overwhelmed. At that moment, Sui Xian's voice came from room number 1. Everyone, I think President Chen was just momentarily careless. After all, the auction house is only a middleman. The appraisers evaluate countless treasures daily. Mistakes are inevitable. If you really want to blame someone, blame the consignor. They must have used some clever method to fool the appraisers. Don't you think so, President Chen? Being the noble Daozi of the Taichu Holy Land, when Sui Xian spoke, the crowd stopped arguing. Chen Guan looked gratefully at Sui Xian in room number 1. He didn't expect the Daozi would help him out of the situation. He quickly said, Daozi is absolutely right. This mistake is partly our fault, but the consignor was truly wicked. Jinling Trading House will definitely track this person down and give everyone an explanation. The trading house would suffer a big loss from this. Luckily, the Daozi of Taichu Holy Land helped suppress the issue for now. Chen Guan was bleeding inside. He was furious at the person who brought the pill for auction. He turned to a servant and said, Go ask the appraisers. Find out who put this pill up for consignment. Then Chen Guan looked toward Sui Xian in room number 1 with gratitude. This time, it was thanks to young Master Su for discovering the pill's flaw early. On behalf of Jinling Trading House, I thank you sincerely. Sui Xian replied casually. It's nothing. He looked down at Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, he found Lin Feng looking back at him. His gaze was piercing. The two locked eyes. Lin Feng quickly withdrew his resentful gaze and lowered his head. Sui Xian found it somewhat amusing. Lin Feng swore he had never felt so humiliated before. This slander was too shameless. He was certain that the pill made by Elder Yao had absolutely no issues. It must have been Sui Xian tampering with it. The spirit stones he was about to get vanished, and he also lost one supplement pill. That alone would have been enough, but what Lin Feng was sure of was that once the auction ended, Jinling Trading House would go to any length to track him down, give everyone an explanation, and restore their reputation. At that time, he would be powerless to speak. Lin Feng trembled with anger. His only relief was that he had hidden his identity, so presumably Jinling Trading House would not easily find him. Since encountering Sui Xian, he had offended 3 great powers in succession. Calm down. He had to calm down. Lin Feng took a deep breath and thought to himself. Today's debt will be repaid many times over. With Sui Xian's words and Chen Guan's continual apologies, the auction resumed. However, because of this incident, the prices of subsequent items were generally low. Even though Mayer tried to stir up enthusiasm, it couldn't save things. Chen Guan stood to the side, his face pale with anxiety. This auction had massive investment. But because of that supplement pill, it was destined to be a complete loss. Chen Guan's expression turned extremely ugly, he snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and left. He vowed to take personal action to catch that despicable person. Anyone who dared to deceive Jinling Trading House would never have a good ending. As the auction progressed, there was still nothing that could stir Sui Xian's interest. He lazily reclined in a soft chair, teasing little Li Er. Chen Shuer sat beside him peeling spirit oranges and feeding them to Sui Xian, in a perfect little attendant role. Su Yixian could clearly feel a murderous, hateful gaze occasionally stealing glances at him. Let them look as they wish. Su Yixian grinned inwardly, thinking. Already in a horrible mood, Lin Feng noticed Chen Shuer in heavenly room and lost all composure of cold elegance from the realm. He grew even more furious in his heart. That bitch. He originally planned to buy half of Dragon Yen Yang fruit to make a Yang Flame pill to neutralize the 9 yin force in her body. Though Su Yixian had somehow suppressed the chill within Chen Shuer, Lin Feng was sure it could not be eradicated. Since that was the case, it was no fault of his. Lin Feng's face darkened. After repeated frustrations, his inner demon grew. Elder Yao in the ancient ring sighed silently. He had watched Lin Feng grow. At some point, Lin Feng became overly impatient and arrogant. He had thought it was youthful rashness, but he never expected such a small setback would lead to this. Perhaps returning to the upper realm would truly be impossible. Elder Yao thought sadly, and another thought rose in his heart. Ding! The destined protagonist Lin Feng suffered repeated setbacks, his Dao heart unstable, evil thoughts arising, destiny value -1000. Ding! Elder Yao Fengchen's evil thoughts caused the destined protagonist Lin Feng's destiny value to drop by -3000. Su Yixian, lounging comfortably, felt something odd. Yao Fengchen? The old man in Lin Feng's ancient ring? Lin Feng's Dao heart instability was expected. But how did that gold finger that came through Elder Yao also develop evil thoughts? For some reason, Su Yixian always felt Lin Feng was unfit to be the model for the Flame Emperor's destined protagonist. Too restless, arrogant. If he were made a brainless villain, it would be fitting. He didn't expect even the old man to be strange. Still, Su Yixian didn't dwell on it. After a while, pieces one by one went to people from major powers. The auction gradually neared its end. Then Mayor, with a sweet voice, said, "Everyone has waited a long time. Next are the 3 most precious finale relics. Bravo!" Unlike before, the crowd below shouted enthusiastically, faces flushed, excitement high. Many had come for that treasure. The chambermaid placed the item on the stage, Mayor lifted it gently, a jet black bead appeared before everyone. Seeing this black bead, Mayor's expression became difficult. Even as an experienced auctioneer, she didn't know how to begin. She could only speak. The first finale treasure is a black bead, special because it has no grade. It comes from the secret realm of Qianyuan sacred sect from a century ago. Legend says it was found in a statue entwined by a true dragon and true phoenix in ancient Qianyuan sacred sect ruins. Even our top appraiser could not determine its function. All we know is that this bead is immune to fire and water. Even a powerful cultivator at tribulation-responding realm cannot damage it. Roughly speaking, its quality is at least as high as a heavenly-grade artifact. Smashing people with it might be fun? Mayor half joked. You can buy it to collect and study, maybe you are destined for this bead. Since its function is unknown, starting bid is 0. The crowd studied the bead for a while, feeling no wave of energy. They sneered. Start at 0? A bead of unknown purpose, this is the finale? Could it be another fake pill situation? Mayor hurried to explain. The price will be decided by you. Although its effect is unclear, I guarantee this bead is not like that supplement pill. Then someone bid. I offer 10 low-grade spirit stones. Just to liven things up. A small tear. No, I'm the destined one. I offer 15. Haha, I'll go 20. The atmosphere livens. Lin Feng's mind rang with Elder Yao's excited voice. Fenger. No matter the cost, you must get that bead. Lin Feng was puzzled, he'd never seen Elder Yao so excited. He observed the bead, same as others, saw nothing special. He nodded, without asking further. If Elder Yao said so, he wouldn't harm him. So he called. I bid 100 low-grade spirit stones. Someone sneered. You'd pay 100 for that? Is it special? I bid 200 low-grade spirit stones, just for fun. Lin Feng raised immediately. 500 low-grade spirit stones. Su Yixian stared at the bead. He recognized it at a glance. Soul hunting pearl? This is an upper realm evil object, containing countless hunted resentful souls. Its circulation in the lower realm had long been banned. Though he didn't know how it ended up here. Why would a destined protagonist use such evil item? Su Yixian said softly. 500 upper-grade spirit stones. He had no other motive, only to disgust Lin Feng. Once he said it, everyone was shocked. Chen Shuer aside was also surprised and said politely. Brother Su, this bead seems hard and all, but has no special effect. If it were truly a treasure, Jinling Trading House would have kept it. Su Yixian shook his head with a smile. I think it's interesting, so I want to buy it to play with. Upon hearing Su Yixian speak, Lin Feng was stunned and displeased. Again? No fun left, then? Elder Yao's eager voice echoed. Fenger, this item is an upper realm treasure, Fire Dragon Pearl. With it, you can 99% succeed in taming a second heaven and earth flame. You must have it. Lin Feng was instantly excited. A guaranteed success in capturing a heaven and earth flame? That process requires flame scalding and extreme pain, risking bodily explosion. But the reward was tremendous. Just capturing one flame would boost his cultivation nearly a full realm. Lin Feng eagerly nodded. Don't worry, master. This is mine. With this item, he could temporarily ignore Dragon Yen Yang fruit. He called. I bid 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Everyone was stunned. From 10 low-grade to 1,000 upper-grade stones? And even the Daozi of Taichu Holy Land bid. Could this item be truly extraordinary? None present were fools, bids flew rapidly. I bid 1,100. How about 1,500? I bid 2,500 upper-grade stones. As the price soared, Lin Feng's face darkened. Damn, he's bidding now? Didn't he just say he'd have nothing to do with it? He hesitated deeply. The price far exceeded his means. Before, bidding that supplement pill cost little. But after the earlier fiasco, his total holdings were only about 5,000 upper-grade stones. Still, this item was too important, worth any price. Lin Feng steeled himself, biting his lip. I bid 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. He intended to use this to completely extinguish their thoughts. Sure enough, this price made quite a few people calm down. After all, spending so much on something with unknown effects really isn't worth it. On the stage, Meyer's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This price had already far exceeded the auction house's estimate. Originally, placing it as the finale, they thought it would only fetch around a little over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Her voice couldn't help but become louder. 4,000 high-grade spirit stones once, anyone want to raise the bid? Someone below laughed and said, 4,000 spirit stones? Is that guy an idiot? Spending so much on a useless mysterious pearl. Ha ha ha, my house has as many of these mysterious pearls as you want. Want me to sell you one? 1,000 high-grade spirit stones each. Hearing the mocking voices around him, Lin Feng secretly rejoiced in his heart. All the better. Inside the private booth, Su Yixuan slowly took a sip of tea and said calmly, 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Everyone was shaken and looked toward Su Yixuan in the booth in disbelief. Lord Daozi is bidding again? I thought the guy who bid 4,000 was already outrageous. How did it go up to 5,000? People started discussing. Thinking it was foolproof, Su Yixuan's raise caught Lin Feng off guard, and his face turned grim. Could it be that he had seen through his identity? That shouldn't be possible. The human skin mask made by Elder Yao had never failed before. This was not just an ordinary mask made from special material, but from a real human face. Or could it be that he also recognized the Fire Dragon Pearl? Though he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought, the Fire Dragon Pearl meant too much to him. Lin Feng's expression kept changing, but he still shouted, 5,300 high-grade spirit stones. Though this time, it lacked confidence. These spirit stones were almost his limit. If Su Yixuan raised the price again, with his assets, he might really not be able to win the Fire Dragon Pearl. He secretly prayed for him to give up quickly. In the heaven-class booth, Su Yixuan remained calm and slowly said, 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. As a Daozi of the Holy Land, he simply didn't lack spirit stones. Chen Shuer beside him didn't quite understand but didn't say anything. Lear was eating a spiritual fruit, munching on a crisp, snow-white fruit and asked with a full mouth, Brother, what are spirit stones? Is 6,000 a lot? Su Yixuan looked at Lear. Because she had eaten too many spiritual fruits, Lear was now emitting a faint white glow, her whole body full of spiritual energy. It seemed she would be able to make another breakthrough soon. Su Yixuan smiled and explained, 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. That could probably buy mountains of buns. When Lear heard this, her eyes went wide and she forgot to eat the fruit in her hand. She exclaimed, Ah? So many buns? Upon hearing the price of 6,000 spirit stones, Lin Feng's face turned red. It felt as bad as if he had eaten shit. Seeing Su Yixuan's composed and calm expression, he secretly clenched his fists. Even this, you have to compete with me? Elder Yao's urgent voice came from the ancient ring. Fenger, raise the bid. Lin Feng said darkly. Master, our spirit stones are almost gone. Elder Yao replied, this hunting, Fire Dragon Pearl is vital to you. No matter what the cost, you must get it. Lin Feng nodded and decided to go all in, speaking coldly. 6,500 high-grade spirit stones. Su Yixuan's voice quickly followed. 7,000. as if high-grade spirit stones meant nothing to him. Throughout the auction, it seemed only Su Yixian and Lin Feng's voices could be heard. The smile on Meyer's face grew wider, almost lopsided from grinning. As the auctioneer, she was naturally happy to see this. Everyone in the venue quieted down, watching the struggle between Lin Feng and Su Yixian. Someone said, "Who is that guy? Daring to compete with the Daozi of the Taichu Holy Land? Is he not afraid of death? Never seen him, doesn't seem to be from any known force. A rogue cultivator? Where'd he get so much money?" The price of the mysterious pearl soared to 9,000. Lin Feng was furious. He could no longer compete. Now he was certain. Su Yixian must have figured something out. Elder Yao's voice came again. "This man is determined to get the fire dragon pearl. With your amount of spirit stones, Fenger, you definitely can't win against him. Don't worry, I'm here." Elder Yao was actually willing to make a move. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Indeed, he had already used up all his assets. But Elder Yao taking action was different altogether. "Master, you mean?" Lin Feng was shocked. The last time Elder Yao took over his body was during a life-or-death crisis. Elder Yao was just a remnant soul. Every time he possessed Lin Feng, it consumed greatly and he would fall into deep sleep. Lin Feng immediately understood what his master meant. He didn't expect his master to do this again for him. Lin Feng was quietly moved. "All right." He closed his eyes, and his whole aura began to change dramatically. From the ancient ring, an unnoticed wisp of remnant soul entered Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's cultivation level suddenly soared. From the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, he directly broke through to the Core Formation realm. Core Formation realm level 1, level 2. He kept breaking through until the 9th level of the Core Formation realm and still didn't seem to stop. The passers-by next to Lin Feng clearly sensed his continuous breakthrough aura. Their expressions drastically changed. Their mouths were about to drop, eyes wide open, and they said in disbelief, "Holy crap! Bro! Did you eat some kind of?" The spiritual energy from all directions was being absorbed, and many present sensed the energy surging wildly. Many people looked over. "Damn! What's up with this middle-aged guy? His cultivation level is skyrocketing. What the hell is this? 9th level of the Core Formation realm. Is he still going to break through?" Inside the booth, Su Yixian also felt the surrounding energy fluctuations and looked toward Lin Feng. He frowned. Lin Feng's aura didn't stop until it reached the 9th level of the law-breaking realm. With Elder Yao's help, he had actually jumped 2 major realms. Everyone present was a disciple of major powers. Most were in the Core Formation realm, with the strongest at the law-breaking realm. They were shocked. They had never seen such a way of breaking through. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Flames seemed to flicker in his pupils, turning ghostly blue for a moment. His eyes gleamed sharply as he looked directly at Meyer on the stage. Lin Feng's figure moved and instantly disappeared from his spot, reappearing in front of Meyer. Meyer was startled and cried out in alarm. "What do you want to do?" Except for Su Yixian, no one could clearly see Lin Feng's movement. Ghostly blue, cold flames surrounded the area. The pressure of the law-breaking realm swept out as Lin Feng reached out with a large hand. That black mysterious pearl seemed to be drawn by some force and flew into his hand. Lin Feng grasped it tightly. His eyes showed joy. Seeing this, Meyer immediately understood and screamed loudly. "You want to snatch it? This is Jinling Chamber of Commerce." People below finally reacted. "Is this guy crazy? He actually dared to make a move." Everyone was shocked. Su Yixian kept a close eye on Lin Feng on stage. Why did he suddenly feel like a completely different person? The guards of the Jinling Chamber of Commerce blocked Lin Feng one by one, but with a wave of his hand, the ghostly blue flames around him split into tiny flames and shot out. Even the slightest touch would burn them to ashes with the blue flames. For a while, the guards could only surround Lin Feng and didn't dare to act rashly. "This aura, is it a heavenly flame?" Someone recognized the blue flame Lin Feng used and was filled with shock. "This is the Nether Heart Flame, ranked 32nd among heavenly flames. Who the hell is he?" Meyer's face turned even paler. She had already sent a message to President Chen Guan. She shouted, "Honored guests, please help stop this thief. Jinling Chamber of Commerce will surely reward you heavily." A law-breaking realm busybody responded cheerfully. "Didn't expect someone to stir up trouble here. I want to see how strong he is." Several people approached, but before they got close, they were all burned clean by the flame seeds from the Nether Heart Flame. That power. At least at the life and death realm. The surrounding crowd's faces changed greatly, extremely shocked. Inside the Heaven-class booth, an invisible force shielded the area, and the Nether Heart Flame couldn't penetrate it. Su Yixian's gaze flickered as he looked at Lin Feng below. Used his golden finger so soon? Chen Shuai beside him asked. Brother Su, aren't you going to help them? Su Yixian calmly watched everything and said. No rush. Let's watch more. He wanted to see why Lin Feng would use his biggest trump card just to get this soul hunting pearl. Even if Lin Feng didn't know, didn't the grandpa inside him know? Su Yixian pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered. The soul hunting pearl could trap souls. As the name suggests, it can imprison a soul within it. Connecting that to all of Lin Feng's strange behavior, Su Yixian seemed to understand everything in a flash. Yao Fengchen wanted to replace Lin Feng. Below, Lin Feng looked indifferently at the crowd, held the mysterious pearl, and was about to leave. Just as he turned around, a terrifying qi energy turned into a sharp blade and slashed at Lin Feng. How dare you? Who dares to cause trouble in our Jinling Chamber of Commerce? Lin Feng instantly sensed danger, retreated quickly, tapped the air with his toes, and jumped, striking a heavy palm at the top floor of the chamber. It was the same mountain-crushing palm he used earlier against Su Yixian. Boom! Thick smoke filled the venue, and countless debris fell. Seeing the huge translucent hole, Lin Feng was overjoyed and tried to escape quickly. President Chen Guan of Jinling Chamber of Commerce suddenly appeared, blocking his path. His face was full of rage as he looked at the chaos. He had just gone to find an appraiser to investigate the person who consigned the waste pills. Unexpectedly, Meyer soon sent a message saying someone tried to snatch an item during the auction. Already furious, Chen Guan was like a lit firecracker, rushing here directly. When he saw Lin Feng, he recalled the portrait from the appraiser and narrowed his eyes, shouting coldly. It's you! The one who consigned the waste pills? The crowd was shocked. So he's the one who sold the waste pills? And he even dared show up at the auction. Such audacity. This guy is too powerful, possesses a heavenly flame, and even tried to rob the mysterious pearl. Only President Chen can stop him. No, maybe there's one more. Someone said. Everyone understood and looked toward the number 1 heaven-class booth. Dodging the attack, Lin Feng didn't speak, his face grim as he stared at Chen Guan. This guy won't be easy to deal with. The nether heart flame beside him condensed into a blue fireball and shot toward Chen Guan. The icy force made it feel like deep winter. Chen Guan was calm. He activated his internal technique, waved his sleeve, and easily shattered the blue fireball. He snorted coldly. Such guts. I can't believe you dared come to the auction. Even though you have a heavenly flame, it seems you can't fully control its power. I want to see what other skills you have to cause trouble here. Chen Guan clearly sensed something off about the nether heart flame. Its power was far weaker than a true heavenly flame. In his hand appeared 2 silver beads, circling around his palm. With a flick of his finger, they turned into silver streams like dragons, aiming at Lin Feng's legs. He planned to cripple him first, then interrogate him thoroughly. Consigning fake pills, robbing auction items, any one of these is unforgivable. Lin Feng's face was grim. He had possessed Lin Feng's body, and the nether heart flame didn't truly belong to Lin Feng. He was only using a trace through his own power. So its strength was greatly weakened. The silver beads were made from 10,000-year black iron, and the cold flame couldn't slow them down. From the blue flame came 2 silver streaks. Lin Feng waved his left hand, and an extremely hot red flame wrapped around the nether heart flame like a fire snake, shooting a fire column at Chen Guan. This red flame was another heavenly flame Lin Feng had subdued. Falling sky fire. Its power was fierce and scorching, very different from the nether heart flame. The 2 forces merged, forming a red-blue fire vortex. Even the surrounding air visibly distorted, terrifying to the extreme. Flame pillar. In this roaring pillar of fire, the silver beads instantly melted into silver liquid. Chen Guan's face changed drastically. What kind of power was this? Another heavenly flame. He really didn't expect it. Heavenly flames are rare and dangerous to absorb. Yet this man had 2. Falling sky fire was different. It came from within Lin Feng himself and was pure and potent. This force was unstoppable. He had underestimated him. Chen Guan shut his eyes in despair. Just then, a gentle voice sounded. 2 heavenly flames. I really underestimated you. Su Yixian was suddenly standing in the air, holding Li Er. Chen Shuai stood quietly by his side. Li Er's big eyes sparkled, reflecting the red-blue flames. Su Yixian calmly watched the terrifying flame pillar. Mysterious divine patterns of the heavenly god body appeared on him. He raised his right hand and lightly punched, dispersing the deadly twin flame pillar completely. The pillar exploded instantly, red and blue sparks flying, blooming into a brilliant firework inside the auction hall. Lin Feng's pupils shrank, looking at this terrifying scene with disbelief. The flame pillar formed by the twin heavenly fires was powerful enough to kill a life and death realm expert across realms. And yet it was destroyed with a light punch? Just who exactly is this Daozi? His mind started to waver. Now that he had obtained the soul hunting pearl, he just wanted to withdraw quickly. On the other side, Chen Guan, who had thought he was about to die, widened his eyes. The scene of Su Yixuan throwing the punch was still vivid in his memory. That terrifying flame pillar, was it actually shattered by the Daozi's punch? Chen Guan gasped. The violent power of the twin flame pillar still left him with lingering fear. Young Master Su's cultivation was truly unfathomable. Chen Guan had seen countless prodigies, and he was certain that among the younger generation of the four great powers, none could match Su Yixuan's cultivation and strength. To ignore a heavenly flame and break it with one punch. Chen Guan gratefully said, "Thank you, Lord Daozi, for saving my life. Please trouble yourself, Lord Daozi, to kill this thief." Su Yixuan slightly nodded. His expression was calm, but he was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect the power of the heavenly god body to be so tyrannical. Even the heavenly flames couldn't harm him in the slightest. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Feng looked at Su Yixuan with extreme vigilance. Heavenly flames are the purest force between heaven and earth, and their uniqueness lies in the fact that no matter the grade, once touched, they stick like maggots to bones, hard to get rid of. Yet this person remained completely unharmed, which was hard for him to accept or believe. In this lower realm, it should be impossible for anyone to withstand the damage of a twin flame pillar. Su Yixuan floated in the air, his white robes fluttering, like an immortal looking down at Yao Fangchen below. He slowly spoke. "Aren't you very clear yourself? What should I call you? Lin Feng? Or the wisp of remnant soul inside that ring?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He looked at Su Yixuan in shock. His eyes were full of disbelief. The one currently controlling this body was Yao Fangchen. This man could not only see through the human skin mask at a glance, but also tell that this body had switched controllers. Could he be an enemy from his past? As one of the few pill lords in the upper realm, Yao Fangchen held immense status. Not only was his alchemy unparalleled, but his cultivation was also at the 9th transformation realm. In the upper realm, aside from the immortal orthodoxies and ancient clans, who wouldn't respectfully address him as Lord Yao? However, he once obtained a pill recipe and, to create a pill that could help break into the undying realm, refined tens of millions of mortals and cultivators, destroying a small world. This provoked an immortal orthodoxy that governed that area to hunt him down, leading to his death and soul dispersal. Fortunately, before his body perished, he managed to refine that sacred pill and, at the brink of death, stepped into the threshold of the undying realm, leaving behind a sliver of soul that escaped to the lower realm. After sleeping for 100 years, he regained a trace of strength and planned to live another life. Lin Feng was the person Yao Fangchen had chosen. But unexpectedly, with Yao's help, Lin Feng's personality had grown reckless and arrogant, flaunting himself everywhere. This made Yao Fangchen, who preferred to develop in secret, quite displeased. However, since his soul was still incomplete, if he truly wanted to take over, he couldn't fully erase Lin Feng's consciousness and perfectly fuse with the body. There was even a risk of backlash. Fortunately, he hadn't expected there would be a treasure like the soul-hunting pearl here. With it, he could imprison Lin Feng's soul and refine the thousands of vengeful spirits inside the pearl. His soul would recover greatly, and then he could truly live again. Yao Fangchen's eyes flickered as he looked at Su Yixuan. He didn't know what kind of treasure this man had. Even with his soul power, he couldn't see his cultivation. Now that he had the soul-hunting pearl, and there were so many cultivators from major powers present, he feared drawing the attention of their powerful sects. This place was no longer safe. Damn it. If it were the old him, he could crush this group of ants with one hand. Yao Fangchen felt frustrated. Thinking of this, he took out a miasma pill and smashed it to the ground. The entire auction house was instantly filled with thick mist. He turned to leave, and threw several red flames toward Su Yixuan's companions through the fog. Trying to run? Su Yixuan raised his eyebrows, seemingly surprised by Yao Fangchen's action. He casually blocked the flames for Chen Shuer and the others. The thick fog obscured vision, and Su Yixuan squinted, seeing Yao Fangchen fleeing through the giant hole. He said to Chen Shuer, "Shuer, look after Li Er for me. I'll be back soon." Chen Shuer coughed, waving the smoke away. She circulated her true qi to shield the surroundings, preventing the fog from entering. Knowing she couldn't help Su Yixuan much, she nodded and said, "Brother Su, be careful. I don't want to be without brother." Li Er spoke in a clear, childish voice, looking at Su Yixuan. Su Yixuan smiled softly, patted her head gently, and said warmly, "Li Er, be good. When brother comes back, I'll take you to buy buns." "Okay?" But unexpectedly, Li Er, who usually loved buns the most, shook her head. Her clear big eyes met Suishien's gaze, and she stubbornly said, "Brother is more important than buns." Suishien was stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her little face so wronged, he had no choice but to say helplessly, "All right, Lier." After all, dealing with Lin Feng, even in a possessed state, was only the law-breaking realm. To him, there was no threat. Holding Lier's hand, Suishien and she disappeared from the spot. Yao Fengchen flew quickly through the sky. His internal true qi was depleting heavily, and he could no longer maintain that speed. Looking back and seeing no one chasing, he stopped. He couldn't help but complain. This body is still too weak. The ancient ring in his hand lit up, and several essence recovery pills appeared. He threw a handful into his mouth, and spiritual energy surged within him, rapidly recovering. Looking at the soul-hunting pearl in his hand, a trace of joy flashed in Yao Fengchen's eyes. He had thought it would take a long time to recover his soul. Now, it seemed taking over this body early wasn't so bad. This possession state wouldn't last long, he needed to find a place to fuse quickly. Yao Fengchen thought silently. Suddenly, his body stiffened and he fell straight down from the sky. "Master! The crisis is over now. Isn't it time to return the body to me?" Lin Feng's soul had been observing everything. When he saw the danger pass and his master still didn't exit the possession state or return control of the body, he couldn't help but speak up. Because it was a remnant soul, the possession state was extremely unstable. Even the slightest disturbance could cause true qi to go chaotic. Yao Fengchen quickly adjusted his breathing and landed smoothly, his face gloomy as he shouted coldly, "Shut up! You useless trash!" Hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned. "Master, what did you say?" His voice was full of disbelief. In his memory, Elder Yao had always been kind and gentle, always giving patient guidance. Even when he made huge mistakes, he was never scolded, like a father. But what was that just now? Why so angry? "Master, what's wrong? Is your soul injured again?" "Don't worry, Master. I will definitely find a treasure to repair your soul and rebuild your body in the future." Thinking his master was injured from possession, Lin Feng spoke kindly. Yao Fengchen sneered, his face full of mockery, muttering to himself, "In the future? No need." "Master, what do you mean by that?" Lin Feng felt a vague sense of dread. "Please return my body now, Master." "So noisy." Lin Feng's soul message kept echoing, and the body kept muttering to itself. Yao Fengchen's tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. He smiled darkly and said, "My disciple, haven't I treated you well?" Lin Feng was stunned. What did that mean? But he still honestly said, "Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, Fenger has never dared forget it. Without Master, there wouldn't be the me of today." This wasn't a lie. He had been just a youth from a small family. Without Yao Fengchen's help, he might still be a ridiculed and bullied waste. Yao Fengchen let out a sinister laugh, clearly satisfied with Lin Feng's reply, and said, "In that case, good disciple, this body of yours. How about offering it to your master?" Lin Feng couldn't believe that the master he usually respected would say something like that. He shouted in fear, "What? Master, you?" Yao Fengchen flipped his hand, and the soul-hunting pearl appeared in his palm. The soul-hunting pearl was an item of evil cultivators from the upper realm, and to use it required a special method. Coincidentally, Yao Fengchen knew this method. Under the wrapping of true qi, the soul-hunting pearl slowly floated to the space between his eyebrows and suddenly emitted an incomparably dark light. A powerful suction force came from within the soul-hunting pearl. Lin Feng's unstable soul floating in the sea of consciousness suddenly lost control, as if pulled by something, twisting. In that instant, Lin Feng's facial features appeared on his divine soul, filled with confusion, shock, and fear. He couldn't believe that his master actually wanted to seize his body. "Why?" Lin Feng struggled and shouted. "Master! Master! You're joking, right? Hurry and give my body back." "Master! What did I do wrong? I promise I won't do it again." "Master!" Yao Fengchen didn't reply. The powerful suction made Lin Feng unable to resist. The original soul of this body was forcibly pulled out. It turned into a twisted white mass, with Lin Feng's terrified face still visible. Yao Fengchen grabbed Lin Feng's soul and grinned. "Give it back to you? Good disciple, did you really think your miraculous luck came out of nowhere, that you just happened to find an ancient ring? Your entire existence has always been for me. I originally wanted to let you grow a bit more before harvesting. But I didn't expect you to become so arrogant, making enemies everywhere. If this body died, who knows how long I'd have to wait to find another suitable one." Fear appeared in Lin Feng's eyes, and his expression began to distort. He shouted in disbelief. "You arranged for that ancient ring to appear in my hands? Your goal was to steal my body?" Yao Fangchen still had that same kind smile, but in Lin Feng's eyes, it looked insidious and chilling. Yao Fangchen slowly said, "Good disciple, this is your master's final lesson to you in this life. Remember, if something comes without reason, it must be a trap. The cultivation world is extremely cruel. In your next life, don't be so naive again." It was as if his suppressed nature had finally been released. Yao Fangchen had long grown tired of pretending to be a kind elder. He laughed wildly. The soul-hunting pearl in his hand emitted a pitch-black light, and a black vortex cracked open within it. From the vortex appeared thousands of twisted, ghostly faces and grabbing hands, trying to escape the pearl. Lin Feng's soul was uncontrollably sucked toward it. He wanted to flee, but couldn't move. Filled with unwillingness and rage, Lin Feng roared, "Yao Fangchen!" As his soul was sucked into the soul-hunting pearl, his voice gradually faded, and the pearl returned to looking like an ordinary black bead. This body would no longer be disturbed by another soul. Yao Fangchen felt extremely comfortable, greedily breathing in the fresh air. He muttered, "Han Tian Divine Sect, didn't expect me, Yao Fangchen, to live another life, did you? With the help of the Red Lotus Heaven Burning Art, I will become the first to fuse dual heavenly fires. When my cultivation is complete, I will refine all living beings of your Han Tian Divine Sect into a sacred pill." Yao Fangchen laughed madly. From this moment on, Lin Feng no longer existed, and the new person reborn in this body was named Yao Fangchen. But before he could fully enjoy his triumph, clapping came from nearby. Clap clap clap. What a wonderful show. Yao Fangchen's face changed dramatically. Who? He turned to see Su Yixian's graceful figure, who had appeared behind him at some point. Su Yixian was holding Li Er's hand, looking at Yao Fangchen with a half-smile. Yao Fangchen's expression darkened immediately. His 9th-level law-breaking realm cultivation couldn't even sense this person's presence? Where did he come from? You again? Yao Fangchen glared at Su Yixian. He had long known this person wasn't easy to deal with and had repeatedly warned Lin Feng to stay away. If not for him, Lin Feng might have lived longer. Su Yixian smiled and said, "Very impressive. Now, should I call you Lin Feng? Or Yao Fangchen?" Yao Fangchen's pupils contracted and he said in a low voice, "You heard everything?" Su Yixian scanned Yao Fangchen from head to toe. He really hadn't expected that what seemed like a typical underdog protagonist turned out to be taken over by an old man. He checked his life panel, quite curious, was the man before him still Lin Feng, or now Yao Fangchen? Name, Lin Feng. Identity, Pill Lord, Yao Fangchen, disciple of Yao Fangchen, disciple of Li Qingyan, young master of the Lin family in Wuda City. Fate value, 65,000. Cultivation level, law-breaking realm, 9th level. Fate traits, Son of Destiny, Gold, Flame Emperor, Gold, Old Master, Gold, Lover's Confidant, Purple, Alchemy Technique, Gold, Unyielding Pride, Purple. Current fate, Heavenly Tribulation approaching, near death, a soul and body separated, reborn. Life script, Flame Emperor, Son of Destiny. Trash type path. Bullied and looked down on in youth, sister taken by a major power, stumbles upon ancient ring with old master inside, learns Red Lotus Heaven Burning Art, subdues heavenly flames to refine pills, rises in strength, more details. Recent twist, devours soul hunting pearl, perfectly fuses with body, fuses dual heavenly flames, creates supreme dual fire Qi Tian cold flame, massive boost in cultivation. Looking at Yao Fangchen's life script, Su Yixian understood a bit more. He was still Lin Feng. Only now with many more fate traits and identities. Their life scripts seemed to have merged. Wait. Su Yixian paused. So the true Flame Emperor was never Lin Feng? But Yao Fangchen, living as Lin Feng? Su Yixian thought to himself. He wasn't wrong. After all, in the upper realm, Han Tian Divine Sect and Yao Fangchen were sworn enemies. Before he had absolute strength, Yao Fangchen didn't plan to reveal himself and invite their pursuit. No one would know that beneath this young man's body was Yao Fangchen's soul. Yao Fangchen looked at Su Yixian with hostility. His identity absolutely couldn't be exposed. Now that this man knew his identity, he had to die. Thinking this, Yao Fangchen's eyes were full of killing intent. He raised his hands, on one side, the red falling sky flame, on the other, the ghostly blue nether heart fire. He struck first. Su Yixian smiled faintly and said, "So quick to silence me? Perfect." He'd never tested the true power of the heavenly god body since obtaining it. A body that even dual heavenly flames couldn't harm. Su Yixian felt a flicker of battle intent. In his memory, he had always been best with a sword. But now, Su Yixian charged forward barehanded. No hesitation. The blood of the heavens roared within him, surging violently. His powerful heart boomed like an ancient bell. Heavenly divine patterns appeared, golden waves rippling all around him. Su Yixian's temperament changed instantly, from gentle and warm to ancient, overbearing, and sovereign. Just standing there made it hard to breathe. His entire body radiated fighting spirit. His eyes sparkled with excitement. In that case, let's begin. Yao Fangchen saw that Lin Feng didn't dodge and actually intended to take on his dual heavenly fires head-on. He frowned and shouted, "Arrogant fool!" The scarlet burning true qi refined from the red lotus heaven burning art was already extremely hot. Combined with dual heavenly fires, it could incinerate all things. Even before reaching Su Yixian, a wave of heat came rushing in. Su Yixian grinned and said, "Not bad." Seeing Su Yixian unmoved, Yao Fangchen was secretly pleased when Su Yixian's fist made direct contact with the center of the dual heavenly fires. But the expected scene of Su Yixian's hands being scorched and incinerated didn't happen. Instead, a sharp pain shot from the fire through Yao Fangchen's hand. How could this be? If the previous flame pillar had been resisted due to Su Yixian using some unknown artifact, then this time his physical body had clearly touched the heavenly fires. Yao Fangchen's eyes widened, and in the next moment, he was blasted away like a cannonball. He barely stood up shakily, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wiping his mouth, Yao Fangchen looked on in disbelief and said coldly, "What kind of physique do you have?" Su Yixian's hands were still steaming, but remained completely unharmed. He looked slightly disappointed, lowered his eyes, and said softly, "Is that all? Heavenly fires, nothing impressive." "You!" Yao Fangchen's expression was grim, but as a pill lord of the upper realm, he quickly composed himself, took out a few pills from his storage ring, and swallowed them. The flames of the falling sky fire and nether heart fire on his hands burned fiercer than before. He snorted coldly. "After all, you're a barbarian from the lower realm. How could you understand the might of heavenly fires?" As he spoke, the blazing fire suddenly spread like a waterfall, rapidly engulfing all directions around Su Yixian. In an instant, the whole scene turned into a sea of fire, burning all living beings around to ashes. Flame sea devouring the wilds. "Today I'll show you the true power of heavenly fires," Yao Fangchen said coldly. The fire sea surged and shrank rapidly, leaving Su Yixian with no room to escape. SSSSSSSSS. The sound of scorching echoed in the ears. The surrounding space distorted, as if even it was being burned by the heavenly fires. Looking at the red and blue sea of flames formed by the heavenly fires, Su Yixian's eyes shone sharply. This was only at the law-breaking realm, yet even he at the life and death realm felt a faint sense of pressure. As expected of the old grandpa. Heavenly god body. Yao Fangchen watched the tightening sea of fire, and his face gradually relaxed. Trapped in this flame sea, even a tribulation realm expert wouldn't feel good. Turning to look at Li Er in the distance, he grinned maliciously. "Why aren't you running away yet?" For someone who knew his greatest secret, Yao Fangchen had no intention of leaving a single witness. Li Er looked at Yao Fangchen calmly, without fear, and spoke crisply without any concern. "Big brother said, you can't beat him. I believe in Big brother." Yao Fangchen looked like he'd heard the funniest joke ever and burst into loud laughter. "I can't beat him? Ha 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 ha. Under my heavenly fires, he's already turned to ash by now. What a pity, this guy must have a special physique. If it were the past, I'd have refined him into a human pill. Ha ha ha." At that moment, a mocking voice came from within the blazing red and blue flames. "Oh? Refine me into a human pill? Why don't you try?" A beam of golden light broke through the encasing heavenly fire, followed by countless golden rays shooting out. "Big brother!" Li Er shouted happily when she saw this. The endless heavenly fire was actually extinguished by the golden light. Yao Fangchen's eyes showed a trace of shock. As the golden light grew, it gradually faded, and Su Yixian appeared, glowing with divine brilliance, his entire body enveloped in a faint golden light. Even under the heavenly fires, not a single thread of his white robe had been scorched. Ancient and noble heavenly god markings spread to Su Yixian's neck, appearing mysterious and powerful. Standing atop the fire sea, Su Yixian looked like a descending divine being, awe-inspiring and terrifying. Yao Fangchen was in disbelief, his expression changing dramatically. "You're using my heavenly fires to temper your body? Escape." The thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, Yao Fangchen turned to flee. Even his strongest ultimate move couldn't harm Su Yixian, he had even used it to refine his body. What kind of monster was this? Li Er shouted. "Big brother. He's trying to run." Just then, Su Yixian suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils turning noble and dominant gold, and within them appeared two profound heavenly god markings. By using the power of Yao Fangchen's dual heavenly fires to temper his body, he had finally unlocked the second stage of the heavenly god body, breaking his previous shackles. He awakened the heavenly god eyes. They could pierce all evil in heaven and earth and see through life and death in an instant. As the second seal was unlocked, powerful Tao energy surged around Sui Xian, and even his cultivation leapt several levels, reaching the 5th level of the life and death realm. Sui Xian looked at the fleeing Yao Fangchen. The god markings in his golden pupils flashed. Yao Fangchen's speed instantly slowed. Chains and shackles appeared all around, binding his limbs and freezing him in place. Yao Fangchen halted abruptly, his eyes full of fear. What kind of power was this? Sui Xian walked over to Lier. Lier happily hugged Sui Xian's leg and said sweetly, "Big brother, I knew you'd be okay." Sui Xian smiled and picked her up, then walked unhurriedly toward Yao Fangchen. Having unlocked the second seal of the heavenly god body, his noble golden pupils looked at Yao Fangchen indifferently, like a supreme ruler, and asked, "Now, do you still want to refine me into a human pill?" Yao Fangchen stared hard at Sui Xian. What kind of eyes were those? He felt as if everything about him had been completely seen through. He had only seen such eyes once before, when he found the sacred pill recipe in the endless divine ruins. "You're from the ancient clan of the endless divine ruins?" The golden light faded from Sui Xian's pupils, and his aura returned to its gentle, elegant state. Without asking further, he smiled slightly and said, "It's not easy to get another life. Want to live?" Yao Fangchen froze, suspiciously looking at Sui Xian and said with disbelief, You mean you'll let me go? If not for that trash Lin Feng being too arrogant, I wouldn't have ended up like this. People like you, mere lower realm ants, Yao Fangchen, used to crush with a flick." Lier pouted and said, "Yet you still lost to my big brother." Yao Fangchen choked. His face turned red. Sui Xian glanced at little Lier. She really was a spicy one. He smiled faintly and said slowly, "You and I have no deep hatred. From beginning to end, it's all Lin Feng's fault. You taught that disciple of yours pretty well." "Oh right, don't you have another disciple?" Sui Xian teased. Yao Fangchen frowned and said, "What? You low-realm barbarian know nothing. Lin Feng has a wood spirit body, he matches me perfectly." Sui Xian didn't care about his stubbornness and said, "How much do you know about the eternal Su clan?" When Yao Fangchen heard this, his body suddenly trembled. He looked at Sui Xian in shock, as if he had seen a ghost, and shouted in disbelief, "Could you be from the eternal Su clan?" The more Yao Fangchen looked at Sui Xian's face, the more shocked he felt in his heart. This person's aura was ethereal and peerlessly elegant, coupled with an incredibly terrifying cultivation level. He absolutely did not look like someone from the lower realm. The Eternal Su clan was a hidden ancient family in the upper domain with an emperor-level existence. Even in the upper domain, where powerful figures were as numerous as the fish in a river, they occupied their own vast territory and were not to be offended. Someone of Yao Fangchen's level, even with the status of a pill lord, could at most be a minor steward in the Eternal Clan. It was said that the Eternal Su clan would send its young children to the lower realm for training. Could you really be someone from the Su clan? Looking at the person in front of him, Yao Fangchen became increasingly certain. That must be it. If he weren't from an eternal clan of the upper realm, there's no way someone in the lower realm could be immune to his dual heavenly fires. Sui Xian smiled without answering and said, "What do you think?" Yao Fangchen's eyes flickered as he said, "What do you want?" Sui Xian smiled, glanced at the Li Er in his arms, and saw her clear eyes blinking at him. Sui Xian asked Yao Fangchen, "Can you see what kind of physique Li Er has?" Yao Fangchen was stunned. "For what?" He then examined Li Er carefully and muttered, "Ordinary looking." He paused mid-sentence and then exclaimed in shock, "Flame transformation divine body?" His eyes lit up with brilliance as he looked at Li Er in disbelief, like he had seen a rare treasure. The flame transformation divine body was one of the highest-ranked special physiques in the upper realm. This physique could swallow and absorb flames into the body. Unlike refining and using heavenly fires, the flame transformation divine body was itself a type of flame. It could devour and fuse thousands of heavenly fires into one flame. If he had found such a divine body earlier as a possession target, he would never have chosen Lin Feng's wood spirit body. "Where did you find this girl?" Yao Fangchen was now staring intently at Li Er, his eyes burning with desire. Sui Xian smiled and said, "Do you know why I spared your life? I need your red lotus heaven-burning art for Li Er to cultivate." "You even know about that?" Yao Fangchen was shocked. Sui Xian smiled and said, "I'll give you two choices now. 1, hand over your red lotus heaven-burning art and a strand of soul obediently, or 2, I'll kill you right now." "Impossible!" Yao Fangchen instantly shouted. The red lotus heaven-burning art might be negotiable, but the soul, that was something that could decide life and death. That was something Yao Fangchen could not accept. Su Yixian reached out and grabbed the soul-hunting pearl from Yao Fengchen's chest. He played with the pearl and said, "Soul-hunting pearl? What a nice thing. I guess Lin Feng's soul is inside, right? Tell me, if I take your soul-hunting pearl, doesn't that shatter your hope of living another life?" Yao Fengchen's expression changed. Without the vengeful souls inside the soul-hunting pearl to absorb, he would be unable to recover. Residing in this body too long would cause his soul to gradually dissipate and eventually vanish. Su Yixian was in no rush, he just waited quietly. After all, this man was once a powerhouse in the upper realm. If it were someone else, Su Yixian would have already searched his soul. Why go through the trouble? Have you decided? Su Yixian asked. Yao Fengchen's face was grim. At this moment, he finally understood how Lin Feng must have felt. After a long hesitation, he slowly said, "If I give it to you, can you guarantee to let me go?" Su Yixian grinned and countered, "With your soul in my hand, does it make any difference whether you stay or not?" Indeed, even if he escaped thousands of miles, as long as that soul strand was in Su Yixian's hand, his life would be under complete control. After finally getting a second life, Yao Fengchen didn't want it to end before it began. He decided to stall for time, he had survived for so many years. Yao Fengchen understood clearly, staying alive was everything. "Fine," Yao Fengchen said. "Let me go first, or how can I give you my soul strand?" Su Yixian raised an eyebrow and said, "No rush. First recite the Red Lotus Heaven Burning Art for me." Cautious kid. Yao Fengchen had no choice but to recite the Red Lotus Heaven Burning Art to Su Yixian. Su Yixian memorized it in his mind and carefully analyzed it. The Red Lotus Heaven Burning Art was a classless cultivation method. Its power depended on the number of heavenly fires one had subdued. In other words, the more heavenly fires subdued, the greater the strength and power released. Finding nothing unusual, Su Yixian smiled and said, "Not bad. Seems you were honest, no tricks." Being mocked by a junior, Yao Fengchen's face was ugly as he said, "Now can you let me go?" Su Yixian nodded, and with a thought, the heaven chains binding Yao Fengchen disappeared bit by bit. Yao Fengchen felt his body relax completely. After secretly recovering for a while, once Su Yixian lifted the restriction, Yao Fengchen's first reaction was to conjure 2 streams of heavenly fire and strike at Li Er in Su Yixian's arms. As long as he could make Su Yixian protect the girl for a moment, he'd have a chance to escape. He would not hand over his soul and become someone's slave, not even to a child of the Eternal Clan. As a pill lord, Yao Fengchen still had his pride. Su Yixian had clearly anticipated it and wasn't surprised. He sighed slightly and said, "Even when given a chance, you're still useless." He casually dispelled the 2 flames. Then the soul-hunting pearl in his hand lit up, just like when Yao Fengchen used it, emitting a pitch-black glow. A powerful suction burst forth toward Yao Fengchen as he fled. "This power, it's the soul-hunting pearl? How does he know how to use it?" Yao Fengchen's expression changed drastically. A white clump of soul was pulled from his body by the soul-hunting pearl. Since he wasn't the original owner of the body, his soul didn't match perfectly and was easily extracted by Su Yixian. His eyes lost their spirit, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Realizing this power couldn't be resisted, Yao Fengchen's soul struggled and roared, "No! I still have to return to the upper realm for revenge. I'll refine them all into sacred pills." That twisted face looked exactly like Lin Feng's. They really were master and disciple. With a swoosh, Yao Fengchen, like his disciple Lin Feng, had his remnant soul absorbed into the soul-hunting pearl. What a treasure! Su Yixian couldn't help but praise. Holding the soul-hunting pearl, Su Yixian turned in a circle and muttered, "I never planned to let you live. Now that I have the Red Lotus Heaven Burning Art, do you think your 2 heavenly fires can escape?" Just a pill lord of the upper realm, Su Yixian didn't even think much of him. I really wonder what it'll be like when master and disciple meet inside the pearl. It must be lovely. Su Yixian smiled faintly. He brought Li Er over to Lin Feng's body, squatted down, and asked Li Er, "Did you memorize that Red Lotus Heaven Burning Art just now?" Li Er nodded obediently and said in her crisp voice, "I remembered it all, big brother." Su Yixian rubbed Li Er's head and praised her. "Very good, Li Er. This technique is the most suitable for you. Combined with your flame transformation divine body, no one will be able to defeat you in the future." Li Er's eyes lit up when she heard this and asked, "Really, big brother? Then can I protect you too, brother?" Li Er wants to cultivate properly too. Su Yixian looked at her dotingly and said softly, "Li Er, now cultivate the Red Lotus Heaven Burning Art and convert the primordial true qi in your body into burning flame true qi." Li Er nodded and closed her eyes to begin cultivating. Seeing this, Su Yixian circulated his true qi and took out thousands of top-grade spirit stones from his storage ring, placing them around Li Er. Li Er required an immense amount of spiritual energy, which the natural energy around them couldn't provide. Li Er's talent far surpassed Lin Feng's, perhaps even rivaled his own. He himself had a 9-star talent, Li Er was at least starting from 8 stars. Once they returned to the Taichu Holy Land, he'd test her talent using the talent pillar. Suishin thought to himself. Now they only had to wait for Li Er to cultivate the first level of the Red Lotus Heaven Burning Art, then she could fuse the 2 heavenly fire origins. Suishin stood up and walked to the soulless body, removing the storage ring from it. He easily broke the restrictions on it. Inside the ring were many pills engraved with pill marks, the lowest being high-grade profound rank pills. There weren't many spirit stones, just 7 or 8,000, but better than nothing. Suishin stored them all away. Lin Feng's storage ring was rather ordinary, but one item caught Suishin's attention. A roughly carved wooden figurine. From its appearance, it was clearly a little girl. The wood was carefully placed in an exquisite box by Lin Feng. Judging by this, it must be someone very important to him. From his life script, it was clear this wooden figurine represented his younger sister who had joined a major sect. It might cause some trouble in the future. Suishin smiled indifferently. This weed had been harvested too early, leaving behind very few treasures of use. According to the path of a fated protagonist, greater treasures would certainly appear in the future. Looking at Li Er cultivating nearby, Suishin smiled wryly. Sigh, little Li Er, brother really made a loss for you. If not for laying a foundation for little Li Er, Suishin definitely wouldn't have harvested the weed so early. Thinking this, Suishin reached out toward the body and slowly extracted the 2 heavenly fire origins from Lin Feng's body, severing their connection with the body. A crimson falling sky fire and a ghostly blue nether heart flame. Both were fire origins. From what Yao Fangchen said, once fused, these flames would become unimaginably powerful and terrifying. The 2 fire origins seemed to have consciousness. As soon as they appeared, they started to stir and tried to flee. Suishin's pupils changed, revealing a faint golden glow. Heavenly God eyes, heaven chains. In an instant, invisible chains tightly bound the 2 heavenly fires. Suishin then closed his eyes and meditated. After unlocking the first seal of the heavenly God body, he had broken through 5 levels in one go. Now he needed to consolidate his cultivation and master the power of the second supreme inheritance of the heavenly God body, the heavenly God eyes. Just like that, who knows how much time passed. Suishin slowly opened his eyes. At some point, Li Er had already awakened. After cultivating the Red Lotus Heaven Burning Art, she now emitted a faint red glow, looking full of spiritual energy, adorable. When Li Er saw Suishin awake, she joyfully bounced over like she was reporting success. She said, "Big brother. Li Er has cultivated the first level of the Red Lotus Heaven Burning Art." Suishin looked at the depleted, now useless spirit stones beside her and sensed Li Er's energy. She had somehow reached the 6th level of the Meridian's charging realm. Unbelievable. It seemed the Red Lotus Heaven Burning Art really suited Li Er. Suishin smiled and encouraged her. "Great job, Li Er. But Li Er, since you have the flame transformation divine body, you must not become arrogant or complacent, understand?" Li Er obediently nodded, tugged on his sleeve, and said sweetly, "Li Er understands. I just want to become strong quickly." Suishin held her little hand and carefully examined her. Li Er's cultivation speed was too fast, and Suishin worried her foundation might be unstable, which would be harmful in the long run. But unexpectedly, his worries were unnecessary. After checking, her realm was solid and her true chi condensed, completely stable. Suishin nodded, looked into her eyes, and said, "Li Er, with the flame transformation divine body, you must absorb heavenly fires to use as your own. These 2 heavenly fires, go ahead and absorb them." Li Er seemed to half understand. Suishin looked at her seriously and said, "The process of refining heavenly fires is extremely painful. If you're careless, you could be completely incinerated. Think carefully. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. After all, you're my little sister. I will protect you for life." Seeing her brother's serious expression, even innocent Li Er understood the gravity of the situation and started thinking deeply. Soon, she replied, "Brother, I've thought it through. Li Er wants to become stronger. I will definitely be able to fuse the heavenly fires." She clenched her little fists, her gaze firm. She didn't want to be a burden to her brother, she wanted to help him too. Her determined eyes moved Suishin. He had never thought that a young child, who should be enjoying a happy life, could make such a firm decision. He was slightly touched and asked, "Are you sure, Li Er?" To Li Er, Suishin had always been like both a brother and a father. At first, he only helped her because of her future Empress script. But after spending so many days together, He had already come to see this innocent and cheerful little girl as his own sister. He had no family in his past life, but in this life, someone was by his side. A feeling called family quietly arose in Su Yixian's heart. He didn't want Li Er to suffer too much. It was fine if she grew up under his protection. Coming here without purpose, the system's first task was to find Li Er. Su Yixian always felt that if he remained inactive, just enjoying his identity as a Daozi or someone from the Eternal Clan, he would eventually, as the script warned, become a stepping stone in this cruel cultivation world. Perhaps after slaying the Martial Emperor, another Pill Emperor or Dragon Emperor would appear. Eventually, he wouldn't always be able to keep Li Er by his side. Thinking of this, Su Yixian looked at Li Er, silent for a long time. Li Er seemed to sense Su Yixian's loneliness. She wrapped her little arms around him and said sweetly, "Brother, I will always stay with you. I want to help you too. Believe in me." Su Yixian was stunned. In this world, it was as if only the two of them remained, one big and one small figure. After a long time, Su Yixian gently nodded. He hadn't expected to be comforted by Li Er. Su Yixian chuckled and said to Li Er, "All right, Li Er." With a flick of his finger, the two heavenly fires circled around him. Su Yixian's expression became solemn as he said, "Are you ready, Li Er?" Li Er nodded. The true chi of the red lotus heaven-burning art surged within her body. Su Yixian controlled the two heavenly fires, slowly guiding them in front of Li Er. Li Er looked at the terrifying and violent heavenly fires before her. A faint sense of desire surprisingly emerged from within her body. Without Su Yixian needing to guide them, the two heavenly fires automatically merged into Li Er's small body. In that very instant, Li Er's entire being ignited like a flame. An extremely terrifying colorless flame shot into the sky. Even Su Yixian felt a bit uneasy from the power of this flame. He sensed that, had the second seal of the heavenly god body not been unlocked, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this terrifying colorless flame. Within the flame transformation divine body was already an ultimate flame. This colorless flame surpassed heavenly fires, it ruled over all flames in the world. Whether it was the coldness of the nether heart flame or the heat of the falling sky fire, both were contained within it. Colorless and formless, pure and sacred. The origins of the nether heart flame and falling sky fire trembled as if they had encountered their nemesis, their red and blue flames constantly peeling off and merging into the colorless flame. The vast sky was burned open by this colorless flame, and spatial turbulence surged through the gap. Heaven's natural restorative power tried to heal it, only for the colorless flame to tear it apart again. As if enraged, the once clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. The sound of thunder continuously rumbled in the heavens, as if a terrifying tribulation was brewing. Su Yixian's usually calm face turned grave as he watched. A tribulation of physique? To trigger a heavenly tribulation at just the meridian's charging realm, one could imagine how terrifying Li Er's flame transformation divine body was. Li Er furrowed her brows, her little face showing strain. Clearly, the two heavenly fires were too powerful and difficult to endure. Her bones were constantly being burned and restructured by the heavenly fires. Su Yixian had no idea how much pain she was enduring. His gaze softened slightly. Seeing the long-lost heavenly tribulation fall from the sky, Su Yixian lightly stepped upward, flying into the air. He fully activated the heavenly god body, his pupils turning a noble, ancient gold, divine patterns covering his body and surroundings. His aura rapidly climbed to its peak. If a tribulation realm expert were present, even they would be blown apart by a single punch from Su Yixian with his heavenly god body fully unleashed. Today, as Li Er perfects her flame transformation divine body, I will use this heavenly tribulation to break through the third seal of the heavenly god body. He shouted, and the surrounding treasures transformed into streams of light, appearing around him. Taichu sword, demon refining gourd, sky-shaking cauldron. Looking at the ever-condensing tribulation clouds in the sky, Su Yixian's eyes showed a trace of madness. Standing alone, in snow-white robes like a banished immortal, he turned into a dazzling golden light and charged fearlessly into the thunderclouds. The power of heavenly tribulation differs by person. Like a spark before explosion, in an instant, the entire eastern region trembled, and a deafening sound erupted from the sky. Rumble. A white shockwave spread out for 1,000 miles. If not for Yao Fangchen having escaped to a deserted place, all nearby life would have been annihilated. At the same time, in an unknown remote town, a ragged old beggar's treasure bead shook violently. Crack! The bead turned to dust in his hand. Looking at the pale glow of flame rising in the east, his hunched body trembled in fear. A great tribulation. A world-destroying calamity has descended. It's over, everything is over. A primordial demon star born, one every 10 eras, and now there are two. It's over, not just the lower realm, but the upper realm too. Ha ha ha. The old man scattered the dust in his hand and started raving and rolling madly, yelling at everyone he saw that the great calamity had arrived. People around looked at him like a lunatic. Suddenly, several refined cultivators descended from the sky. They were the regulators of this land. The leader saw the old man and his eyes lit up. He quickly landed beside him and respectfully said, "Observer, we've finally found you. The Eternal Sioux clan from the upper domain has sent people. We couldn't stop them from entering this realm. Please contact the Heaven Monitoring Pavilion to send someone down." Hearing this, the surrounding onlookers were all shocked, staring in disbelief at the mad beggar. In the western region of the Lingxiao continent, a peerlessly graceful woman wearing a veil paused her steps in the city, slowly opened her eyes, and looked in one direction, murmuring, "The east? Where exactly is that little junior sister that master spoke of? The chosen one of this generation from the cold moon immortal realm." This woman came from a powerful immortal orthodoxy of the upper realm. If Li'er were here, she would immediately recognize this woman as the one who once ordered a full feast at a tavern in the eastern Sea Cloud province and then left without a word. The terrifying thunder tribulation in the sky dispersed, and an arc of flame slammed heavily onto the ground. At the same time, Li'er had reached the final stage of fusing the heavenly fires. Her entire body now glowed with crystalline purity, incredibly sacred. The colorless flame in the sky dissipated, turning into countless white sparkles that fell into Li'er's small body. Inside her, the white sparkles condensed into a faintly flickering white flame. Beside it, the falling sky fire and nether heart flame burned intensely, circling around the white flame. Li'er's cultivation soared like a rocket. Meridians charging realm stage 3, stage 7. Qi gathering realm stage 5. Stage 9. Mystic condensation realm? She broke through all the way to the 4th stage of the mystic condensation realm before stopping. 3 major realms shattered in succession. The red lotus heaven burning art had no rank, but each heavenly fire absorbed would greatly enhance one's power and strength. This was the cultivation technique Su Yixian had prepared for Li'er as a fated protagonist. Lin Feng had only obtained one falling sky fire and broke through an entire realm, able to fight across levels, let alone Li'er, who had far greater talent and absorbed 2 heavenly fires. Flame transformation divine body, a natural ruler of fire. Li'er slowly opened her eyes, and her pupils seemed to flicker with flames. After being tempered by dual heavenly fires, Li'er had finally awakened her long-dormant flame transformation divine body. She slowly got up and looked around. It was a wasteland. The power brought by the heavenly fires had burned everything nearby. Li'er looked around in panic. She wanted to find Su Yixian, but he was nowhere to be seen. Her bright, clear eyes misted over. Even though she was now a mystic condensation realm cultivator, her small hands still trembled helplessly. A scorched, pitch-black figure slowly climbed up from the scorched earth. Cough, cough. As if having swallowed much dust mist, that pitch-black figure dusted himself off. Only a pair of strikingly bright eyes remained visible. Seeing this, Li'er immediately beamed with joy and ran straight toward the blackened figure. In a crisp, loud voice she cried out, "Big brother." The charred figure clearly hesitated for a moment, then instinctively caught Li'er's little body as she flew into his arms. Spinning once in place, the scorched figure turned out to be Su Yixian. At this moment, Su Yixian no longer looked ethereal and unearthly as before. He grinned broadly and said, "Li'er." Succeeded? Li'er did not mind that Su Yixian was dirty. She buried her head in his embrace. When she lifted her head, her little face was once again dark and stained, like a little beggar as before. "Yes, big brother. Li'er is now at the mystic condensation realm." After saying so, she formed a white flame in her hand, flickering faintly. Su Yixian watched the white flame in Li'er's hand and his eyelids twitched. Immediately after, the falling sky fire and nether heart flame appeared again in her hands. Eager to share her joy with her brother, Li'er's brow arched and she laughed particularly happily. Su Yixian was repeatedly surprised. He set Li'er down, ruffled her hair. They both ended up quite dirty. Su Yixian looked and burst out laughing. In a great mood. Li'er's physique tribulation had been blocked by him to help temper the heavenly god body. The 3rd seal of the heavenly god body was nearly broken already. But it still lacked one final push. Even Li'er's terrifying flame transformation divine body cannot completely break open the 3rd seal of the heavenly god body. One can imagine how terrifying it would be when all 5 seals are opened. At this moment, Su Yixian's aura became even more mysteriously profound. The power of thunder tribulation and heavenly fires alike are the purest, most violent forces in heaven and earth. Su Yixian even began to suspect whether the fated protagonist Long Chen truly was as simple as the script seemed to imply. He had now fully felt the benefits of the heavenly god body. Not only did it bring unparalleled combat strength, but, more importantly, as a person of the upper realm's eternal Su clan, he had never heard of this physique before. Special physiques vary. Li Er's flame transformation divine body was ranked among the top 5 in the upper realm. Once they returned to the Taichu Holy Land, he would have to take a better look at what made Long Chen different. Su Yixian thought to himself. Li Er called softly to Su Yixian. Big brother, I'm hungry. Su Yixian smiled and said, Hold on, Li Er. Let's return to the Taichu Holy Land first. Taichu Holy Land? Li Er tilted her head adorably. What kind of place is that? Su Yixian produced the demon refining gourd, summoned the spirit Xuan dragon, and held Li Er's hand as he said, That is brother's sect. With that, the two rose and departed. They completely forgot that at this moment, inside the Jinling auction house, a junior princess of the Dao Tian Holy Sect was still waiting foolishly. Eastern Continent, Taichu Holy Land. Daozi Lord has returned from Yunhai region. Someone spoke up first. All disciples of the Holy Land froze in surprise, inner gate, outer gate, even attendants, all gathered at the Taoist platform, gazing upward at the handsome young man in azure robes emanating an elegant, gentle aura. A little girl with jade-like features and spiritual glow at his side curiously surveyed the surroundings. Below, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Someone exclaimed, Daozi Lord has finally returned. Look, that's Daozi Lord's mount, the spirit Xuan dragon. Wait, why is that a little girl at Daozi's side? Did I see that right? Could she be Daozi Lord's illegitimate daughter from outside? Shut up. Do you really think you, a mere outer disciple, can talk about Daozi Lord like that? Su Yixian, holding Li Er's hand, stood on the head of the spirit Xuan dragon. The large silver dragon body emerged twisting from the clouds. Descending from the dragon's head, the disciples of the Taichu Holy Land automatically cleared a wide path. Looking at the Holy Land disciples crowded densely all around, Su Yixian smiled faintly and spoke kindly. Fellow disciples, long time no see. Every gesture exuded humility and gentleness, like a refined gentleman in a vulgar world. Everyone present was stunned by Su Yixian's demeanor. This is Daozi? Although Daozi Lord didn't have the arrogant posture of true disciples, he was never seen, always secluded for cultivation. Even when he appeared, he was often cold and unsmiling. Daozi actually smiled? Someone murmured in disbelief. Others even rubbed their eyes and said to friends beside them, Punch me to see if I'm dreaming. Many parted their lips in astonishment. Su Yixian looked at the scene, feeling a bit puzzled. Is it really that exaggerated? Seeing so many people, Li Er was not afraid. Her big eyes curiously scanned around. At this moment, cries rose from the crowd. True disciple Li Fuhai has arrived. Sister Miaoyuru is coming too. That is the Shura sword disciple Meng Changning. As those voices rose, several imposing cultivation disciples with deep cultivation stormed forward. Su Yixian raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at them with some puzzlement. They were all elder true disciples of the sect, with high status. More importantly, all were former opponents defeated by him. Whispers broke out in the crowd. So many true disciples coming, could they be here to cause trouble for Daozi? I heard Li Fuhai broke through to core formation realm 9th level and has been looking for Daozi to avenge that sword strike years ago. And brother Meng Changning? His 7-killing art just reached the 8th level, his cultivation has grown greatly. Among the true disciples, the handsome Li Fuhai sized up the Daozi he hadn't seen in a long time. He said teasingly, Daozi, I heard you went to Yunhai region recently. What's a small place like that worth your visit? Maybe you were searching for some treasure. Or maybe you were worried your cultivation wasn't progressing and thought you couldn't hold the Daozi position, so I, Li Fuhai, would take it? Though he called him Daozi, Li Fuhai arrogantly crossed his arms and blocked Su Yixian's path. What a typical villain opening line. Su Yixian paused slightly, looked at him, and asked, And you are? At this, the disciples couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Fuhai's face reddened instantly. He shouted angrily, I am true disciple Li Fuhai, disciple of elder Li Xing. Su Yixian surveyed him for a moment and had some impression. Before becoming Daozi, he had surpassed all disciples at the Taichu Holy Land's Dao debating conference, not only due to his 9-star supreme talent but with one sword he defeated every other disciple. This Li Fuhai was one of those he defeated then. At the time, Li Fuhai was at core formation 1st level, but now, unexpectedly, he had reached core formation 9th level. Must have had some fortunate encounter. Su Yixian glanced at his life panel. Name, Li Fuhai. Identity, true disciple of Taichu Holy Land, son of elder Li Xing. Fate value, 13,000. Cultivation level, core formation realm, 9th level. Fate traits, sword sovereign bearing, purple, exceptional bone structure, purple, elder's son, blue. Current fate, frequent fortunes, lucky turnaround. Life script, eternal empress villain. Born noble, son of Holy Land elder, always inferior to Sui Xian in youth. After Daozi Sui Xian returned to the upper realm's eternal clan and became the new Daozi, Li Fuhai became arrogant. Later he met the eternal empress Qiu Qingli, clashed over treasure, eventually died. More details. Recent turning point, parents gave him a realm-breaking pill. After taking it, his cultivation broke through. More details. Sui Xian looked at this panel. His expression was strange. Well, his unexpected encounter really turned out to be pills given by his parents. Is this what it means to be a second-generation cultivator? Sui Xian couldn't help but laugh. Li Fuhai across from him was stunned and thought Sui Xian was mocking him. He recalled being defeated by a single sword back then, nearly collapsing completely. He became furious and shouted, "What are you laughing at? Sui Xian, I tell you, I Li Fuhai am no longer the person I was back then. After 2 years in seclusion, now I've broken through to core formation realm 9th level, same as you. This time I absolutely will avenge my disgrace." When he said that, Sui Xian was speechless. Does Li Fuhai really still think he's at the same level as before? With 9-star talent, Sui Xian progressed 1,000 miles a day. Even before going to the Yunhai region, when he was in Lawbreaking Realm, he was a full level above Li Fuhai at core formation 9th level. The disciples around murmured upon hearing his voice, sighing as they discussed. Since that Dao debating competition, Daozi Lord hasn't made a move again. His strength is now unknowable. Is Brother Li being too hasty? Shoo, speak quietly, Brother Li's parents are Holy Land elders. Maybe they gave him some pills to eat. I think Daozi Lord has definitely broken through to Lawbreaking Realm by now, just don't know what level. Brother Li definitely can't beat him. Clearly, those around did not look kindly on Li Fuhai. After all, Sui Xian's reputation and power in Taichu Holy Land were too immense. Even during the Dao debating competition, no one ever saw Sui Xian use a second sword. At that time, all disciples speculated about Su's real cultivation. The sect leader personally acknowledged him as core formation 9th level. Back then, other true disciples were only at levels 1 or 2 of core formation. They were naturally no match for Sui Xian. After becoming Daozi, his name weighed like a mountain on the prideful celestial geniuses of Taichu Holy Land. But that's to be expected, 9-star talent cultivation is terrifying. Not to mention Su's real identity, a cultivator from an upper realm eternal clan training in the lower realm. His starting point was entirely different. Even among upper realm immortality sect geniuses, his strength ranks among the top few. Li Fuhai heard the surrounding whispers and his face turned unpleasant. But driven by curiosity, he still couldn't help asking. Sui Xian, what realm are you at now? Sui Xian had no intention of hiding. Since Li Fuhai couldn't beat him anyway, he answered frankly. Life and death realm. What? Everyone present was shocked beyond belief, staring at Sui Xian with mouths wide open. Life and death realm? That's the realm of sect elders. How is that possible? This isn't possible. Li Fuhai shouted loudly. His eyelids trembled as he asked in disbelief. Breaking through the 9th level bottleneck is like scaling heaven, it can take years. How could you, in just 2 years, break through 2 full realms from core formation to life and death? You must be lying to me. The surrounding disciples agreed. Life and death realm? Is Daozi Lord exaggerating? I think Daozi has surely broken through to Lawbreaking Realm, but life and death does seem excessive. Sui Xian shrugged helplessly. He couldn't convince them, so he casually replied. Lawbreaking Realm 1st level, is that enough? Make way. Only then did Li Fuhai's expression ease somewhat. He was secretly delighted. With his parents' granted treasure and pills, he had reached core formation 9th level, only one large realm below Sui Xian. Not as huge a gap as core formation level 1 versus 9. He said arrogantly. That's perfect, today I, Li Fuhai, will challenge you, Sui Xian, using my core formation 9th level strength to break through realms. This time, I want everyone in Taichu Holy Land to know who the real genius is. Beside him, the slender Meng Chongning holding a sword said. And I, Meng Chongning. The graceful Mayayuru smiled and looked at Sui Xian, saying. Daozi Lord, may I also experience your strength, and maybe? And I, Han Shan of the mountain shaking palm. 6 or so true disciples spoke up. None other than to avenge that sword strike during the Dao debate. After all, in cultivation, clarity of Dao heart is key. After that sword, the true disciples uncompromisingly trained every day. With them speaking up, inner and outer disciples watched and whispered. It's been long since true disciples fought each other in the Holy Land. Now that Daozi has returned, all true disciples are making a move. These are no ordinary juniors, each one is a renowned prodigy outside as well. All cultivation resources in the continent are monopolized by 4 major sects and big merchants. Independent cultivators reaching mystic condensation realm is already extremely difficult. Long Chen is the best example. He cultivated for years as a city heir, but due to lack of resources, he only reached Meridian's charging realm. Without special bodies or 9-star talent like Su and Li Er, which naturally absorb chi faster, most people can at most reach core formation realm. Su Yixin looked at the eager crowd and felt slightly exasperated. He could make a move, but feared killing them all. Of course, he didn't say that, he didn't want to break their Dao hearts again. On the side, Li Er spoke up. Big brother, can I try? Not only Su Yixin but also the group of true disciples looked stunned and bewildered. Li Fuhai froze, feeling Su was humiliating him. Frowning angrily, he cried. How could a little mystic condensation child dare challenge a true disciple like me? Su Yixin, who do you look down on? The others' expressions were equally displeased. Though puzzled, Su Yixin calmly defended. Why not? He took Li Er's hand and asked. Li Er, can you? Li Er nodded, her big eyes serious. Yes, big brother. Su Yixin thought for a moment. Heavenly fires were incredibly powerful, and power users can fight across realms. Plus Li Er already had 2 heavenly fire origins. However, Li Fuhai and the others were all at the peak of core formation, top prodigies of the Holy Land. For them, cross-realm fights weren't too difficult. Li Er, at mystic condensation level 4 and never having fought before, attempting to cross 2 full realms in her first battle, though possible, chances were slim. But since Li Er wanted to try, and he was protecting her, no one could harm her. Su Yixin nodded and encouraged. If you want to, then go ahead, I'll be here for you. Before he finished, Li Fuhai interrupted coldly. I'm certainly not going to fight a little child. Meng Changning's narrow phoenix eyes glared at Su Yixin. Daozi Su, do you really look down on us that much? We're challenging you, Daozi Lord, not a baby. As true disciples, they naturally had their pride. Su Yixin looked toward them and said with a smile. I'm not looking down on you. Li Er is more than you all think. With that, Su Yixin called. Li Er. Li Er understood, the burning flame chi of the red lotus heaven-burning art circulated. Boom! Suddenly, 2 dazzling flames appeared beside her small body. One red, one blue. The falling sky fire's intense heat caused ripples in the air, the nether heart flame's flickering blue coldness was unsettling. Everyone present was astonished. All gazes fixed on Li Er, unmoving. Unable to believe the 2 flames that danced continuously. Experienced Li Fuhai and the other true disciples widened their eyes in shock. Heavenly fire? Li Fuhai stared fixedly at the terrifying 2 heavenly fires. A strong sense of shock filled his heart. Heavenly fires are extremely rare, existing only in certain desperate situations. Even if you find them, it's hard to capture and use them. Even Lin Feng, with Yao Fengchen's help, only obtained one over many years. Not only Li Fuhai, but the other true disciples and many inner and outer disciples all looked stunned. This little girl, who exactly is she? 2 heavenly fires, completely unheard of. I've only heard that Dan Alliance's master alchemist Su Danwang owns 1 beast spirit fire. To have obtained 2 heavenly fires at mystic condensation realm, that's simply impossible. Could it be bestowed by Daozi Lord? The crowd began whispering. Su Yixin looked at Li Fuhai and the others with a faint smile, saying nothing. Li Fuhai's expression turned serious. Looking at the fires, a strong sense of crisis rose in him. He felt that even if one became tainted by them, it would be hard to endure. His eyelids twitched, he felt a vague retreat in mind. Li Er's big eyes stared steadily at them, full of fighting spirit. This was her first battle, she wanted to earn honor for her brother. Seeing that no one responded, Su Yixin spoke. Well? Now Li Er has the qualification. Being stared at by a little girl like that felt uncomfortable. Shura sword disciple Meng Changning was the first to speak. To have obtained 2 heavenly fires at such a young age, a great opportunity. I feel ashamed. May I ask, if we challenge her, will Daozi Lord accept the match? Su Yixin nodded. Of course. The true disciples exchanged glances. Meng Changning said. Although it may seem like bullying a child, since Daozi says so, I volunteer to be first. Do you truly intend to fight a child? Li Fuhai frowned and said. 2 heavenly fires, though terrifyingly shocking. Ordinary core formation cultivators might not match her, but these were top geniuses of the sect. They could strike across realms and avoid those fires. A 2-realm gap is not easily ignored. Seeing Meng Changning willing despite his status, Li Fuhai felt his honor as a true disciple slipping and offered a kind reminder. This battle, whether we win or lose, brings no benefit. Mayayuru also advised. Meng Jr. brother, are you serious? Meng Changning looked at Sui Xian and said. Heavenly fires are exceptionally rare. To fight one is also a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. I am willing to suppress my cultivation to the same level. Sui Xian looked at him in surprise. In his memory, true disciples were usually proud of their identity. Meng Changning, however, was forthright. His straightforward nature impressed Sui Xian. Sui Xian smiled and said to Li Er. Go ahead, Li Er. Li Er glanced at Sui Xian and walked toward Meng Changning. They entered the Taichu secret realm arena. Inner conflicts were forbidden within the Holy Land, any grudges had to be resolved here. This place was also where disciples cultivated through sparring. Outer and inner disciples flocked to the spectator stands around the arena, extremely excited. Since the Tao debate, no true disciple has fought each other. This time it's Shura sword Meng Changning, and his opponent is a little girl. TSK, what a show this will be. Where did Daozi find such a terrifying little girl? Even many administrators were drawn in by the commotion. On the arena, Meng Changning stood upright opposite her, like an unsheathed sword. He suppressed his cultivation to exactly match Li Er's mystic condensation realm 4th level. On equal cultivation, he had little confidence dealing with heavenly fires. But a sword cultivator's pride wouldn't allow him to use his realm advantage to disrespect a child. He raised the Shura sword, cupped his fist, and said, Miss Li Er, please. Li Er clenched her small hand, feeling a bit sweaty. She was very nervous, it was her first fight. She nodded and said crisply, all right? She created a falling sky fire next to her, accompanied by burning flame chi, seemingly capable of burning all. She threw it toward Meng Changning roughly, prompting the spectators to burst into laughter. Ha ha! What a cute little girl. Has she ever fought before? Is heavenly fire thrown like a ball? I learned something new today. I thought she'd give us a surprise, but it's just a scare. At her age, better go home and drink milk. Maybe expectations were too high. Seeing this, many ridiculed loudly without restraint. Sui Xian sat leisurely in a seat with a great view, sipping tea, surrounded by spirit fruits. Hearing the mocking chatter, he frowned slightly, put down the teacup, and snorted coldly. Instantly, the arena went silent, pins could drop and be heard. Hiss. They had nearly forgotten, the little girl was Daozi Lord's. Those who realized their mistake broke into cold sweat, touching their heads and nervously laughing. Ha, this little girl's attack looked ordinary but was actually intentional, to make Meng true disciple drop his guard. Such strong fight strategy. That heavenly fire is truly terrifying. As the saying goes, the simplest Tao is often the most effective. I feel ashamed in comparison. Sui Xian almost spat out his tea upon hearing their flattery. Good lord, all just fence-sitters. He knew Li Er's situation. Her handling of heavenly fire was crude, but it was her first battle. While he hadn't had great expectations, he wouldn't allow others to affect Li Er's spirit. Others might fear Sui Xian, but Li Fuhai didn't. He and the other true disciples sat beside Sui Xian. Confident, arms crossed, they thought the little girl who captured 2 heavenly fires must have something special. But seeing this scene, they couldn't help mocking. That's it? I think she doesn't even know how to use heavenly fire? With such powerful fires, what a pity. Sui Xian calmly lifted the lid of his tea and took a sip, not even raising an eyelid. He calmly replied, have you only learned to flap your lips these past 2 years? You. Li Fuhai stood and pointed at Sui Xian. Provoked, his face turned bright red, as if he remembered something, he coldly snorted then sat down. I will let you know, I, Li Fuhai, am long different from before. On the arena, Meng Changning was stunned at the crooked flames thrown. What was going on? He was a bit confused and didn't even move, those fireballs didn't hit him at all. Now he realized, the little girl had not lacked combat experience. She had simply never fought before at all. Opposite her, Li Er seemed a bit shy and looked toward Sui Xian. Seeing her brother's encouraging gaze, she clenched her little fist secretly. In a sweet voice she said, again. Using her mystic condensation realm cultivation, Li Er activated the red lotus flame heaven technique. Flames formed around her, condensed from falling sky fire. With a small wave of her hand, the flames instantly transformed into bright red streaks. This time, unlike before, the flames were straight and extremely fast, charging directly at Meng Changning. The contrast from before was so sharp that Meng Changning didn't react in time. His pupils shrank. From far away he could feel the blazing heat almost devouring him. He mobilized his true chi, drew the Shura sword, and slashed through the streaking flames. Sparks flew as the flames scattered on the ground, still burning fiercely. Yet his sleeve was stained by some falling sky fire. Those flames were scorching like bone-eating maggots, beginning to spread. Meng Changning frowned. With a flash of his sword, he cut off half the sleeve. The sleeve quickly turned to ashes and a wisp of pale smoke rose. Still shaken, he glanced at the burning flames on the ground. Recalling the odd attack earlier, and looking at Li Er opposite him, Meng Changning's eyes narrowed as he muttered. Concealing skill? Such composure at that age, what depth of thought? Meng Changning thought privately, if he hadn't stayed alert, he almost would have been fooled. Not daring to underestimate her, he whirled the Shura sword around him rapidly and circulated the 7-kill technique in his body. The 7-kill technique is purely about killing. It emitted an invisible murderous intent from him like a sharp blade. Seeing how Li Er, who earlier could not wield heavenly fire, now handled it casually, Li Fuhai paused. He looked at Sui Xian and said, "What a dirty trick. If Meng Changning hadn't been alert, this strike would have succeeded. Did you teach her?" Sui Xian ignored him. He looked at Li Er on the stage with a feeling only a father might feel seeing his daughter succeed. Only he knew that Li Er had never before used this. That strike showed Li Er was gradually adapting to using heavenly fire. Her fire-forming body gives her unmatched control over flame. That she could use heavenly fire so well so quickly, her talent was truly astonishing. This had promise. Li Er on the stage seemed surprised too. A slight joy passed in her expression before she focused again. Endless heavenly fires continuously launched at Meng Changning. Meng Changning wielded the Shura sword constantly. These fires were extremely troublesome, just a touch could disrupt his movement. Li Er handled the fires increasingly skillfully, as if they were extensions of her limbs. However, Li Er was only using falling sky fire, she hadn't used the second heavenly fire, the underworld heart flame. Gathering so much fire consumed much true qi. Even a single falling sky fire was strenuous, handling the second fire would be even more taxing. From the stage, it looked like Meng Changning slowly lost the upper hand. This sharp contrast from earlier made the watching disciples murmur. How is this possible? True disciple Meng is being suppressed by a little girl. Is heavenly fire really this terrifying? Don't hurry. Haven't you noticed? Meng true disciple never attacked first, maybe he's depleting her true qi. That girl's use of heavenly fire consumes a lot, with a mystic condensation level, she likely can't last long. Indeed, as the crowd said, Li Er's true qi was almost gone. Mystic condensation realm had limited reserves. Opposite her, Meng Changning looked suppressed by the fire but in fact conserved strength and remained composed. The difference in experience was clear. Li Er struggled. Her brow was tight. At this rate, soon she wouldn't be able to use heavenly fire again. No, she must bring glory for her brother. A divine ability from the Red Lotus Flame Heaven technique flashed in her mind. Again, she condensed several flames in her hand. But Meng Changning no longer intended to give her the chance. With a sword strike he pierced one fireball. Suddenly, his figure vanished like a ghost. This disappearance meant Li Er's released flames had no target. Suddenly, Meng Changning reappeared very close to Li Er, then disappeared again, difficult to track. Each appearance brought him even closer. Meng Changning intended close combat. A disciple on stage opened their eyes wide and exclaimed, "That's Meng true disciple's Shadow Phantom step. Looks like he's perfected Shadow Phantom step. That little girl is good, but this is her limit." Li Fuhai laughed at the sight and said to Sui Xian, "Sui Xian, your little girl looks a bit panicked." Li Er scanned, unable to find Meng Changning. As a first-time fighter panic began to set in. She wildly hurled falling sky fire again and again. Sui Xian remained silent, watching quietly. At last, Meng Changning appeared again, and this time he was only a few steps from Li Er. He drew the Shura sword, carrying absolute intent to kill and destructive momentum, and struck at Li Er. Shadow sword of 7 kills. It was over. Meng Changning thought silently, though our cultivation levels are equal, mystic condensation 4, my practical experience far surpasses this little girl. I've seen that she avoids close combat and just throws falling sky fire. Using heavenly fire's special effect to attack, but if I close in, the outcome changes. Li Er's panic gave way to a pleased smile. The last bit of burning flame qi in her body surged into the falling sky fire. The hanging fire in mid-air instantly expanded several times, turning into a raging fire sea, surging across the sky toward Meng Changning. Its speed was like ignited fire lines. The moment Meng Changning appeared, the flames surrounded him from all sides. As soon as the Shura sword touched the scorching fire sea, heat penetrated through to his hand. SSS. A burning sizzling sound rang out. Smoke rose from his sword hand. Then intense burning pain struck his palm. Meng Changning's face changed instantly. He withdrew the Shura sword. Meanwhile, the fire sea of falling sky fire had completely surrounded him, leaving no escape. Even the air hissed with burning. He was trapped in a sea of fire, eyes filled with blinding red. Sui Xian on stage brightened at the scene. It was the Liao Yuan fire sea. That was exactly the move Yao Fangchen had used, but in Li Er's limited cultivation she could barely execute it, unable to release its full power. Even its range was very limited. The flames formed from burning flame qi couldn't release a full-range Liao Yuan fire sea. Qi would exhaust and dissipate mid-air. After several exchanges, Li Er realized her condensed flames couldn't end the fight. Only the Liao Yuan fire sea, a divine ability of Red Lotus Flame Heaven technique with massive destructive power, could defeat him. So she had used remote, high-consumption flames to fool Meng Channing, to lure him close and deliver that final blow. Using that divine ability, Li Er looked pale and gasping. Meanwhile, the Liao Yuan fire sea on the stage began rapidly contracting. Within it, Meng Changning's face turned grave, filled with disbelief. What divine ability was this? This Liao Yuan fire sea was like a cage, tightly trapping Meng Changning within it. The disciples outside couldn't see what was happening inside the fire sea. They could only see the raging flames burning on the stage and even feel the intense heat coming from it. Someone cried out anxiously. Senior brother Meng Changning won't be burned to death, right? Shut your crow mouth. Meng true disciple's cultivation is terrifying, he'll definitely be fine. Sitting in the front row, Li Fuhai's expression suddenly darkened. What a terrifying divine ability. He turned to Sui Xian and said, Sui Xian, aren't you going to make her withdraw the heavenly fires? Heaven and earth fires are terrifying, just a touch can burn the whole body. Within the sacred land, fellow disciples must not harm each other. Though arrogant, as a son of an elder, Li Fuhai naturally considered the sacred land's interests above all. Though true disciples often had grievances among themselves, nurturing just one took an enormous amount of sacred land's resources. Even losing one was unacceptable. Miao Yuro and several other true disciples also spoke up. Daozi, quickly tell that little girl to stop. Heaven and earth fires are hard to extinguish, and junior brother Meng is still inside. Daozi, we admit defeat this time. Quickly let Meng Changning out. Sui Xian looked at them in surprise. This was different from what he had imagined. He thought true disciples all schemed against each other, full of inner conflict, best if they fought to the death. He hadn't expected these true disciples to care about each other's lives. Sui Xian suddenly started to understand why the sacred land of primordial origin could become the number one of the four great powers on Lingxiao continent. Such an atmosphere, where even if there were conflicts, they were open and fair, made Sui Xian find these troublemakers somewhat lovable. What he didn't know was that true disciples of the sacred land had to go through rigorous tests. Though not everyone in the sacred land had a good temperament, a true disciple admired by all could be arrogant and competitive, but never cruel or cunning, nor indifferent to the life and death of fellow disciples. There might be villains, but if the protagonist in the script had been endlessly humiliated in such a Dao sect, that would never happen. If everyone in a sacred land were that selfish, it would have been destroyed countless times over already. Just as Sui Xian was about to stop it, unexpectedly, from within the Liao Yuan fire sea, a pitch-black semicircular glow burst out. The sharp Shura sword cut the fire sea in half. Carrying powerful true qi, it swept around and easily extinguished the inextinguishable heavenly fire within this field. Meng Changning burst out, standing in midair, looking down at Li Er with bitterness in his eyes. His heart was uneasy. He hadn't expected that his Shura sword would be defeated by a little girl. Seeing Meng Changning appear, all disciples of the sacred land let out a breath of relief. Meng true disciple is out. Thank goodness. That scared me to death. Wait, look, he's walking in the air. Did Meng true disciple lift his suppressed cultivation? Li Fuhai looked at Meng Changning above the stage and finally relaxed. If a little-known girl had burned to death a true disciple using heavenly fire, and she belonged to Sui Xian, there'd be no one to hold responsible. Li Er, after using the Liao Yuan fire sea, had exhausted all her true qi. Her face was pale, covered in sweat, clearly greatly fatigued. Seeing this, Meng Changning landed and placed a pill into her mouth. Instantly, Li Er's small body glowed white as her depleted true qi quickly recovered. Even her cultivation level broke through due to this battle. Mystic Condensation Realm, 5th layer. Li Er blinked her big eyes at Meng Changning, a bit confused, but still said sweetly, "Thank you." Meng Changning's thin face held a bitter smile. He used true qi to send Li Er back to Sui Xian's side in the viewing area. "Brother." As soon as she arrived, Li Er beamed and happily pounced into Sui Xian's arms. He picked her up, patted her head, and praised. "Li Er, you were amazing." Li Er blinked joyfully with a face full of happiness. Did I embarrass you, brother? She asked in a soft voice. Sui Xian laughed and didn't hold back his praise. Of course not. Li Er, your first battle was wonderful. First battle? The nearby true disciples looked stunned when they heard that, staring at Li Er with complex emotions. This was the little girl's first battle. Meng Changning returned to the group. The hand that held his sword still showed black burn marks. He looked at Li Fuhai and apologized slightly. Sorry, senior brother Li, I lost. Li Fuhai casually waved it off. Noticing the burn on Meng Changning's hand, he said. No problem. If there's no chance this time, there will be next time. No one doubted Meng Changning's strength. As true disciples themselves, they understood better than anyone how powerful the Shura sword Meng Changning was. He focused on the 7-kill technique, each strike deadly, filled with intense killing intent. It was a killing art. But because of Li Er's identity and age, Meng Changning had held back from the start, not daring to go all out. Plus, he'd suppressed his realm, and was facing heaven and earth fires. It was only natural he couldn't win. Now having restored his true elixir realm, 8th layer strength, Meng Changning could cut through the fire sea with just one sword. This alone proved the true disciple's power. Meng Changning looked at Li Er in Sui Xian's arms with a complicated expression. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but ask. Miss Li Er, I noticed you weren't very skilled the first time you used heavenly fire. Was that really your first battle? Li Er nodded. As expected. Though he had suspected it, Meng Changning still sighed inwardly. This was talent. Why didn't you use that Fire Sea divine ability at the start? He asked. The Liao Yuan Fire Sea was terrifying. Being inside it, Meng Changning truly experienced what a desperate situation felt like. If he hadn't lifted his suppression, and if the Fire Sea had closed in more, he surely would have been reduced to ashes by the heavenly fire. Li Er looked up at her brother, seeking his permission to speak. Sui Xian smiled and said, Go ahead, Li Er, it's fine. Li Er replied sweetly to Meng Changning. The Liao Yuan Fire Sea uses a lot of true qi, and I felt like it couldn't hit you from that far away. If I got too close, I thought you'd get suspicious. So I kept using long-range attacks to make you think I didn't have any close combat skills. I wanted to see if I could lure you closer. If you hadn't been in such a hurry and had stayed put a bit longer, I probably would have lost. She spoke softly. Hearing this, Meng Changning was shocked. Not only him, every nearby true disciple looked at Li Er like she was a monster. Her first battle, and she could wield heavenly fire skillfully, and even make strategic decisions based on her own condition? Terrifying. Was she really a little girl? Where exactly had the Daozi found her? Everyone couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Meng Changning took a deep breath, his eyes full of emotion. He respectfully cupped his fists toward Sui Xian and said, Heaven and earth fire is truly extraordinary. Miss Li Er is also incredibly clever. Inside that fire sea, I had to release my suppressed cultivation. I hope Daozi will forgive me. It's my loss. Changning sincerely admits defeat. Meng Changning spoke very seriously. Li Er didn't quite understand, tilting her head and looking at him adorably. Such bearing, is this what a sacred land prodigy is like? Sui Xian couldn't help but think. In his memory, he had long been in closed-door cultivation. Aside from the Dao discussion battle, he had never interacted with these true disciples. He hadn't expected them to be so open and straightforward. Could he be a fate's chosen? Sui Xian curiously checked his script. Name, Meng Changning. Identity, true disciple of the sacred land of primordial origin. Fate value, 15,000. Realm, true elixir realm, 8th layer. Fate traits, sword sovereign posture, purple, exceptional bone structure, purple, path of Shura, purple, unyielding pride, purple. Current luck, disaster of blood and calamity. Life script, supporting character in heavenly god body, a youth from a small city who joins the sacred land through his own efforts and becomes a true disciple. After Longchen awakens the heavenly bloodline, he becomes Longchen Senior, cold on the surface but always protective of this little junior. He is the most respected by Longchen, and later ascends to the upper realm, dies protecting Longchen from tribulation. Details. Recent twist, dies in battle at the sacred land in 3 months. Details. Upon seeing his luck and recent twist, Sui Xian's pupils shrank. What's going on? He carefully examined Meng Changning's life script. According to the normal plot, he should have been a protective figure during the main character Long Chen's weaker early stage, ultimately dying in the upper realm later in the story. But why does his current luck and upcoming event say, disaster of blood, and dies in 3 months at the sacred land? Sui Xian was deeply shocked, carefully analyzing the phrase, dies in battle at the sacred land. His gaze flickered. Could it be that his own appearance and taking the heavenly blood from Longchen had triggered a butterfly effect? Thinking of what the system had said earlier about the merging of heavenly god body and martial emperor scripts, Su Yixian felt, for the first time, that things were becoming unpredictable and uncontrollable. Wait. Su Yixian suddenly thought of something and quickly looked at the other true disciples standing beside Meng Chongning. To his shock, except for Li Fuhai and a few others, Miao Yuro, Han Shan, and Meng Chongning all had the exact same recent twist and luck. All showed, disaster of blood, dies in 3 months at the sacred land. But the others didn't have this fate. Instead, they showed continuous fortuitous encounters. Su Yixian frowned tightly. Lear, in his arms, seemed to notice something. She cupped his face and softly called, "Brother." Pulled back from his thoughts, Su Yixian looked down at Lear and calmed himself. He forced a smile. Opposite him, Meng Chongning seemed to notice Su Yixian's change in expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Yixian raised his head, looking at Meng Chongning's thin face. His lips parted, but he didn't know how to tell him. He couldn't just say, "You'll die in 3 months, could he?" So he simply said, "Nothing." At this moment, Li Fuhai spoke up. "Su Yixian, this time we admit defeat. We accept the loss. But remember, if you escape this time, it won't be so easy next time." Su Yixian turned his head, his gaze icy and frosty. Seeing those terrifying eyes, Li Fuhai almost lost his balance and fell. That terrifying aura made him feel utterly powerless to resist. That look, was he trying to kill him? Li Fuhai was filled with fear and said, "What are you trying to do?" Because of reading the life scripts, Su Yixian knew that Meng Chongning and the others would die at the sacred land, while Li Fuhai and a few other true disciples remained safe and even gained fortuitous encounters. Su Yixian suspected they had done something. So he didn't show him any kindness. With a cold expression and an inexplicable sense of frustration, Su Yixian slowly spoke. "Didn't you want to challenge me? I'll give you the chance." Su Yixian gently set Lear down. Lear looked at him in confusion and asked, "Brother, what are you going to do?" Su Yixian patted her head and said, "Wait here. Brother will be back soon." Then, he stepped down into the small secret realms arena. A golden light flashed in Su Yixian's pupils. Instantly, an irresistible force shackled Li Fuhai. Li Fuhai found himself unable to move, pulled into the arena by an unknown force. He struggled in panic and shouted, "Su Yixian! What are you doing?" Su Yixian gave no response. The surrounding outer and inner disciples were shocked. Why is the Daozi entering the arena? And true disciple Li too? Are they going to fight? We haven't seen the Daozi make a move in 2 years. His current cultivation is unfathomable. Can true disciple Li really stand against him? Amid the chatter, Su Yixian looked up and scanned the sacred land disciples in the stands. Most of them also had the same fate, disaster of blood, dying soon at the sacred land. Only a few, like Li Fuhai, had upcoming fortuitous events. If so many disciples would die, then the sacred land itself would surely be destroyed in 3 months. Clearly, this was a conspiracy that threatened the sect's survival. Su Yixian thought grimly, looking at Li Fuhai with cold eyes and releasing the heavenly chains that had bound him. Li Fuhai's face was very ugly. Standing on the arena, he demanded, "What did you do to me? Why couldn't I move?" He was deeply alarmed. This kind of power was just like that of the little girl earlier, clearly not from the sacred land. Could Su Yixian have encountered something strange in Yunhai continent? Facing the unfathomable Su Yixian, Li Fuhai's forehead began to sweat. Meng Chongning and the others on stage were still confused. What's going on with the Daozi? Didn't he say he wouldn't fight us? Why is he suddenly dueling senior brother Li? Miao Yuro shook her head, also confused. Han Shan's eyes lit up with excitement and said, "Isn't this great? I've been wanting to see what kind of strength the Daozi has now." Su Yixian looked at Li Fuhai and suddenly asked, "Why did you betray the sacred land?" Li Fuhai froze, frowning in confusion. "What are you talking about? When did I ever betray the sacred land?" He was completely puzzled and couldn't understand why Su Yixian would say such a thing. Instead, he asked angrily, "What do you mean by this?" Su Yixian couldn't read anything from his expression and sighed. "Make your move. Didn't you want revenge? Don't say I didn't give you the chance." Seeing that Su Yixian was clearly serious, treating him as if he didn't matter at all, Li Fuhai felt utterly humiliated. His internal primordial heart sutra circulated rapidly as he removed his sword from his waist, pointed it at Su Yixian, and said, "Su Yixian, draw your sword." Su Yixian naturally understood what he meant. He was best known for his swordsmanship. If he didn't draw now, it would seem like he was looking down on him. But what Li Fuhai didn't know was that ever since Su Yixian gained the heavenly god body, his physique had become no weaker than divine weapons. Su Yixuan said calmly. Back then, I defeated you with a single sword. Today, to deal with you, I don't even need to draw my sword. Li Fuhai's face flushed red, furious beyond measure, and he scolded. You've gone too far. After speaking, he drew his sharp sword. The primordial scripture in his mind began running endlessly at high speed. The surrounding heavenly chi surged crazily toward the sword in his hand. His aura rose steadily, and his full ninth layer true elixir realm power was unleashed. His presence was thick and deep, standing there like an ocean brewing towering waves. The Chaohai sword in his hand shone with a silver light. Although it was just a sword, the surroundings churned like sea spray, and a heavy, immense force surged toward Su Yixuan with roaring power. It felt as if facing a tsunami in a raging storm. Boundless ocean sword technique. Ocean without bounds. Facing such an unstoppable strike, Su Yixuan seemed not to hear it at all, he simply stood in place without moving. This tremendous aura concentrated on Su Yixuan, even disciples watching from the arena felt suffocated, as if drowning in sea water. Too heavy. Too oppressive. Amazing. True disciple Li's power is terrifying. Even a person at the reform-breaking realm couldn't withstand this strike, right? One disciple said. Daozi Lord didn't react at all, what does that mean? Someone with sharp eyes shouted. Look! What happened next was unforgettable to all. Facing that terrifying boundless ocean, Su Yixuan still didn't move. Just as Li Fuhai's sword was about to strike him, he froze, stopping 1 millimeter from Su Yixuan, unable to go further. The sword's sharpness flickered, and Li Fuhai felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire. That boundless ocean, like a tsunami, instantly vanished at the moment it neared Su Yixuan. Li Fuhai's eyes widened. It couldn't break his protective chi. It was as if he himself became the ocean, and Su Yixuan was a stone thrown into it, silent and immovable. Li Fuhai stared fixedly at Su Yixuan, who looked utterly indifferent. That feeling, no different from that moment years ago. He was already in shock, unable to speak. Crack! With a crisp sound, the Chaohai sword in his hand suddenly cracked, shattered completely. The Chaohai sword. A high-grade earth-tier treasure that could resist impact from the life and death realm. Shattered? No one saw when Su Yixuan had acted. Li Fuhai suddenly felt an unbelievably terrifying force strike him. He tried to defend, but his protective chi instantly cracked, and his body was blasted like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom! Everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. Disciples in the audience rubbed their eyes incredulously, stuttered. I didn't see wrong, right? True disciple Li, he can't resist a single move from Daozi. Daozi is too strong, too strong. True disciples nearby also looked pale, staring at Su Yixuan in the arena. Meng Chongning had sweat dripping from his forehead. If earlier the fight with Li Er had been due to carelessness, Daozi now felt like hopelessness incarnate. A deep sense of helplessness rose in his heart. After seeing Li Fuhai's fate, he couldn't even summon the will to fight. Han Shan's jaw almost dropped. He murmured. Don't even think about challenging. Beside him, Miao Yuro stared down and asked. You guys, did anyone see clearly how Daozi struck? The true disciples shook their heads in disbelief. Only Li Er, with bright eyes, shouted excitedly. Brother is so powerful. Brother is the strongest. In the arena, Li Fuhai lay in a huge crater, miserable and crippled, no part of his body unbroken. He lay there with bones shattered, blood flowing nonstop. If not treated quickly, his foundation would be permanently damaged. This was even with Su Yixuan holding back. Li Fuhai opened his swollen eyes. His vision blurred, and he vomited mouthfuls of blood. His gaze dark and lifeless, memories of being defeated by Su Yixuan years ago flashed in his mind. His rage deflated like a ball with a leak, he no longer had the strength to fight. Su Yixuan stood coldly above the pit, looking down at Li Fuhai. In a voice only they could hear, he suddenly said coldly. Sometimes, choices are fatal. Li Fuhai didn't understand. Lying in the ruins, his hoarse voice struggled to say. You, HM? Su Yixuan frowned. As if using his last breath, Li Fuhai coughed out a mouthful of bloody flesh and shouted at Su Yixuan. Just what the hell are you saying? Explain it to me. Having said that, his aura sagged and he fainted. Su Yixuan froze. He hadn't expected Li Fuhai to speak like that. But the cold expression on his face broke into a slight smirk. He took from his spatial ring a single, Julian pill with 3 herbal markings, a high-grade earth-tier pill. He had taken it from Lin Feng's ring. It could revive someone near death below life and death realm, maybe even elevate them one step. Even Lin Feng had only one, it was Yao Fengchen's escape card to save his life. Without hesitation, Su Yixuan used true qi to feed the pill into Li Fuhai's mouth. His condition immediately improved. Suishian then floated back up to the audience stands. Because the earlier scene remained vivid, those true disciples now respected Suishian like a mountain. None dared to challenge him. They all watched him in awe. Suishian said to Meng Chongning and the others, "He's fine. I gave him the Julian pill. He'll recover after a few days of rest." With that, he left without looking back. Li Er ran after him, calling softly, "Brother, wait for me." Several true disciples looked at each other. Finally, Meng Chongning asked with puzzlement, "What is Daozi doing? He seemed really angry." Miao Yuro patted her chest heartily and said, "That was terrifying. What kind of power does Daozi have that brings despair?" Han Shan murmured softly, "Do you remember? Daozi said before he was at the life and death realm." His words made everyone's faces turn pale with shock and fear. No one knew what Daozi said to the sect leader after returning. Only that afterward, the entire Taichu sacred land became filled with a sense of crisis. As the top force on Lingxiao continent, Taichu began to summon all disciples from outside to return, as if preparing for an enemy that did not exist. 1 month later, a few disciples of the Zhantian Dao sect, with arrogant expressions, arrived at the foot of Taichu sacred mountain. The elder leading them smiled. The gate disciples froze when they saw the clothes. The Zhantian Dao sect? What do they want? The Zhantian Dao sect is one of the 4 major forces, always mortal enemies with Taichu. The two never interact. Why are they here? The elder said politely to a gate disciple. "Little brother, please report to the sect leader that Elder Huangshan of Zhantian Dao sect has come with young disciples to discuss Dao." The elder looked gentle, showing nothing strange. The gate disciples' eyes widened. Discourse of Dao? Looking at the disciples behind him, they clearly had ill intent. Fear and alarm rose in the disciples' mind. The arrogant-faced young man leading them held a snow-white fox and scoffed. "Old Huang, why be so courteous with them? Just walk in directly." His words full of disdain. Huangshan smiled and said, "Wu Fa, we are here to discourse Dao, naturally we must show respect." Study? A gate disciple is only at the 6th layer realm, garbage. What talent could this sect have? How can they claim to be the top force? Wu Fa looked at the gate disciple with disdain and disappointment. "I thought you'd have someone strong." The gate disciple glared angrily and shouted, "You!" But before he finished, a terrifying aura struck him and he was blasted away. The gate disciples were terrified. They immediately summoned inner disciples, stepped forward to block, faces grim. "What are you doing? Dare to use force at Taichu sacred land?" Wu Fa grinned and said, "Doing? Isn't it already clear?" Wu Fa stood still, gate disciples around spat blood, staring in disbelief at the arrogant youth. "Wu Fa, stop. We are both major factions. Don't harm people and ruin relations." Huangshan said this, but did not stop him at all. Behind him, the Zhantian Dao disciples laughed. On that day, at the Taichu sacred land training field with 9 dragon pillars standing tall, the crowd surrounded it. In the center lay dozens of unconscious disciples, faces smashed and bodies bleeding. A proudly arrogant youth holding a white fox softly stroked its fur, disdainfully stepping on the head of a Taichu disciple. He looked at the crowd in disappointment and said, "Inner disciples of Taichu sacred land are only this level? Do you all not have any people left? Who else? Come up." That youth was Wu Fa. Behind him stood Huangshan smiling. The Zhantian Dao disciples wore expressions of proud arrogance. Confidently they said, "Senior brother Wu Fa is the sacred son of our Zhantian Dao sect. You garbage trash, are you worthy to fight the sacred son? Call your Daozi out." Taichu disciples were furious, fists clenched. So arrogant Zhantian Dao sect. Do they really think Taichu sacred land has no people? If Daozi Lord appears, you won't see tomorrow's sun. Wu Fa's brow raised. He grabbed the shouting disciple and pulled him close. His palm on the disciple's neck, he slightly squeezed, mocking. "Oh? You said what?" The disciple's face turned red, choking and struggling. "Stop! Do you want to provoke war between our sects? Don't dare kill someone publicly? Put down Master Yu's junior disciple." Taichu disciples shouted rebuke. Wu Fa snorted and increased his grip, disdainfully saying, "A bunch of trash, so what? Just ants." Elder Huangshan did not stop him, instead his smile grew wider. Zhantian Dao disciples riled up, cracking knuckles eagerly. "Sacred son, kill him! Kill him!" As the disciple was about to die, a furious voice rang out. "Stop it!" In an instant, a sky-blue flying sword sped toward Wu Fa. Wu Fa snorted, slammed the disciple aside, caught the flying sword between 2 fingers, with excitement and mockery. "Finally someone who's a slightly decent trash? Not far off, Li Fuhai descended from the air, brow filled with rage. Seeing him arrive, Taichu disciples cheered. True disciple Li has come. Senior brother Li is here. Zhantian Dao sect will die now. True disciple Li. That guy tried to kill a junior disciple. Li Fuhai touched down. Seeing the pile of unconscious Taichu disciples, his eyes turned ice cold at Wu Fa. With a freezing voice he said, Zhantian Dao sect. What are you doing here? Most inner sect elders had remained secluded for years and had not appeared in months. Such a big incident, yet no one came forward. Wu Fa looked Li Fuhai up and down and said, You are the Daozi of Taichu sacred land? Li Fuhai frowned. He could not sense the other's cultivation, just like Daozi himself, unfathomable. He coldly said, I am true disciple Li Fuhai, of elder Li Xing's lineage in Taichu sacred land. What does Zhantian Dao sect mean by this? Wu Fa heard he wasn't Daozi and lost interest, face arrogant. If you're true disciple, you should be stronger than the trash before, right? Li Fuhai didn't speak. The repaired Qiaohai sword hovered around him. A terrifying aura burst forth. With the help of Su Yixian's Julian pill, Li Fuhai had already advanced to the first layer reform-breaking realm, far ahead of other prodigies. Wu Fa grew more excited, licking his lips. Interesting. If so, let me see whether Taichu Sacred Land's true disciple is still trash. With that, he charged at Li Fuhai like a beast. In the sacred land of Taichu, within a small secret realm, Su Yixian effortlessly shattered a terrifying dark blue flame. All around him, red and blue flames filled the air, emitting a terrifying aura. Su Yixian smiled and said, Li Er, not bad. It seems you've completely mastered the heaven and earth different fire now. Across from him, Li Er had grown noticeably taller over the past month. Her small face pouted in dissatisfaction as she said, That's only because I couldn't see you, brother. After a month of cultivation, Li Er had already reached the foundation establishment realm. Su Yixian's cultivation was even more unfathomable. Li Er ran to Su Yixian's side, her storage ring glowed, and she took out a bun with her small hand and began munching on it. She handed a bun to Su Yixian and said, Here, brother. Su Yixian smiled, took the bun, and ate it without hesitation. The two sat casually on a stone step, and Su Yixian gradually fell into thought. It has already been a month? During this month, Su Yixian searched throughout the sacred land but could not find the protagonist of Destiny from the Martial Emperor script. Even Long Chen, to whom he had given the Taichu order, had not come to the sacred land of Taichu. Did something happen? Su Yixian thought to himself. Just then, the space of the small secret realm opened, and a disciple rushed in a panic, gasping for breath. Lord Daozi. The disciple was drenched in sweat, eyes full of urgency. Su Yixian looked over and said calmly, What's the matter? The disciple took a deep breath and said, Lord Daozi. Elder Huangshan of Zhantian Dao sect brought disciples with him and injured all our inner and outer disciples of the sacred land. Now Li Fuhai and several other true disciples are fighting back. Lord Daozi, please hurry. True disciple Li and the others can't hold on much longer. Su Yixian frowned. Zhantian Dao sect? Also one of the four great powers, located in the western domain of Lingxiao continent, known for their arrogance and aggressiveness. They never got along with the sacred land of Taichu. Su Yixian stood up, took Li Er's hand, and rose into the air, saying, Li Er, let's go take a look. Li Er nodded. The disciple, hearing this, brightened with relief. In the sacred land's dojo, Miao Yuro clutched her bleeding chest and staggered back. Han Shan was sent flying, crashing into a 9-dragon pillar, life or death unknown. In the center, Wu Fa's body glowed with golden light, his fighting spirit wild and growing stronger with each strike. He punched through the falling sword rain before him, looked at the bloodied Li Fuhai and Meng Changning, and said disdainfully, So this is what passes for true disciples of the sacred land of Taichu. Zhantian Dao sect's disciples mocked even more. This is supposed to be the leader among the four great powers? How come even shrimp soldiers and crab generals get to be true disciples? Seriously? So many of you still can't beat our holy son? Too weak. Ha ha ha, I think the sacred land of Taichu should just change its name to Useless Land. All the disciples of the sacred land looked pale, staring at Wu Fa in disbelief, and said, Too strong. Only Lord Daozi can stop him now. Where is Lord Daozi? Has anyone informed him? Li Fuhai and Meng Changning exchanged glances. Fighting Wu Fa together, they felt as if they were battling a monster whose strength grew with every fight. He didn't even show signs of fatigue, utterly terrifying. Wu Fa, seemingly tired of playing, yawned and said, Ha, so weak. Forget it, not fun anymore. At that, the air around Wu Fa suddenly raged violently, like a vortex. Boundless power gathered in his hands. Golden divine patterns, like those on Su Yixian's body, appeared faintly on Wu Fei's body. This terrifying aura shocked both Li Fuhai and Meng Changning. Unstoppable. Wu Fei grinned viciously and said, "Die, all of you." He then threw a heavy punch. Zhantian technique, great annihilation. His fist seemed to grow several times in size, becoming a golden shadow, its pressure suffocating, heading straight for Li Fuhai and Meng Changning. True disciple Li. True disciple Meng. The crowd cried out in alarm. Everyone's faces turned deathly pale. Just as the great annihilation was about to strike the two, a calm voice rang out. "With just this bit of strength, you dare cause trouble in my sacred land of Taichu?" From afar, Huangshan, who had been meditating with eyes closed, suddenly opened them and looked in a certain direction. Su Yixian had appeared before Li Fuhai and Meng Changning without anyone noticing. Without even lifting an eyelid, he casually waved his sleeve. The unstoppable golden punch shadow suddenly froze midair and shattered inch by inch. "Daozi!" Someone in the crowd cried out. Then the whole place erupted with noise. "Lord Daozi is here." Now that Lord Daozi is here, how can the Zhantian Dao sect remain so arrogant? Daozi, beat the Zhantian Dao sect until they're looking for their teeth on the ground. Like an immortal descended to the mortal realm, everyone gazed in awe at the peerlessly handsome young man in white, with a delicate little girl beside him, overjoyed. Li Fuhai's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and saluted respectfully. "Lord Daozi." Ever since that battle, Li Fuhai had become a staunch follower of Su Yixian, wholeheartedly convinced. Meng Changning also stepped forward and saluted. Wu Fei frowned, looked at the newcomer, and said coldly, "Who are you?" Su Yixian, holding Li Er's little hand, said, "Weren't you looking for me? Well, here I am." After reading this person's life script, Su Yixian's lips curved slightly. What one seeks may be hard to find, yet it appears when least expected. He actually came to the door himself? Martial Emperor. Name, Wu Fei. Identity, reincarnation of the Great Emperor, Holy Son of Zhantian Dao Sect. Destiny, 100,000. Cultivation, 9th layer of Lawbreaking Realm. Fate attributes, protagonist of Destiny, Gold, reincarnation of a Great Emperor, Gold, Heaven-Earth War Body, Gold, stronger with each battle, Gold, unparalleled arrogance, Gold, undying cockroach, Gold, peach blossom fortune, Purple. Current fortune, good luck overhead, stars aligned. Life script, Martial Emperor, protagonist of Destiny. A wisp of soul from the fallen Martial Emperor of the Upper Realm reincarnated. As the reincarnated Emperor, he carries the unyielding imperial bones. Though he offends many enemies along the way, like an undying cockroach, he charges forward. At 25, he becomes invincible in the lower realm and enters the upper domain. In the Emperor's Ascension War, he receives the Emperor's mandate. Details. Recent twist, offended the Daozi of the sacred land of Taichu, becoming enemies. Details. This was the highest destiny value protagonist he had ever seen, with golden fate far surpassing the previous ones. 9th layer of Lawbreaking Realm. No wonder Li Fuhai and the others weren't a match. This man's strength already far exceeded the true disciples of major lower realm powers. Su Yixian thought to himself. Upon seeing the white fox in Wu Fei's arms, Li Er's eyes lit up and she said, "So cute." Seeing the newcomer, Wu Fei asked with hostility, "You're the Daozi of the sacred land of Taichu?" Someone from Zhantian Dao sect said, "This is the Daozi of the sacred land? Doesn't look like much." "That's it? Is that his daughter beside him? Could he be thousands of years old already? Holy Son, crush him." Su Yixian frowned and said coldly, "Too noisy." No one saw him move, but Elder Huangshan of Zhantian Dao sect suddenly looked toward Su Yixian, rising to block several streams of heavenly true energy coming at him. Su Yixian raised an eyebrow and said, "With just you think you can stop me?" That heavenly true energy completely ignored the Zhantian Dao sect elder, directly slicing off a disciple's head. His head rolled on the ground, still holding an arrogant expression, not even realizing when he died. Huangshan's eyes narrowed, his expression turning grim as he looked at Su Yixian and said coldly, "So this is how the sacred land of Taichu treats guests?" Su Yixian said blandly, "That's for people." Huangshan was stunned. For a moment, he hadn't grasped the meaning behind the words. Then his expression suddenly changed, his face flushed red. "What a sharp-tongued brat!" Wu Fei arrogantly shouted from across. "Is the Daozi of the sacred land of Taichu only good at talking?" Su Yixian's expression remained calm. "You'll find out soon enough." Wu Fei handed the white fox in his hands to a disciple of the Zhantian Dao sect. "Take care of Xiao Bai for me." Even he couldn't quite see through the person in front of him. Though arrogant, Wu Fei wasn't stupid. Still, with his heaven and earth battle body growing stronger with each fight, he was confident he could even go up against a life-and-death realm opponent. This kind of opponent was exactly the grindstone he was looking for. Wu Fei looked at Sui Xian and grinned. In that case, let's give it a try. Behind Sui Xian, Meng Changning warned him gently. Daozi, be careful. This man's physique is strange. Li Fuhai added. This man seems to have endless strength, and his power keeps increasing. The disciples of the Zhantian Dao sect didn't dare speak now, fearing they might end up like the previous disciple whose head was inexplicably chopped off. Wu Fei's momentum kept rising, his battle intent surging as he grinned savagely. Come on! Let me see what the Daozi of the sacred land of Taichu is really made of. Sui Xian nodded and said plainly. It won't take long. With that, his pupils turned golden. Heavenly body, second seal. Heavenly chains. Suddenly, invisible heavenly chains wrapped toward Wu Fei from all directions. Though unseen, Wu Fei had a vague sense of danger. An intense crisis loomed. Relying on his instincts, which had saved him countless times, Wu Fei disappeared from his original position in an instant. As expected of the strongest protagonist of destiny he had ever encountered. Sui Xian wasn't surprised. With a thought, countless heavenly chains once again attacked Wu Fei. At this moment, the scene looked extremely strange to outsiders. Sui Xian stood still, while Wu Fei was jumping around like a monkey. The disciples of the sacred land of Taichu couldn't help but mock. Is that a monkey? Is the Zhantian Dao sect a spirit beast zoo? Did your holy son go mad after seeing our Daozi? Already angry, Huangshan's expression worsened as he shouted. Wu Fei! What are you doing? Among those present, only the little white fox could see the heavenly chains. Its eyes glowed faintly purple, and as it tracked the chains chasing Wu Fei, they dissolved into starlight and vanished. Sui Xian was startled and quickly looked at the white fox in the Zhantian Dao sect disciple's arms. Startled by Sui Xian's gaze, the fox's fur stood on end and it buried its head down. Sui Xian frowned tightly. That little white fox could see and break his heavenly chains? Looking at Wu Fei, he thought to himself. Is this another one of the protagonist's golden fingers? The crisis in his mind disappeared. Wu Fei was delighted. My turn. In midair, golden true energy burst from his body, turning him into a flaming golden meteor crashing down toward Sui Xian. D. Sui Xian didn't dodge and said to Li Fuhai. Lend me your sword. Huh? Li Fuhai was stunned. Before he could react, the Songhai sword at his waist was already unsheathed. Sui Xian's entire aura changed. If he had previously been a gentle and cool young man, now he was like a peerless sword drawn after years of stillness. Its sharpness made others retreat instinctively. With a light tap of his finger, the Songhai sword turned into a blue stream of light and shot toward the golden meteor in the sky. Though much smaller, it could shake the heavens. Boom! A massive explosion burst in the sky. Two immense energies clashed, tearing apart the clouds. Violent winds blew in all directions. A painful scream echoed from Wu Fei. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone from Zhantian Dao sect, Wu Fei's entire body, engulfed in flames, fell straight to the ground. Boom! Another loud crash. Wu Fei hit the ground, most of his body shattered, looking pitiful. His previously arrogant face was gone, he was in utter ruin. The Songhai sword returned, quietly hovering in front of Li Fuhai. Suddenly, a crisp crack was heard. Unable to withstand Sui Xian's vast heavenly true energy, the Songhai sword that Li Fuhai had painstakingly repaired broke again. Li Fuhai gave Sui Xian a somewhat resentful glance. Sui Xian coldly looked at Wu Fei in the pit. The entire scene fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, the disciples of the sacred land of Taichu erupted with joy. Lord Daozi is invincible. Long live Lord Daozi. That so-called holy son of the Zhantian Dao sect isn't even a match for one move. One sword. Lord Daozi only used one sword. Just like during the last Dao debate. What level is Lord Daozi's strength? It's terrifying. With him, no one in our generation can defeat us. The little white fox, seeing Wu Fei's miserable state, showed a very human-like look of worry. It jumped down, ran to the pit, and licked Wu Fei's charred cheek. Its eyes were full of concern. Sui Xian stared at the white fox, his gaze flickering. As expected of the heaven and earth battle body, he wasn't that easy to kill. Wu Fei struggled to his feet, face filled with rage. He lost. He couldn't believe it. The one who was supposed to be invincible among his generation, he lost. Staring at Sui Xian, Wu Fei's eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. That kind of humiliation was something someone as proud as him couldn't endure. He roared. I don't accept this. The figure of Huangshan from Zhantian Dao sect appeared beside Wu Fei and handed him a pill, shouting. That's enough, Wu Fa. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? We're leaving. His eyes were full of disbelief. Who was Wu Fa? The strongest holy son of Zhantian Dao's sect in this generation. Beloved by the sect's great powers, nurtured without end. And yet he couldn't withstand even one sword strike from the Daozi of the sacred land of Taichu. How was this possible? At this point, nothing about the debate mattered anymore. He had to deliver this news back to Zhantian Dao's sect immediately. This generation's Daozi of the sacred land of Taichu was just too monstrous. At that moment, a dissatisfied voice came from the true disciples. What a fine Zhantian Dao sect! Do you think our sacred land is a place you can come and go as you please? Li Fuhai's words carried weight. With long-held resentment, the inner and outer disciples joined in. Exactly. You barged in without notice, injured so many of our fellow disciples, and now you want to leave just like that? Daozi. Don't let them go. Too much bullying. Do they really think nothing of our sacred land? With that, everyone looked toward Sui Xian, who stood calmly in the dojo, dressed in flawless white, not even a speck of dust on him, like a celestial being. Many female disciples from the sect stared at him with sparkling eyes. So handsome. Lord Daozi. Sui Xian looked coldly at Wu Fa below and said nothing. Wu Fa saw that even after he had spoken such harsh words, Sui Xian remained unmoved, giving him no face at all. That expression looked as if he regarded him like an ant, completely disdainful. Thinking about how he was actually defeated in one sword strike, he felt extremely humiliated. Mocking voices kept entering his ears. What exactly is your cultivation level? This person's cultivation must be higher than his. Wu Fa couldn't believe it. He was certain he only lost because his cultivation level wasn't high enough. If they were at the same level, the other party would definitely not be his match. Wu Fa shakily stood up, like a miserable drowned dog. He widened his eyes, trying to remember that face firmly in his mind. The first peer in his life to defeat him. Word by word, his voice was as cold as an icy abyss. Daozi of the sacred land of Taichu, good, very good. Next time, I will definitely kill you. Xiaobai, let's go. Wu Fa spoke to the white fox beside him. This white fox was found by him in a secret realm in the desolate state. It had extraordinary spiritual nature and had helped him find many treasures. Wu Fa had always considered it a companion. The white fox named Xiaobai gently licked Wu Fa's cheek, then very human-like looked at Sui Xian with eyes full of resentment. Sui Xian looked at the white fox with interest and slowly said, "Go? When did I say you could leave?" Wu Fa stood there in a daze. "I am the holy son of Zhantian Dao sect. Does your sacred land of Taichu want to start a war with our Zhantian Dao sect?" Wu Fa threatened. Li Fuhai couldn't hold back anymore and cursed angrily. "Shameless bastard! How did your Zhantian Dao sect treat our sacred land disciples earlier? Do you really think we're afraid of you?" Sui Xian also frowned. He had truly never seen someone so arrogant. Li Fuhai and several recovered true disciples surrounded Wu Fa, preventing him from escaping. Their pressure bore down on him. As an elder of the Zhantian Dao sect, Huangshan couldn't just stand by. He snorted coldly and released his 9th-level life and death realm aura, shielding Wu Fa from the pressure. Sui Xian raised an eyebrow, and a blast of heavenly true energy shot out from his hand. Huangshan's expression changed. He had just experienced that energy before. Extremely overbearing, if hit, even he might not fare well. He hurriedly split off true energy to block the attack. Although Li Fuhai and the others weren't a match for Wu Fa had already been heavily injured by Sui Xian's sword earlier. Caught off guard by the sudden pressure from several people, and without Huangshan to block it this time, Wu Fa vomited blood and fell to his knees again. Wu Fa stared fiercely at the group, as if trying to engrave their faces into his memory. Lackeys. His gaze was filled with hatred, hiding endless rage. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth to resist the targeted pressure. His expression grew more ferocious. He almost couldn't resist using his trump card to kill them. His unyielding emperor bone could greatly restore and enhance his strength. But such a treasure was reserved as a last resort. With so many people present, if word got out, even elders from his sect might covet it. Wu Fa, who had never suffered such humiliation, said bitterly and brokenly, "Good. What a Daozi. What a sacred land of Taichu. Do people from the sacred land of Taichu always gang up on others?" Sui Xian was stunned, looking at Wu Fa in disbelief. He had offended the sacred land of Taichu and been beaten up, yet still dared to say something so shameless? Sui Xian looked at the kneeling Wu Fa struggling to get up and slowly said, "You couldn't even block one of my sword strikes. You really seem unwilling to accept that?" Inner and outer disciples of the sacred land felt the Daozi had finally vented their anger. "Weren't you arrogant before? Shouting for Daozi to come? Now that you've lost, you want to back down? Shameless Zhantian Dao sect. All a bunch of treacherous bullies, afraid of the strong and picking on the weak. More disciples mocked. Wu Fei's face darkened. He pointed at Sui Xian and yelled, I don't accept it. Your cultivation is just higher than mine. If we were at the same level, there's no way you could beat me. Sui Xian looked at him indifferently, suddenly feeling that his so-called rival wasn't much after all. At this moment, Huangshan said with an unpleasant expression, Daozi of the sacred land of Taichu, this time our Zhantian Dao sect was in the wrong. Please don't be too aggressive. Li Fuhai was immediately displeased. Who's being aggressive here? Huangshan spoke half-threateningly. This time our Zhantian Dao sect admits fault. We only came to debate the Dao. No disciple of the sacred land has been killed. I hope the Daozi will let us go for the sake of the sect. Bullshit. A disciple of the sacred land of Taichu roared. He seriously injured so many of our brothers, and you call that debating the Dao? Sui Xian found it funny and said, if you came to debate the Dao, then let me debate with you. Hearing this, Huangshan's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? He was 9th level life and death realm, not afraid of Sui Xian, but they were in the sacred land of Taichu. If they provoked stronger powers in the sacred land, it would be a real dilemma. Sui Xian noticed Li Er staring at the white fox beside Wu Fei. He asked, Li Er, do you want that fox? As soon as the words came out, Xiao Bai's fur bristled in fright, even its tail stood on end. Wu Fei suddenly had a bad feeling, quickly hugged Xiao Bai close and looked at Sui Xian cautiously. Li Er's big eyes sparkled and she nodded, saying, what a cute little fox. Li Er wants it. Sui Xian nodded. This white fox was indeed extraordinary, it could even break his heavenly chains. That made Sui Xian quite curious. Since you dared to barge into the sacred land of Taichu, you should at least leave something behind. Wu Fei was stunned and slightly frowned, not quite understanding, and could only ask coldly, what do you want? Looking at the white fox in Wu Fei's arms, Sui Xian said playfully, that fox in your arms looks nice. Why don't you hand it over? No way. Wu Fei immediately replied coldly. Xiao Bai wasn't just a spirit beast, it was his most important companion. It seemed Xiao Bai understood. It had been baring its teeth at Sui Xian, but now trembled in fear, even its little tail trembling, looking helplessly at Wu Fei with watery eyes, letting out small squeaks. Wu Fei looked at Xiao Bai and gave it a reassuring look, gently stroking its soft fur, murmuring, Xiao Bai, don't be afraid. I won't give you to anyone. No one at all. When Xiao Bai heard that, it was extremely touched, affectionately licking Wu Fei's arm and acting cute in his arms. Wu Fei coldly looked at Sui Xian and said, I can give you anything, but not Xiao Bai. It is my important companion. At the side, Li Fuhai couldn't hold back and scolded loudly. Wu Fei. You really don't know shame. Sui Xian waved his hand to signal Li Fuhai to be quiet. Looking at Wu Fei's firm expression, he smiled and said, oh? Didn't expect you to be so affectionate. I like that. Sui Xian smiled indifferently. He raised his hand and said slowly, since you're unwilling to hand over that white fox, I won't make it hard for you. But I do quite like that golden bone inside your body. The moment he said this, Wu Fei's expression instantly changed, as if he had been struck hard. His heart surged with turmoil, his expression flickering. Could he have found out? His most important trump card, the unyielding emperor bone. Without that trump card, he would have died in countless dangerous situations. His mind was suddenly filled with paranoia, thinking his greatest secret had been exposed. His energy became unstable and chaotic. Wu Fei's expression turned dark, and murderous intent surged inside him. Huangshan saw Sui Xian's stance, he seemed ready to keep them there if they refused, and said, to so blatantly covet someone else's property, is this the conduct of a Daozi? As soon as those words fell, disciples of the sacred land began cursing. Pa! Old thing, you've got no shame. If Daozi hadn't held back, he'd be dead already. You came and injured so many of us and now you want to walk away? I support Lord Daozi. He should strip them all bare. Sui Xian smiled at Huangshan and said, you can leave, but those disciples behind you from the Zhantian Dao sect, leave them here. I don't think Zhantian would start a war with us just for a few common disciples, right? The disciples of Zhantian Dao sect turned pale when they heard that. Pointing at Wu Fei, no longer arrogant, they shouted, Holy Sun! It's just an animal. Hurry and give the fox to the Daozi of Taichu. Yeah. Are so many lives not worth more than a fox? Holy Sun! Sui Xian looked calmly at Wu Fei and said, have you decided? Who will you choose? Wu Fei's brows furrowed deeply, heart filled with chaos and struggle. Sui Xian slightly frowned, his voice turning colder. Final 3 seconds. If you haven't decided, I'll choose for you. But by then, it won't be so nice. Seeing Su Yixian was determined to take either Xiaobai or the unyielding Emperor Bone, Wu Fei's expression shifted uncertainly. The threat was clear, and Wu Fei couldn't make up his mind. The white fox in his arms also seemed panicked, squirming restlessly. 3, 2. Su Yixian's voice hung like a sword over his head. Wu Fei broke out in a cold sweat, clenched his fists tightly, not noticing Xiaobai in his arms. Xiaobai, in a very human-like way, showed a pained expression. Clearly Wu Fei had squeezed it too hard. I? Wu Fei's lips trembled pale. 1. As the number dropped, Su Yixian raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with brilliance as he stared at Wu Fei. His aura suddenly surged. Bathed in harsh sunlight, he looked like a fallen immortal. Xiaobai! Under immense pressure, Wu Fei shouted. His whole body suddenly collapsed weakly to the ground. Xiaobai, struck like thunder, slowly raised its head in disbelief, looking at the person it trusted most. Hearing Wu Fei's response, Su Yixian's lips curled into a slight smile. That smile was full of mockery and amusement. So this is what you call a companion? Su Yixian said with slight sarcasm. To the protagonist, so-called companions were just tools that brought great value. They just gave them a nice name to make it easier for the companion to sacrifice everything for them. Wu Fei didn't dare look at Su Yixian, nor at Xiaobai in his arms. His unyielding Emperor Bone could constantly nourish his heaven and earth battle body and contained extremely mysterious truths, like an endless treasure. Though he didn't know how Su Yixian had discovered it, as long as the Emperor Bone remained, he could one day surpass and crush him. It was his biggest secret. He couldn't lose the unyielding Emperor Bone. Compared to that, Xiaobai didn't seem so important. He told himself, once I defeat him, I'll take Xiaobai back. Though he thought so, his heart still ached. He looked down at Xiaobai, only to see its watery fox eyes staring tightly at him. In its gaze was confusion and questioning. All the bitterness and sorrow condensed into a big tear that slid down. Wu Fei felt deep pain in his heart. He met Xiaobai in the desolate state, when it was still a ragged little beast. They had spent every day together since. There was no way he didn't have feelings for it. But now, with his future at stake, he had to make a choice. Wu Fei stroked Xiaobai's soft fur, his eyes blood-red, choking back emotion as he said reluctantly. Xiaobai. Wait for me, okay? I'll definitely come back for you. Above, Su Yixian almost gagged at the scene. What a fake and hypocritical protagonist. Even betrayal was made to sound so noble. Xiaobai's eyes turned red, its sorrow and grief transforming into despair. It never expected Wu Fei would abandon it. Did he know? Without its heavenly fox blood, he wouldn't have even awakened the heaven and earth battle body. It lost most of its heavenly fox bloodline because of that, and in the end, this is what it got. Filled with resentment, it bit down hard on Wu Fei's arm. Wu Fei felt a sharp pain and loosened his grip. Xiaobai jumped down, trying to escape, but was instantly caught by a terrifying force. Xiaobai! Wu Fei's eyes widened in pain and cried out. Xiaobai's body floated uncontrollably toward Su Yixian. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. Su Yixian caught it with one hand. The white fox looked completely docile in his grasp, it couldn't move at all. Ding! Destiny protagonist Wu Fei lost the heavenly fox spirit Xiaobai. Destiny value minus 10,000. Ding! Destiny protagonist Wu Fei's Dao heart was damaged. Destiny value minus 2,000. The system's voice rang out. Oh? Finally, his fate is starting to fall? Heavenly Fox Spirit Clan, huh? Looking at the white fox with hollow eyes in his arms, Su Yixian gently stroked its glossy, smooth fur and praised. Not bad, not bad. A decent spirit pet. Li'er jumped up excitedly beside him. Brother, give it to me. Su Yixian smiled and handed the white fox to Li'er. Her eyes lit up, and she happily stroked it. You can go now. Su Yixian said with a faint smile, turned around, and walked away without looking back. From beginning to end, he was cold and calm, not even giving Wu Fei a direct look, his tone full of disdain. Wu Fei's eyes turned blood-red, veins bulging, his voice ice-cold like from the depths of hell. He gritted his teeth and roared word by word. Su Yixian. Wu Fei had always believed he was the person of destiny. He had never doubted himself. He came from a small town in the desolate state under the jurisdiction of the Zhantian Dao sect. At birth, a heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. From a young age, he was noticed by the great powers of Zhantian Dao sect and taken in as a disciple. He encountered countless opportunities, as if the entire world revolved around him. The ancestors in the sect all said he had the bearing of a great emperor, with a 9-star peerless talent, invincible in the lower realm. With the heaven and earth battle body, and even possessing the unyielding emperor bone, his battle power was unmatched. Within the same realm, he had never lost. So he was arrogant, extremely arrogant. He even looked down on the ancestors of his own sect. But now, his proud heaven and earth battle body had been defeated by the man before him in a single sword strike. And he had even lost Xiao Bai, who had accompanied him all the way. Unable to accept this reality, Wu Fei's eyes turned blood red as he stared at Su Yixian, his gaze terrifying and filled with killing intent. Su Yixian! At that moment, Wu Fei's whole body began to emit a faint golden light. The unyielding emperor bone within him was roaring, wanting to battle. This intense feeling of humiliation filled his mind. Wu Fei's eyes reignited with raging battle intent. He was ready to expose his trump card and kill the man before him. Suddenly, Huang Shan beside him spoke coldly. Daozi of Taichu, is the death of our Zhantian Dao sect disciple going to be ignored like this? Huang Shan's voice was like a splash of icy water. Wu Fei's just ignited fighting spirit immediately vanished, and even the unyielding emperor bone inside him dimmed. Looking at Huang Shan's cold face, a chill ran through his heart. The unyielding emperor bone was his greatest secret. If exposed, not only Su Yixian, but even the ancestors of Zhantian Dao sect might target him. He had nearly revealed it just now. In the face of treasure, even brothers couldn't be trusted, let alone sectmates. Oh? Hearing Huang Shan's voice, Su Yixian stopped walking. He turned around and looked at Huang Shan with amusement, saying, "Then what do you want to do?" Huang Shan's face turned icy, and he released his ninth-layer life and death realm cultivation. The entire arena was shrouded in immense pressure. We merely came to seek instruction, but who would have thought that the sacred land of Taichu would kill like this? Clearly, you don't regard our Zhantian Dao sect at all. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. With that, Huang Shan shamelessly flew into the air and charged straight at Su Yixian. His hand condensed strands of green true energy, eyes full of killing intent. Clearly, he was aiming to kill. Having seen Su Yixian's power, Huang Shan couldn't resist the urge to kill him before he could grow further, a potential future threat to Zhantian Dao sect. With this Daozi in the sacred land of Taichu, the Zhantian Dao sect would never rise again. Old dog! Shameless! Li Fuhai's eyes turned red with rage upon seeing this. Daozi, be careful! Disciples all around cried out. Wu Fei was secretly overjoyed. Kill him! With ninth-layer life and death realm cultivation, he could crush everyone present. And the elders of the sacred land still hadn't appeared. That was why Huang Shan dared to go all out, to kill him without reservation. He was gambling that no elders of the sacred land would show up. Facing the fierce momentum of Huang Shan, even his leaked aura made everyone tremble and unable to move. Su Yixian raised an eyebrow. Seeing that Huang Shan's strike carried killing intent, the divine patterns of heaven emerged. A pure white and silver sword appeared in his hand from nowhere. Its blade was dazzling under the sunlight. His expression was cold. Holding the Taichu sword, dressed in white, he looked like a sword immortal. That's Daozi's Taichu sword. Someone recognized the sword. It was the one Su Yixian had used during the Dao debate 2 years ago. Heavenly true energy extended from his arm into the Taichu sword. Raging currents swirled around Su Yixian. His golden heavenly blood surged inside his body like a river or sea. Everyone present felt an overwhelming pressure. Wu Fei stared at the scene, heart pounding wildly. His long-trained instinct screamed that this sword was extremely dangerous. If he faced it directly, he might die. How was that possible? He had never felt this suffocating sense of death, not even when facing the sect master of Zhantian Dao sect. Even with his massive destiny value, which always helped him survive, when facing Su Yixian, Wu Fei couldn't shake the feeling that this person might actually kill him. As Huang Shan approached, Su Yixian swung the Taichu sword with great force. It carried violently surging heavenly true energy, forming a golden crescent moon. Seeing Su Yixian not dodge but strike back, Huang Shan sneered. Arrogant brat. He was ninth-layer life and death realm. But as the golden crescent neared, Huang Shan finally felt its terror. The heavenly true energy, even purer than heavenly tribulation or strange flames, didn't feel like it belonged to this world, transcendent. What kind of power was this? Huang Shan realized if he met it head-on, he would surely die. He flipped his palm, switching to defense. The green true energy formed multiple shields around him. As a Zhantian Dao sect elder, a ninth-layer life and death realm cultivator, he didn't even dare face Su Yixian's sword directly. As the golden crescent hit the shields, they shattered like paper. The violent aura slashed Huang Shan's aged face. He growled and summoned a magic treasure. A high-grade earth-rank protective mirror floated before his chest. Crack! Even an earth-rank treasure couldn't block this sword. A loud boom erupted in the arena. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. The chaotic airflow forced the surrounding disciples to release protective energy to block it. Zhantian Dao sect's disciples were trembling in fear, disbelieving. Elder Huang. How is this possible? Even the Taichu sacred land disciples were stunned. That was ninth layer life and death realm. Not some roadside cabbage. Wu Fa felt intense fear rising in his heart. His cultivation even began to waver and showed signs of dropping. The heaven and earth battle body, the unyielding emperor bone, emphasized fearlessness and a clear Dao heart. But now, Su Yixian's presence was like an invisible hammer, smashing his pride and dignity. Even someone at ninth layer life and death realm wasn't his match. What was Su Yixian's true strength? Cough, cough. As the smoke cleared, Huangshan's miserable figure appeared in the ruined arena, his eyes full of rage. He had actually been injured by a junior. Disciples of the sacred land turned pale. He's not dead? Huangshan stared at Su Yixian with a hostile gaze and said, I don't know what method you used, but that sword must have exhausted all your energy. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth and swallowing a few recovery pills, he smiled grimly and said, But this has confirmed something for me. There isn't a single elder from the sacred land of Taichu here right now. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the sacred land of Taichu's disciples suddenly changed. Everyone looked around. Sure enough, just as Huangshan had said, there wasn't a single elder. Where are the sect elders? Why haven't they shown up with all this happening? Yeah, where are the elders? With all the chaos that had occurred, not one elder from the sacred land had appeared. Everyone couldn't help but grow anxious. Su Yixian looked at Huangshan with an expressionless face. Seeing the panic on the crowd's faces, Huangshan suddenly burst out laughing and said, Ha ha ha, just as the sect master said, your sacred land of Taichu really is an empty city. Li Fuhai's pupils shrank as he said, What do you mean? He had been trying to contact his parents since earlier, but hadn't received a single reply. He had a vague, bad feeling. Su Yixian stared at Huangshan and suddenly seemed to realize something. At this moment, it wasn't just the disciples of the sacred land who were confused, even the disciples who came with Huangshan from Zhantian Dao sect didn't understand what was happening. Huangshan chuckled. Seeing the panic among the Taichu disciples seemed to confirm something for him. As the crowd grew restless, Su Yixian softly interrupted. How do you know I can't use a second sword? As the Daozi, he had to stabilize the disciples' morale at this moment. Beside him, Meng Chongning said, I just got a message from my master, they're all in seclusion. Master said, everything is to be left to the Daozi. Su Yixian was startled and looked at Meng Chongning, who nodded back at him. Su Yixian hadn't expected Meng Chongning to say such a thing at this time. In fact, Meng Chongning hadn't received any message at all, he made it up. Since the sect master and elders were absent, as true disciples, they naturally had to help the Daozi calm the people. Other true disciples also sensed something was wrong and spoke up one after another. Yes. I heard it from my master too. Chongning is right. The elders can't come for now, I believe Lord Daozi can handle this. Who says the elders aren't here? I saw my master this morning. With the Daozi and true disciples speaking up, the restless crowd quickly calmed down. They breathed a sigh of relief and cursed at Huangshan. Pa! You dog, trying to scare us? Scared the hell out of me. If the elders weren't here, a life and death cultivator really could have slaughtered us. Daozi, don't let them off. Seeing this, Huangshan gave a sinister laugh and said unbelievingly, So your elders of the sacred land of Taichu have all returned? Su Yixian frowned and didn't give him a chance to finish. The Taichu sword in his hand once again gathered immense power. He said calmly, Didn't you say I couldn't swing a second sword? Then watch closely. This sword, let's see if it can take your life. As he spoke, spiritual energy in the sky stirred and formed a slender vortex that fused into the Taichu sword. The sword immediately emitted a white glow, radiating a profound Dao aura. At the same time, Su Yixian's pupils turned into a noble, ancient gold, with divine patterns of the heavens flickering within them. Huangshan was stunned to see this. Countless invisible heavenly chains appeared around him, binding toward him. That feeling again. Wu Fei's expression changed. He shouted loudly. Elder Huang! Be careful. Shut up. Though unsure what the Daozi had done, Meng Chongning instantly appeared beside Wu Fei and slammed his sword sheath into his face. Blood splattered, this reincarnated emperor had several teeth knocked out. Though no one could see the heavenly chains, Huangshan was on alert thanks to Wu Fei's warning. He extended his divine sense and clearly felt a strange aura sweeping toward him. He leapt to dodge, but suddenly his right foot felt as if it had been bound, he couldn't move. No matter how he pulled, he couldn't free himself. Huangshan's face turned drastically pale. Su Yixian's Taichu sword fell. His ancient, golden pupils were cold and emotionless as he said softly, "It's over. White tiger killing technique, devouring moon." In that instant, no one saw the sword light clearly, they only felt a flash of white before their eyes. Thump! The sound of something falling. When the disciples looked, Huangshan's head had been cleanly chopped off. Wu Fei's eyes widened. He was the only one who had seen a trace of Su Yixian's movement. Huangshan had seemed completely restrained, unable to move, as Su Yixian beheaded him. Nothing was more shocking than personal experience. Before Su Yixian attacked, Wu Fei had refused to believe his instincts. He didn't believe Su Yixian could kill a 9th-level life and death cultivator like Huangshan. But the fact was right before his eyes, impossible to deny. 2 swords, 2 swords. Wu Fei's lips trembled. He couldn't accept this reality. Finally, a new emotion arose, fear. Ding. Martial Emperor, Destiny protagonists Dao heart shattered. Destiny value -10,000. The crowd fell silent, everyone held their breath. They looked at Huangshan's rolling head on the ground, eyes still wide open, unable to die in peace. The disciples of the sacred land of Taichu were too shocked to speak. "Help, help, someone help." Finally, a disciple of Zhantian Dao's sect broke down from the pressure and went mad. "I want to go home. I want to go back to the sect." Slash. Meng Changning stabbed his sword into the man's chest, clean, decisive, ruthless. The remaining disciples of Zhantian Dao's sect collapsed in fear. Now that things had gone this far, not one of them could be allowed to leave. Meng Changning walked up to the Daozi and respectfully asked, "Daozi, what should we do now?" A few other true disciples who had been recovering also stepped forward. Miao Yuro, pale and clutching her chest, clearly still injured from the earlier fight with Wu Fei, walked over and asked, "Daozi, where have the elders gone?" Li Fuhai held a message talisman, constantly trying to contact his parents. Everyone now looked to Su Yixian as their pillar. If what Huangshan said was true, then the disappearance of the elders had to be planned. Ever since meeting the sect master and going into seclusion with Li Er for a month, Su Yixian himself wasn't sure what had happened inside the sect. He looked at the dazed and broken Wu Fei in the pit. He understood. After this, his old enemy would only ever be played with in the palm of his hand. Su Yixian looked around the blood-soaked, chaotic arena and raised his head to the sky. At some point, the sun had set, the sky painted red, and faintly tinged with blood. A storm was coming. Thinking back to what Huangshan had said, a hint of the coming catastrophe in the sacred land of Taichu began to emerge. Zhantian Dao's sect was definitely involved. After a long silence, Su Yixian finally said, "Meng Changning, lock up the disciples from Zhantian Dao's sect and interrogate them, ask why they really came to the sacred land. Miao Yuro, go check the place where the elders usually cultivate. See if they left anything behind. Han Shan, activate the sect's defensive formations. Use the Taichu token to send a message. Those disciples who haven't returned yet, tell them to stay away for now." As Su Yixian issued one instruction after another, only a few true disciples and Li Fuhai were left without any tasks. Li Fuhai anxiously asked, "What about me? What should I do?" After Su Yixian gave instructions to Miao Yuro and the others, he deliberately ignored Li Fuhai and a few other true disciples. Seeing Su Yixian turning and walking away, one of the true disciples said, "Did we somehow offend the Daozi? Otherwise, why is it that Meng Changning and the others all have things to do, but only we are left with nothing? Should we go apologize?" Watching Meng Changning and the others hurrying about, all performing tasks assigned by the Daozi, while only they stood still, not knowing whether to move or not, they felt uncomfortable inside. Li Fuhai, proud and arrogant, felt it even more. Now that the elders were mysteriously absent from the sacred land, and seeing that the Daozi seemed to sense an incoming crisis, he also wanted to contribute his strength. But it was obvious that Su Yixian was treating him differently. He couldn't understand why, but it felt as if there was great hostility toward him. Could it be because of that time he provoked him? Li Fuhai thought to himself. Thinking back to how the Daozi had killed a 9th-level life and death cultivator with just 2 sword strikes, he felt his previous provocation was laughable. He quickly chased after him. Su Yixian arrived beside the Destiny protagonist Wu Fei with Li Er. In the deep pit created by the impact, compared to Wu Fei's wretched and dirty appearance, Su Yixian, dressed in spotless white, looked like a jade statue, handsome and refined, looking down on him. Because his Dao heart was shattered, Wu Fei already felt fear and didn't dare look directly at Su Yixian. He stared instead at the white fox in the little girl's arms, grinding his teeth in anger. Beside him, Li Er happily held the little white fox, her eyes full of affection. She took a bun from her storage ring and held it to Xiao Bai's mouth. "Here. Eat this." Xiaobai looked weak and lifeless, lying still in Li Er's arms, not reacting at all. Seeing Xiaobai so depressed, Li Er's smile faded. She looked at Sui Xian and asked, "Brother, why won't it eat?" Before Sui Xian could respond, Wu Fei shouted furiously from the pit. Xiaobai is a spirit fox. How could it eat such mundane food tainted by worldly dust? Hearing this, Li Er nodded her little head with understanding. She looked at the white fox, then at the bun in her hand, and said with regret, "Oh, so you don't eat buns. But buns are so tasty." At that moment, Sui Xian spoke calmly from the side. "Who says it doesn't eat? It's just a beast, so picky. If Li Er gives it to you, even if it's a rock, you'd better eat it." Sui Xian glanced at the bun in Li Er's hand, then looked at the white fox and said plainly, "Eat." The white fox, frightened by Sui Xian's gaze, raised its tail and reluctantly opened its mouth to eat the bun from Li Er's hand. Seeing this, Li Er was overjoyed and jumped up excitedly. "Wow! It ate it, brother. Brother is amazing. It listens to you so well." Sui Xian smiled and fondly patted Li Er's head. "Xiaobai." Wu Fei's eyes widened. Seeing Xiaobai actually eat the bun, he felt deeply distressed. When Xiaobai was with him, when had it ever suffered such humiliation? Sui Xian saw this and smiled slightly, then slowly said, "I can still give you a chance to regret it. Do you want to trade?" Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Xiaobai's dim eyes, but it quickly faded again. Wu Fei's face turned pale. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at it or speak. Seeing his expression, Sui Xian's eyes became more mocking. He got straight to the point. "So that's all you are?" Continuously breaking down and humiliating Wu Fei's Dao heart. Wu Fei's expression flickered with rage inside. Endure. He had to endure. Even the 9th level life and death elder Huangshan wasn't a match for this man's 2 swords. This person was at least at the tribulation realm. In the same realm, Wu Fei believed he would never lose to anyone. Suppressing his towering fury, Wu Fei spoke coldly. "Can I leave now?" Sui Xian glanced at him in surprise. What a turtle who knows how to endure. He chuckled and said, "No rush." "What do you mean?" Wu Fei glared, thinking Sui Xian was trying to trick him. "You'd better let me go soon. I'm the holy son of the Zhantian Dao sect. Does your sacred land of Taichu really want to form a deadly feud with our sect?" Sui Xian chuckled faintly and looked at Wu Fei with amusement. Though he very much wanted to kill his nemesis on the spot. This man wasn't so easy to deal with. As a reincarnated great emperor, even Wu Fei himself didn't know that within his emperor bone were sealed several great emperor divine abilities, which only activated in extreme danger. How could a reincarnated great emperor not have hidden cards? Even a trace of an emperor's power could destroy a world. Sui Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, "How did your Zhantian Dao sect find out that all our sacred land elders are missing?" Wu Fei was stunned and replied, "That? I don't know either." Sui Xian frowned. Even the Holy Sun didn't know? At the side, Meng Chongning threw his sword down, it stabbing into the ground next to Wu Fei. He shouted unhappily, "Speak! Say everything you know." Wu Fei glanced at the glowing sword beside him, a flash of anger in his eyes. A loser dares act so arrogant? Looking around, he thought to himself. Now that Huangshan is dead, if I use my unyielding emperor bone now and kill everyone here, no one would ever learn my secret. But upon seeing Sui Xian nearby, he calmed down again and dismissed the idea. This person somehow knew about his emperor bone and his cultivation was still unknown. Even if he used the bone, he wasn't confident of winning. He suppressed his urge. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I had no contact with Huangshan. I only came because our sect master, Si Hongqua, sent me. Huangshan might have known something, but he's already dead." Looking at Huangshan's nearby head, eyes still wide open, Wu Fei continued. "Although, there was something strange, a few days ago, some big figure came to the Dao sect. Not only our Zhantian Dao sect, but even Dao Heaven Holy sect and Lingyi Mountain people were there. I only know a little. Probably only Huangshan knew the full story." Sui Xian's pupils shrank. Dao Heaven Holy sect, Lingyi Mountain? Add in his sacred land and the Zhantian Dao sect, that's all 4 major powers of the Lingxiao continent. Who had arrived to bring them all together? Sui Xian pondered and asked. "At the time, did you see any elders from our sacred land?" Wu Fei shook his head and said, "No. I heard it was a big figure from the upper realm." "Upper realm?" Sui Xian looked Wu Fei over and, seeing he wasn't lying, murmured in his heart. "Even the Holy Sun doesn't know? I've told you everything. Can I go now?" Wu Fei clenched his fists and raised his head, speaking weakly. Sui Xian was silent for a moment. It seemed the sacred land had fallen into a terrifying whirlpool. Whatever the Zhantian Dao sect was planning, very likely, the other two major powers were involved too. There was no way he could let him leave so easily. Thinking this, Su Yixian turned to Meng Chongning and said, "Lock him in the discipline hall dungeon. And, to prevent escape, destroy his Qi-Si." Wu Fei's breath caught. Destroy the Qi-Si. Wu Fei felt a chill all over his body, his gaze locked tightly on Su Yixian. The Qi-Si is the place where true energy is stored. If it were destroyed, even with his 9th-level law-breaking realm cultivation, he would not be able to use any power. It would be no different from being crippled. So ruthless. Su Yixian. Wu Fei roared angrily. Su Yixian acted as if he hadn't heard, his pupils gradually turning golden as heavenly chains appeared around Wu Fei. Wu Fei could feel the dangerous aura, but due to his severe injuries, he couldn't resist. He couldn't hold back anymore. Unyielding Emperor Bone. Golden light surged from Wu Fei's body. The unyielding Emperor Bone allowed him to enter a state of forgetfulness. In this state, no matter how heavily injured he was, he wouldn't feel it. It could even multiply his combat power several times. Combined with the heaven and earth battle body's ability to grow stronger the more he fought, it was like a war god descending. But the side effects were severe. After using the unyielding Emperor Bone, he would temporarily lose consciousness and fall into a coma to recover. "You forced me. You forced me." Wu Fei kept repeating the sentence, his pupils blazing bright gold, and he roared at Su Yixian's departing figure. "Su Yixian! I'll kill you!" Boom! A terrifying force erupted from Wu Fei's body, shooting into the sky. Sensing the rising, horrifying aura, Meng Chongning's eyelids twitched. His expression turned fearful. What kind of power was this? At that moment, heavenly chains bound Wu Fei's limbs. Crack! In an instant, the fighting spirit and power from the unyielding Emperor Bone disappeared like a bucket of cold water had been poured over it. Wu Fei knelt dumbly on the ground, his pupils wide with disbelief and shock. What happened? His unyielding Emperor Bone couldn't be activated? Su Yixian smiled faintly. The heavenly chains would immediately imprint a heavenly chain mark inside the body of the one bound. Unless shattered, no true energy could be used. Even the 9th-level life and death cultivator Huangshan was reduced to dust under the heavenly chains. The white fox Xiaobai's purple eyes could remove Su Yixian's heavenly chains, but after being abandoned by Wu Fei, she now looked on coldly and indifferently, unmoved. If Wu Fei had used the unyielding Emperor Bone from the start or hadn't abandoned Xiaobai, and used her purple eyes to remove the chains and then activated the bone, could he have fought back? From the moment Wu Fei chose to abandon Xiaobai, he was doomed never to recover under Su Yixian's heavenly chains. The side effects of the unyielding Emperor Bone hit him hard. Wu Fei suddenly felt darkness before his eyes and collapsed. Thud. Ding. Martial Emperor, Destiny protagonist Wu Fei's Dao heart completely shattered, inner demons formed, cultivation fell to 7th-level lawbreaking realm, destiny value -10,000. Su Yixian took Li Er's hand and smiled. He still had to investigate why the elders had disappeared. After he left, Meng Chongning raised the Azura sword and stabbed it into Wu Fei's Qi-Si without hesitation. Ah! A pig-like scream rang out. Ding! Martial Emperor, Destiny protagonist Wu Fei's Qi-Si destroyed, cultivation abolished, destiny value -20,000. Li Er ran ahead of Su Yixian, carefree and innocent. Su Yixian looked at her, so carefree like a little bird, and silently reflected on everything that had happened today. He faintly sensed it wasn't so simple. Thinking of the disaster that would strike the sacred land of Taichu 2 months from now, he felt he was brushing against something hidden. No matter the storm, only personal strength was the true path. As Su Yixian's thoughts stretched on, a voice came from behind. Daozi. Su Yixian stopped and turned to see Li Fuhai approaching. Puzzled, he asked. Li Fuhai? What are you doing here? Still somewhat traumatized by being hit last time, Li Fuhai didn't dare meet Su Yixian's eyes. But he still raised his head and looked straight at him, saying, Lord Daozi, thank you for the Pearl Lotus pill last time. If not for the pill given by the Daozi a month ago, he might still be stuck in /***, unable to come down. Not to mention that he broke through to the 1st level of lawbreaking realm. Thinking of how he had previously offended this incredibly powerful and unreachable Daozi, Li Fuhai mocked himself internally. Su Yixian looked at Li Fuhai with surprise. He strangely thought, did I hit him too hard last time? Maybe damaged his brain? Li Fuhai spoke again. Lord Daozi, I was ignorant and reckless before. I offended you. I have nothing to repay you with, but from now on, I swear to serve you faithfully. If anyone dares speak a word against you, I, Li Fuhai, will be the first to stand against them. Only today, after seeing Wu Fei and the others from the Zhantian Dao sect arrive, did Li Fuhai realize how naive and arrogant he had once been. Relying on his parents being elders of the sacred land, he had become too full of himself. Now he finally understood that there are always greater heights. After seeing Su Yixian defeat Wu Fei with a single sword strike, Li Fuhai was completely convinced and full of admiration. Su Yixian saw Li Fuhai's sincere expression and was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. He nodded slightly. No matter. As disciples of the sacred land, it's fine to compete, but we must prioritize cultivation. Hearing that the Daozi didn't blame him, Li Fuhai looked deeply ashamed. He said, Lord Daozi, why haven't you given us any tasks? We want to help too. Please assign us something. Su Yixian glanced at Li Fuhai and the other true disciples who hadn't been given tasks. Unlike Miao Yuro and the others, these people had fortuitous encounters 2 months later. So Su Yixian had always been skeptical of them. But seeing Li Fuhai's actions, he became uncertain. Could he have been overthinking? Were they not traitors to the sect? Su Yixian thought for a moment and said to Li Fuhai, in that case, you few will stay near the sect for now. Watch the outer area for any suspicious people or returning disciples of the sacred land. Since he wasn't sure, he gave them a task far from the center. Li Fuhai was overjoyed upon hearing this. The Daozi finally gave them a task? He quickly said, rest assured, Lord Daozi. I, Li Fuhai, will investigate thoroughly and miss nothing. In a desolate secret realm in the western state, the space around began to ripple, and a crack slowly tore open. Si Hongqua stepped out from the crack with a respectful expression, flatteringly speaking to the person behind him. Lady Celestial Maiden, this is where the people of the sacred land of Taichu are being held. Behind him, a young woman with a pure and ethereal appearance walked slowly. She wore a white dress, with a transcendent temperament, just like Su Yixian, she seemed not to belong to this world. Her expression was calm and solemn. She looked around and nodded slightly. Thank you. Si Hongqua's smile grew even more humble. He nearly knelt down as he said cheerfully, no, it's our honor for the Zhantian Dao sect to serve the Skywatch Pavilion. If Wu Fei were here, he would have been stunned. The man groveling before this woman was none other than his own sect master. Si Hongqua led the young woman into a profound array within the secret realm. He revealed a confidential order and unlocked an array opening. Inside the array were dozens of elders from the sacred land of Taichu, even the sect master Li Fenghao himself. Seeing the arrivals, Li Fenghao's eyes widened. Shocked, he said. It's you? Si Hongqua. The other elders also wore expressions of disbelief. They had all been silently captured while in seclusion, by someone with terrifying power. Even Li Fenghao, a 9th-level Tribulation Realm sect master, couldn't resist. We can infer that person's strength was at least that of a founder-level ancestor in the Ascension Realm. Li Fenghao truly couldn't imagine who in the entire Lingxiao continent could possess such ability. Si Hongqua, seeing the Taichu elders sealed and powerless, sneered. Li Fenghao, I didn't expect our two sects would meet here. Li Fenghao frowned, his expression grim. He didn't believe the Zhantian Dao sect had the capability to ignore sect taboos and silently abduct him and the others. Not long ago, Daozi Su Yixian had consulted Li Fenghao, solemnly warning that something might occur within Taichu. At first, Li Fenghao paid it no mind. Yet unexpectedly, in just a short time, all the sect elders of Taichu were captured alive. Si Hongqua, what demonic method did you use to capture us here? Are you planning war against Taichu? At this moment, a stern middle-aged man, the father of Li Fuhai and elder Li Xing, spoke with a dark face. Si Hongqua laughed out loud. You still don't know who you are up against. War? No. This time, what I want is the annihilation of the sacred land of Taichu. What? All the elders in the array paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Annihilate our sacred land? Am I hearing that right? You? The Zhantian Dao sect? All present were Taichu elders, from the highest sect of the Lingxiao continent. Seeing Si Hongqua's words, they scoffed, momentarily forgetting they were still trapped in the array. Only a few remained silent. Sect Master Li Fenghao pondered. As Sect Master, he didn't react like the others. This affair was far from simple. To capture them without noise or trace, this magnitude was impossible for the Zhantian Dao sect alone. Si Hongqua waved his hand casually. A terrifying true energy struck one elder who had mocked him. That elder was flung several meters, his chest caved in, bones crushed, immediately losing consciousness. Elder Chao. Several Taichu elders rushed over angrily to Si Hongqua. Si Hongqua. You're seeking death. Si Hongqua was unfazed by their mockery. With disdain, he said. If it weren't for your residual value to Lady Celestial, I would have killed you already. Several Taichu elders, their faces dark as death, flowing life and death true energy, said, "We don't know by what means you brought us here alone, but for you to appear so boldly, you're arrogant. Then stay trapped." Facing many life and death realm elders and even Ascension realm master Li Fenghao, Si Hongqua remained calm and confident. Attack! The Taichu elders exchanged glances and disappeared from sight. Wait! Li Fenghao just began to command a halt when the elders approached. Si Hongqua clearly anticipated this. Sure enough, just as those elders neared, they spat blood, and their true energy instantly backfired. They collapsed. Si Hongqua laughed and waved his hand. The elders on the ground were flung aside. If it weren't for my Jiantian token inside the trapped dragon array, if you forcibly use true energy inside, it causes internal true energy backlash. Not fun, is it? True energy reflux? Everyone's hearts leapt. After waking with their cultivation intact, and with many Taichu elders present, they had doubts but no fear. But to find they could not use true energy in this array, that rendered them effectively useless. Li Fenghao glanced at the unconscious elders and stared at Si Hongqua, saying coldly, "Si Hongqua, what do you truly want to do? You really think Taichu's ancestral founders don't exist? As a sect with millennia of history, Taichu naturally has its trump cards. All four great powers have Ascension realm ancestors as guardians. Due to longevity concerns, they usually lie dormant in ancient regions. If an Ascension realm master acted, they could easily annihilate a sect. Taichu became the top force precisely because it houses such powerful masters." Li Fenghao intended to threaten Si Hongqua into retreating. Unexpectedly, Si Hongqua laughed and said, "Don't even think about it. Your ancestral founders are in no state to help you now." Li Fenghao's pupils shrank. He asked, "What do you mean? Could it be an accident befell even the founders?" "Impossible. The Ascension realm is the strongest power in the lower world, just one step from heavenly ascension." Si Hongqua gave a knowing look at Li Fenghao's baffled expression and smugly said, "You only have yourself to blame for offending someone you shouldn't have." Li Fenghao's face grew more somber, not understanding. Then Si Hongqua stepped aside. A refined beautiful girl emerged from the shadows behind him. Her expression calm and her aura unfathomable. Si Hongqua looked at her with deep respect. "Lady Celestial Maiden, these are the people of the Taichu sacred land. They're imprisoned in my Jiantian trapped dragon array. Once inside, even an Ascension realm cultivator cannot escape. Locking them here is absolutely secure." The girl slowly nodded, surveyed the assembled group, then looking at Li Fenghao, paused. Her red lips opened. "You are the sect master of the Taichu sacred land?" Li Fenghao felt her aura profoundly mysterious and unknowable. Even as an Ascension realm cultivator, he could not detect her cultivation. This person either carried talismans suppressing her cultivation or possessed a level far beyond his own. Seeing Si Hongqua so deferential, Li Fenghao's heart turned turbulent. Who was this person who could command the sect master of the Jiantian Dao sect to be so courteous? As the mortal enemy of the sacred land of primordial beginning, Si Hongqua of the Jiantian Dao sect knew all too well. He had ambitions as high as the sky, was arrogant, and loved to fight. What's more, he was the head of a sect. In the lower realm, no one could possibly make him act so respectfully. Wait a minute. Li Fenghao looked the young girl in front of him up and down, thinking of the heavenly maiden that Si Hongqua had just mentioned. Could it be? At that moment, Si Hongqua spoke. "Li Fenghao, open your eyes and take a good look. This is none other than the heavenly maiden of the Celestial Observatory Pavilion, Lady Lin Ro. And the reason you were brought here was precisely because of Lady Lin Ro's instructions." As soon as he said this, all the elders of the sacred land of primordial beginning opened their eyes wide in shock. Celestial Observatory Pavilion? Everyone present was among the top figures on Lingxiao continent. The sacred land of primordial beginning had even had ancestors who ascended, so naturally, they knew far more about the upper realm than ordinary loose cultivators. Even in the upper realm, where countless brilliant and eternal Dao sects stood, the Celestial Observatory Pavilion was a unique and top-tier existence. Unlike other overlord-level eternal sects that controlled vast heavens and countless small worlds under their rule, the pavilion's uniqueness lay in its terrifying stargazing abilities and calculations. The pavilion did not meddle in worldly affairs, was mysterious and unpredictable, and held a special neutral status, calling itself the agent of the heavenly Dao, maintaining balance across multiple realms in the lower realm. Their mysterious presence could be found everywhere in both the upper and lower realms. Although they never showed themselves publicly, every generation of the pavilion had two worldly disciples called eyes, responsible for recording and traveling between the realms. And the heavenly maiden was one of those eyes. Li Fenghao stared hard at the girl, took a deep breath, and said, "To think you are truly the heavenly maiden. His tone softened as he added, "Heavenly Maiden, what is the meaning of this? If you had something to say, a simple summons would have been enough. Our sacred land would have paid a respectful visit to you. Such actions, if word got out, might affect the reputation of the Celestial Observatory Pavilion, don't you think?" The pavilion stood for order and fairness, overseeing the lower realm. Unless someone from the upper realm tried to interfere with the lower realm, it never got involved in any disputes. But from Si Hongqua's words, it seemed that their sacred land had somehow offended the Heavenly Maiden. And it was she who had silently captured them. Only the Celestial Observatory Pavilion had such power. Lin Ro acted as if she hadn't heard, her storage ring glowed, and a small wooden figure appeared in her hand. Her eyes carried a trace of longing and hatred as she slowly raised her head and said, "Do you recognize this person?" Li Fenghao frowned as he looked at the wooden figure in Lin Ro's hand. The rough carving vaguely resembled a sunny, ordinary-looking young man. With a bit of confusion and doubt, he asked, "This person is?" Lin Ro gently caressed the wooden figure with her pale, slender fingers, as if remembering something, and said softly, "His name is Lin Feng. He was my older brother. He was once a disciple of your sacred land of primordial beginning." Older brother? Li Fenghao and the elders were all visibly shaken. He was from their sacred land? How could that be? Li Fenghao said, "Your elder brother was actually a disciple of our sacred land? If so, then why would you bring us here, Heavenly Maiden?" Lin Ro looked into Li Fenghao's eyes and said, "Just a few days ago, his soul was destroyed. And the last trace of his soul was in your sacred land." The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Everyone held their breath. Si Hongqua, standing to the side, was secretly laughing. He never expected that the Heavenly Maiden's brother had been a disciple of the sacred land, and now he was dead. "Li Fenghao, if you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck." The room was dead silent. Li Fenghao was in a panic. How could something like this have happened? Who exactly was Lin Feng? He quickly said, "Could there be some misunderstanding, Heavenly Maiden? Since your brother was one of our disciples, we definitely wouldn't have harmed him." He turned to the elders behind him and asked, "Do any of you know where this person is?" The elders looked at each other and carefully examined the wooden figure in Lin Ro's hand. "I've never seen this person before, Sect Master." "Heavenly Maiden, you must be mistaken. I'm the elder in charge of new disciples, and I've never seen him. Could he have been a servant disciple? It must be a setup by the Zhantian Dao sect to frame us." The crowd erupted in discussion. Hearing this, Li Fenghao apologetically turned to the girl and said, "Could this be a misunderstanding, Heavenly Maiden? All of our elders are present, and even Elder Lu, who's responsible for new disciples, says he's never seen this person. Perhaps your brother truly wasn't one of our disciples." As the noise grew louder, Lin Ro gradually fell into deep thought. She had been taken by the previous eye of the Celestial Observatory Pavilion when she was young. Gifted and talented, she mastered the pavilion's stargazing techniques at a young age and became the youngest cultivator to reach the Tribulation Realm in the pavilion's history, earning the title of Heavenly Maiden and becoming its worldly eye. She had worked so hard for one reason, because the pavilion never interfered and remained hidden. Only by becoming an eye could one enter the world. Lin Ro often thought of her brother, Lin Feng. In her spare time, she always watched his life star. His star was golden and shone brightly even among the vast sea of stars. If nothing unexpected happened, he was destined to make a name for himself in the upper realm. She had come to the lower realm this time because someone from the Su family of the Eternal Era appeared, and the pavilion could not ignore it, so she was sent. Lin Ro had been full of joy, finally able to see her brother. But not long ago, during stargazing, she discovered that her brother's life star had completely vanished from the starry sky. She had even secretly used the pavilion's divine treasure, the soul compass, but still couldn't find him. And the last trace of his soul was in the sacred land of primordial beginning. This truth hit her like the sky collapsing. Lin Ro's heart was filled with hatred. She decided to catch the one who killed her brother and take revenge for him.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.